Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Hawk Blogger Mornings. I am Brian Nemhauser. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, all the places at Hawk Blogger. And today, it seems like we might have some issue with Twitter. So hopefully, folks are finding me other places. I think Twitter is having some technical difficulties on a particularly exciting day as an NFL fan. Today, my friends, is the unofficial start of free agency. It is officially the start of the legal tampering period in 7.5 minutes. So we are counting down till 9 a.m. Pacific time when legal tampering period officially starts, and we will find out who has unofficially come to an agreement with a team. So I wouldn't be surprised if we find out about Drew Dalman in the next 8 minutes. I would not be surprised if we find out about Sam Darnold in the next 8 minutes. I would not be surprised if we find out about Will Fries in the next 10 minutes. So there's going to be a lot of news. I've got my Twitter set up to help check this stuff, but it's going to be hard to follow if Twitter is down. So, it's kind of working for me, but I don't know. It's definitely not working to go live on Twitter. So we will kind of play with this, see what happens. We'll find out as best we can. We can crowdsource this. Today's show is going to be different than a typical show. If you've ever watched when we do a draft show where we cover it from beginning to end, it's going to be a little bit more like that. Although in this case, I'm going to be doing most of it solo. We might have some guests drop in now and then, I should say. But we're going to kind of be hanging out. We're going to be hanging out. We're going to be observing this stuff together. We're going to be reacting in real time. I'm going to be updating my own tracker with who's gone where and at what price and all that kind of stuff. And we'll talk it through. We'll talk it through in real time. You will see my reactions in real time. There will be no hiding. There will be no ability for me to spin this later and say, oh no, I was totally for it from the beginning, or I was totally against it from the beginning. You guys will see. Just as you saw my reaction when they took D. Eskridge instead of Creed Humphrey. Just as you saw my reaction when they took Devin Witherspoon instead of Jalen Carter. Like, you'll see all those reactions in real time, and we'll react to it together. While we have a few minutes, there is actually news. It's not about the Seahawks, but the Buccaneers, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have re-signed guard Ben Bredeson, 3 years, $22 million. A guard comes off the market. That's an interesting deal. So let me put Ben Bredeson on my tracker. And if you're wondering why that's happening now, these re-signings can happen whenever. That's not something you have to wait for. But if you're changing teams, that takes a little while. So he goes re-signed, and it was 3 years, $22 million. All right. Another bit of news. Jonathan Allen, the defensive tackle formerly for the Washington Commanders, is formally visiting the Minnesota Vikings today, per a source from Adam Schefter. He is said to have a good amount of interest. It wouldn't surprise me if Jonathan Allen makes a few visits. And I think the place we don't want Jonathan Allen to go is San Francisco. Stay away from San Francisco, Jonathan Allen. I don't want you going there. I'll also take a moment to plug the article I put up at hawkblogger.com. I wrote a morning after column today. As I said yesterday, I didn't know when I was going to go live today. I wanted to get a workout in. Check. Did that. And then before I even did the workout, I decided to write an article. It wasn't a long article, at least by my standards. but I wanted to put something up there, and I could have gone in a lot of different directions with it. You're going to get a lot of stuff that's kind of the same from a lot of people, so I decided to kind of go a different way, and really focus on the void that is left by DK Metcalf and Geno Smith from a leadership perspective on the offense. And that's not to say Geno Smith or DK Metcalf were the best leaders. I'm not saying they were the worst leaders either. It's not really a commentary on their leadership. But your quarterback is always a leader no matter what. Your oldest player, and Geno Smith, also a leader. And I'll throw Tyler Lockett into that mix as well. Absolutely a leader and someone with a lot of credibility. And then DK Metcalf was your most talented player, like your best athlete. You know, everyone on both sides of the ball recognized what DK Metcalf was. And then you take a guy like Laken Tomlinson, who no one's going to mistake for a great player, but was kind of the senior voice in that offensive line room, gone as well. And when I went to look, who is the oldest player on this that starts for the offense? It was Noah Fant, 27 years old. Now, DK Metcalf was 27, but Noah Fant is now your senior member of that offense. And none of the starters on offense have been with the Seahawks before 2022. So I don't know that I have seen a side of the ball get this young and this, I guess, inexperienced, but I'd say like low tenured. I'm not sure I've ever seen that, at least in Seattle. Like it's a drastic change on that side of the ball. And so I really do think you're going to need some veteran voices in there. As I look at it, do I think that Ryan Kelly becomes a stronger possibility? I actually do. I think that you could see them sign maybe Will Fries and Ryan Kelly. That wouldn't shock me, because they need some leadership in that line and in the middle of the offense. And then if you add like a Sam Darnold, obviously that would provide some. But Sam Darnold's 27. It's not like he's a senior dude, but he's been through it. He's been around. But I think that's going to be a real storyline to watch. And it also creates this opportunity for some of the younger players to step into that void. And who will that be? I'm really curious who those guys will be. I in the article, I suggested one guy to watch is AJ Barner. Quiet guy, obviously just a rookie last year, but he plays with a physical edge. He plays hard. He comes to work every day, I think intending to, get the team, to improve the team and improve himself. I think he's what Mike McDonald would like to emerge as a prototypical leader for them. I think Charles Cross has attempted to step into that gap. I'm not sure if that's really natural for him. Abe Lucas is a name I think could be worth watching. Olu Oluwatimi, if he wins the starting job, I think has some of those qualities. I'm not as sure about JSN. I mean, JSN doesn't strike me as that kind of leader, but I think he is maybe the most dangerous weapon they've got right now. And so that imbues him with some leadership, regardless of whether he wants it or not. Similarly, Kenneth Walker is very quiet, soft-spoken. I don't think Zach Charbonnet similarly is that way. I just don't know if either of those guys step forward. So you've got a pretty quiet group, and it's going to be really interesting to see who they add. And by the way, folks, it is now 9:01 a.m. Pacific time. So we're going to start getting news. We're going to react to it together, and we're going to find out what is going on with free agency and with your Seahawks. So, as of right now, my expectation is Drew Dalman is going to be a Bear. That is a pretty strong like everyone's kind of tongue-in-cheeking it in the media, like the worst kept secret is Drew Dalman to the Bears opening up free agency. That's where I'm kind of expecting that. After that, I would expect, if not to the Bears, the Falcons released defensive tackle Grady Jarrett, got themselves under the cap. I'm kind of wondering, after they extended their left tackle yesterday, whether they're going to try to make a late run to bring Drew Dalman back. I think the Seahawks might be third in the options of where Drew Dalman could land. So my hopes are not high for Drew Dalman, although in Seattle, but I would certainly be excited if he was the guy. I'm looking at, for Will Fries, there's quite a bit of noise. I would say the Giants are a team that have been linked to him. The Titans are a team that have been linked to him. And I think one of the things that helps a little bit with Will Fries is he is a little bit more on the lighter side. He's a little bit more of a zone blocking guard. And so I think that his fit is not going to be perfect with everybody. But curious about that. I'm curious about Talanoa Hufanga. As of now, there haven't been a lot of places that have linked to Hufanga. One place is the Commanders. Is one team I have seen linked to him, but I think Tampa Bay was another team that I heard that might be linked to him, but not a lot. And I'm getting a little bit of Twitter stuff, so it seems to be working somewhat for me. But you guys let me know. So while we have a moment, it's a perfect time. Take a moment, give the show a like, click subscribe, click the bell to get notified when we go live, because it's a nice way to show some appreciation for the work and to help the site continue to grow. I will say, as a moment of self-critique, I've been upping my YouTube thumbnail game, having some more fun with it, but I really don't like what I did today. I can do better. I'm going to have to figure. I could not come up with what I wanted to do. I couldn't find the right image. Don't love it. So if you see it up there, apologies. I'll try to do better. Yesterday during the show, when I was going live to cover the signing of Ernest Jones and Jaron Reed, I actually felt kind of good. I had some fun with free agents were raining out of the sky, and those guys were there. I could have probably reused that, but then during the show, the DK Metcalf news broke, and I designed I turned out a new thumbnail, uploaded it to YouTube while I was doing the show, changed the title of the show and the description of the show while I was doing the show. So, I feel like after almost a year, this is episode 350, by the way. And that's kind of a momentous number because I've caught up to Real Hawk Talk. I think Real Hawk Talk is at episode 350. That show's been going on for 7 years. And now that I've done this show 350 days straight, I've managed to catch up. So that's kind of crazy. And tomorrow I will take the lead that I will not relinquish. Okay, we got some news here. Hassan Reddick has agreed to terms on a 1-year deal for $14 million with $12 million guaranteed to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Hassan Reddick off the market. All right, so that is the first bit of news. And we will keep an eye out on the ones that we care a little bit more about. Let me put this here. Did I have Hassan Reddick? I don't know if I did have Hassan Reddick on this one, but I'm going to put him down. Hassan Reddick, edge, goes to Bucks for 1 year, 14 million. 12 million guaranteed. You know what's crazy is lost in all the hubbub yesterday, and there was a lot of hubbub. Frickin' Josh Allen signing like a $333 million deal with $250 million guaranteed. $250 million guaranteed. That is unbelievable. And for that to be like nothing, like as far as news, it's kind of crazy. I mean, it definitely got news when it first came out, but slow for sure. So let me make some adjustments to my searches. Yeah, okay. I think we're good. We're good. So, I mean, the Seahawks do not tend to be a team that strikes early in free agency. And I could kind of go back and look. In fact, let me take a look here. Seahawks free agent history. I don't know if there's like a really good place to. There's draft history is a lot easier to track than free agent history. Yeah, there's not a great place to look for this stuff. As I kind of think back to it, you know, day one free agents, not a lot. I mean, Leonard Williams re-signing obviously was pretty early, but sorry, I'm getting some conflicting reports, so you're gonna hear me pause every once in a while as I check stuff and then look to see if it's actually true. Let's see here. Chris Godwin back to the Buccaneers, 3 years, $66 million. 44 million guaranteed at signing. You know what's interesting is they're starting to include who the deal was negotiated by. Like Tory Dandy, the agent, is getting a little love. So again, Chris Godwin back with the Bucks. So you don't have to worry if you were worried about the Seahawks spending that kind of money on a free agent wide receiver. Not going to happen with at least Chris Godwin. So the Bucks right out of the gate with a couple of signings. In this case, re-signing with Chris Godwin, 3 years, $66 million. It's a lot of cheddar for a guy coming off a serious injury. 44 million guaranteed. So that's with 44 million guaranteed. The way I kind of read these deals as they come in is what's the guaranteed money and what's the years. So anytime it's whatever the years are, you almost always assume the final year is a year that you can get out of. So I kind of think about it as the years announced minus 1 divided by the guaranteed. That's not a perfect way to do it, but I think it's a good kind of directional way. And that would make this a 2-year, $22 million a year deal, essentially, for Chris Godwin. All right, Jalen Moore is a offensive tackle from the 49ers who the Kansas City Chiefs have signed away for a 2-year, $30 million deal. It's not a bad deal for a guy that's not played much. Jalen Moore, interestingly, when he played for Trent Williams, didn't do half bad. I was kind of like, God dang it. Did they find somebody who's pretty good? This guy was a 5th-round draft selection in 2021. But last year, in his starts, he had an 81 grade in his first start against Green Bay. He had a 76 grade against Buffalo. He had a 75 grade against the Bears. For the season, he had a 75 grade overall, 73 pass blocks, 70 run block. He's only, he's a little older. He's 27. He'll turn 28 this year. So kind of interesting with the 49ers. They're kind of thin at the tackle position behind Trent Williams. You have to think that they're going to go after that in the draft. I don't think they're going to try to fix that in free agency, but we'll see. Some news here around Dre Greenlaw that the Texans are regarded as an option for Dre Greenlaw. He has plenty of interest around the NFL, and nothing is imminent at this time. Not a surprise, given D'Amico Ryans is there, given that Azeez Al-Shaair is there, former teammate. And, remember how the linebacker room felt about Ken Norton Jr. back in the day. I think that the 49ers linebacker room felt that way about D'Amico Ryans. So would not be shocked to see that happen. But yeah, Dre Greenlaw is a guy that is not in play for the Seahawks after the Ernest Jones signing. And I think people are going to look at that Ernest Jones signing and be like, holy moly, that was a great deal for the Seahawks. A great deal for the Seahawks. So I think that deal essentially works out to a 2-year deal that will pay him about $8 million per year. In this climate, that is an outstanding signing. Looking through, let's see. Yep, Chris Godwin, Hassan Reddick, all these things we've already seen. One of the funny, it's not funny. It kind of was annoying. I saw all these people that thought they were being sly, like national reporters saying, keep an eye on the Panthers and the Patriots today. Keeping an eye on all 32 teams today. And not only that, but you're going to pick the two of the teams with a lot of cap space. The Patriots have more than cap space than anyone else, and say, when free agency opens, to keep an eye on them. Is that supposed to be like insightful or showing that you know something that no one else knows? You're basically like saying, the sun's going to rise today, guys. Yeah, I know it. It's so weird. I don't get it. I'm watching our Real Hawk Talk chat too, and it's funny. Some of the people in there don't know who Jalen Moore is, so I won't out who those people are. But I know Jalen Moore, and I'm glad that he's gone from the 49ers. He seemed like he might have been a decent player, so the Chiefs certainly seem to think so. By signing him to the deal that they did, and to be their new left tackle. I think it's a pretty bold move. So, sorry, just double checking that there was not some other news that started here. Someone's asking what my Venmo is. Lewis, thank you for that. Venmo is just Brian-Nemhauser. So appreciate that. That's really nice when you do that. Obviously, YouTube or Patreon doesn't take any slice out of it. So if you want a tip, that's a place you can go, and I just get whatever you give, and always appreciative of whatever you guys do to help support the show. We've been having unbelievable support. The last 2 days, like the breaking news stories, we've had 12 to 15,000 people watching the show, and episodes are getting 20,000+ people watching overall. So that's fun. It's fun. It's fun to get more people in the crew, more people in the community. And speaking of which, I would be remiss if I didn't bring up all of the amazing gifting going on in chat already. Bryce Coots, of course, he's the first person to gift 10 Hawk Blogger memberships. Canadian Hawks gives 5. Love this. I don't know if I've seen Canadian Hawks on here before. Great to see you. Glad to see you're a member. Marcel gifts 10 Hawk Blogger memberships. And Marcel, I don't know if I've seen you on here before. And then Italian Night, I know I have, because Italian Night always blows things up with 50 Hawk Blogger memberships. Unbelievable. So we're already off. We're not even half an hour in, and that is 75 free Hawk Blogger memberships sitting out there. All you have to do to get one of these memberships, turn on gifting for your YouTube account. I could explain it, but it's boring to listen to. So go do a quick Google search to learn how to turn on gifting for your YouTube account, and then like the show, subscribe to the show, watch the show. YouTube will determine who is most eligible based off how much time they spend with the show to get one of these free memberships. And by the way, Corey Hickok has gifted another 5. So we're up to 80 free Hawk Blogger memberships. I will not keep count because my mind will, I'm not good with math that way, but it's an amazing start. Really appreciate it. And there's PGZ with another 5, 85. Well, maybe I will keep count. We'll see. And then Felipe Amanishi, has become a member of the channel. Love this, man. Really, really happy to have you. Thanks for joining. And Noah Berman, Super Chat says, great work, Brian. John Schneider has a needle to thread. Does he ever? MacGyver, MacGruber. Which wire is he going to cut? And are we all going to be sitting here in one piece at the end of this? Or are we going to be blown to bits? Don't know. Okay, news is out. The top center in free agency is off the board. Drew Dalman is headed to the Bears. 3 years, $42 million. That is not surprising. Not surprising. So Drew Dalman to the Bears on a 3-year, $42 million deal. All right, with $28 million guaranteed. Let me put that in my tracker. So Bears, 3 years, $42 million, $28 million guaranteed. Now, you're seeing me not react that much because I really expected that to be the case. And if we look at this, let's take a look at what the Seahawks decided not to do. So at its surface, 3 years, $42 million is a $14 million APY. People were talking about him maybe going over 20. Creed Humphrey has set the market at the center spot for at $18 million per year. So he's people are saying he's the second highest paid center now. This is reported by Rap Sheet and Adam Schefter. And if we go to what I was saying before, delete a year, 2 years, $28 million. It's $14 million a year either way, kind of, right? That's not a crazy amount of money. And so here's the deal. If that's the deal for Drew Dalman, then one of two things has to be true. One, the Seahawks didn't want him that badly because they absolutely could have had him at that price. Or two, Drew Dalman wasn't wanting to come here, or he really did want to go to Chicago. And I'll just keep reminding folks of that. I know that everyone just wants, immediately just wants to get mad and yeah, Schneider never does this. He sucks. You're welcome to have whatever reaction you want. But it takes two to come to an agreement free agency. If you get traded, you don't have that control. If you get drafted, you don't have that control. As a player in free agency, you do have that control about having some control, some decision about where you want to play football. Now, generally, the highest bidder gets the services, generally. But there are situations where that's just not the case. And this is one of the things that does work against the Seahawks being in Seattle. It is not a place for everybody. So I'm not saying that's the reason. This has been rumored to the Bears from the beginning. And the thing that bothers me a little bit is that the Bears have been aggressive in addressing their line in the way that I have wanted the Seahawks to be aggressive. They made a trade, a 6th-round pick for Jonah Jackson. They made a trade, a 4th-round pick next year, not even this year's 4th-round pick, next year's 4th-round pick for Joe Thuney, who's one of the best guards in football. And now they signed Drew Dalman. And that doesn't take them out of the option of potentially drafting Will Campbell or one of the tackles in the top 10 if they decide to do that. And in one off season, they will have completely overhauled their offensive line. The Seahawks, they don't go that hard on the offensive line. They have not, at least in the John Schneider era. So I want to see what happens. Like I said, Drew Dalman was my preference as their number 1 target. I think Will Fries has been reported to be their top target. And I think it's be pretty important to get that news out relatively quickly if the Seahawks are making that move. But for now, that is not a cost prohibitive deal for Drew Dalman. That is not a deal where you're like, oh my God, that is crazy. So disappointing start, not as surprising, but disappointing. Minor deal. I will just, keep you guys on top of every bit of news as it comes in. Braxton Berrios, the wide receiver, signs with the Texans. 1-year deal, $2 million. So not exactly breaking the bank, but Braxton Berrios is with the Texans. So what is the other implication for this? I'd say there's 2 things. Well, maybe more than 2 things, but I'll start. We'll see how many things I end up with. 1, Ryan Kelly is now someone to keep an eye on. And we will see if that is a backup plan for the Seahawks at center to have a veteran come in. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to shift my search columns and get the Drew Dalman news out of there. Let me see here. Yep. The Chiefs are signing running back Elijah Mitchell. I'm going to get back to the 3 things it means in a second. Sorry. Elijah Mitchell, running back. He signs with the Chiefs. $3.5 million deal. I assume it's 1 year. Yep. Okay. So here's what I think this can mean. One, they might go after Ryan Kelly. That's 1. 2, it could mean that they're pretty high on Oluwatimi and Jalen Sundell and that they feel comfortable with those guys. 3, they like one of the centers in the draft, Jared Wilson, maybe Gray Zabel. There's some interesting guys in that category available. Now, the challenge is going into the draft knowing you need to get one of those is not typically a position you want to be in as a GM. So I think it's probably one of the first 2. Either there's other centers out there. There's Josh Myers from Green Bay. There's a few other options. I think Colton, what's his name? Let me bring up the big board. So Coleman Shelton is another guy. He was a guy that played with he played with the Bears last year. So you could get the guy that the Bears are replacing. That's about it. So it would not surprise me it would not surprise me if Ryan Kelly is a target. It would not surprise me if they decide not to go after center in free agency. And then I think there's opportunity to add to that position in the draft. I love Jared Wilson. I'd be happy to see him on the team. I don't know that you can depend on getting him, and I think you don't want to be dependent on the draft to fill that role. So I really do think they like their guys. And now we just watch. We watch to see if one of these other guys comes in. I think the Sam Darnold thing, shifting over to that, could take some time. Like, there might be a few dominoes that need to fall. I think the quarterback market has this thing where you could have guys, everyone's kind of waiting for the other one to make a deal. And once they do, I think it'll fall, things will start to fall into place. Adam Schefter has just reported that Justin Fields will not sign with the Steelers unless they commit to him being QB1. I mean, good for him. He started the season, I think he was 4-2. And lost his job to Russell Wilson. And so why would you agree to sign up there to be in another camp battle? Other than you always want competitors, that's great. But, I mean, you only get so many years to be a player in the NFL. And if you're a free agent, you have some authority or some pull to be able to say where you want to go and what your rules are to go in there. So, yeah, we'll see about I think the Justin Fields, the Pittsburgh thing. One thing I'll call out there is there was a report earlier today that Pittsburgh is now exploring Aaron Rodgers, that's a real possibility, and that Justin Fields is their priority. And the third name that they brought up was Russell Wilson. And there was a name missing in that list, Sam Darnold. And so it made me start to think, when you start patching these things together, it wouldn't surprise me if Sam Darnold's representation floated this notion that the Steelers might be an option for him, just to give the Seahawks some feeling that they might be competing for his services. And maybe the Seahawks having Aaron Rodgers in for a visit yesterday was similarly posturing to get Sam Darnold to realize he's not the only option in town. So my gut is still this is going to end up with the Sam Darnold in Seattle, and it's a matter of how much. My best guess, if I was to predict right now, it will be a big number that a lot of Seahawks fans are not going to be happy about. That's my guess. But we'll find out. I mean, if the Seahawks manage to sign Darnold for, honestly, if it's less than $40 million a year, I think they will have done a good job of negotiating. If it's over $40 million a year, then I think Sam Darnold will have done an excellent job of negotiating. All right, more news. BJ Hill, defensive tackle for the Cincinnati Bengals. He has re-signed with the Cincinnati Bengals for 3 years, $33 million. That's a lot of money. So $11 million per year. Don't say what the guarantees are. The Washington Commanders have reached an agreement with Javon Kinlaw. So Javon Kinlaw, defensive tackle, he is off the board. He goes to Washington to rejoin. Well, Adam Peters knows him from San Francisco, and Dan Quinn as well. So he goes from the 49ers to the Jets and now the Commanders. It does not say what the deal was for. So, recapping, if you're just joining, Drew Dalman has signed with the Bears. Center has signed with the Bears 3 years, $42 million, $28 million guaranteed. Ben Brederson, an offensive guard with the Bucks, re-signed with the Bucks 3 years, $22 million. Hassan Reddick has signed with the Bucks 1 year, $14 million. Chris Godwin, the wide receiver, re-signed with the Bucks 3 years, $66 million, $44 million guaranteed. Jalen Moore, the offensive tackle formerly of the 49ers, goes to the Chiefs for 2 years, $30 million. Braxton Berrios, the wide receiver, signs with the Texans 1 year, $2 million. Elijah Mitchell, the running back, goes to the Chiefs for $3.5 million. BJ Hill, the defensive tackle for the Bucks, returns there for 3 years, $33 million. And Javon Kinlaw signs with the Commanders for an undisclosed amount of money, at least currently. So that's where things stand. No signings yet by the Seahawks. No signings yet by the Seahawks as far as free agents go. And it's possible we won't hear anything from them today. It is possible. And so we'll kind of see. Oh, there we go. There's the numbers on Kinlaw. Kinlaw gets 3 years, $45 million. Holy cow. Holy cow. $30 million guaranteed. He is not worth that. I do not see that in his game. He did have a better year in New York, but that's kind of crazy money to me. But the Commanders do have a lot of cap space to play with. That's not where I would have gone. So kind of interested. You know, what's interesting, we haven't heard from the Patriots, who have the most cap space. I'm expecting them to be the team that signs Milton Williams, for example, who's probably the number one free agent out there. It's going to be really interesting with Caleb Williams in Chicago. You could argue the offensive line was bad last year. You could argue that the play callers were bad last year. No excuses this year. Well, I'm really curious to see how that plays out. Oh my God. Josina Anderson literally just tweeted test. That is a boomer move right there. And that's coming from someone who's got gray in their beard. So, test. That's so funny. Anyway, I look at Caleb Williams and I had reservations about him coming into the league. I never thought he was going to be bad, but I wondered how well he could really work within a structured offense as opposed to just doing a bunch of highlight reel, amazing off balance throws. Like, those are great. Having that ability is amazing and great. But I didn't like the way he operated within the structure of an offense very much. And last year that really showed up. So now he's got an offensive line. He's got a structure. He should have a running game. He should be better. He should be better, but I don't know that he's going to be great. We're going to find out together. All right. Someone said I should put up a list. I think that's probably a good idea. I have to clean this up to do that. So let me do that. Let me create a little cleaner view here. And I will get that up for you guys. So let's do player, team, status, years, money, guaranteed. Let's see how this works and see how I feel about doing this. But yeah, we got time. Why not? Why not make this happen? So, go Drew Dalman. Go insert column. You guys get to. This is going to be the way the show is going to be. I'm not going to be constantly filling the air, just so you know. We're going to be reacting to things and we're going to hang out together. So this is definitely more of a hangout than a show. And I'll give you some analysis as we go along. All right, position. And then let's get this. Let's go. I know this is fascinating for you guys. But you're just gonna have to wait for a little bit as I get to set up. It's a totally fine request, but it's gonna take me a moment to get ready. All right, Bucks, and this was Bengals, and this is 3 years, 42 million, 28 million guaranteed. This is 3 years, 22 million. And I can do this. You guys can watch me do this. Maybe this is more interesting to watch me do it than just hear me talk about it. All right. Someone's going to watch me do this and be like, oh my God, that is how you work in Google Sheets. I'm sure there's a better way. I don't care. I don't care right now. So yeah, let me put it up. I'll make it bigger for all of you. There you go. So this is 1 year, 14 million, 12 million guaranteed. And oh, the Steelers are getting close to a deal with 4-time NFL MVP Aaron Rodgers per multiple sources. They decided to enter the discussions with Rodgers and Sam Darnold when it became apparent Justin Fields wanted to test the market. Please be true. Please sign him at Pittsburgh. All right, that is good news. That is good news that Aaron Rodgers may be on the way to Pittsburgh, but is not done yet. So this Chris Godwin, 3 years, 66 million, 44 million guaranteed. That's the biggest deal so far. Let's get to Jalen Moore, 2 years, 30 million. Braxton Berrios, 1 year, 2 million. Elijah Mitchell, I'm going to assume it's 1 year. They didn't say, but that's what I assume. 3 years, 33 for BJ Hill. Don't know if I saw the guarantees on that, but it doesn't really matter. And then Javon Kinlaw, that is the craziest deal so far by far. 45 million. What was the guarantee? 30 million, I believe. Yeah, 30 million guaranteed. 30 million guaranteed. All right. So now you guys can at least keep an eye on this with me. And let me actually do this as well. I'll make it view full screen. Hopefully that's a little bit better. And we'll kind of watch that as the day goes on. So there is a signing by the Patriots. Everybody watch the Patriots. It is Robert Spillane, the former Raider linebacker. I do not have terms of that deal yet, but Robert Spillane, linebacker, Josina Anderson just did test 2. This is my favorite part of free agency so far. Test 2. He goes to the Patriots. And we don't have the numbers yet on that. So we'll keep an eye out on Robert Spillane. He's a good linebacker. Good linebacker. I'm so tempted to tweet out test 3. So funny, man. I'm still a little shocked that the Patriots didn't make a more aggressive move for DK Metcalf. Like, it's looking like we have not yet. I've not yet seen confirmation of the pick swap with the Seahawks and the Steelers. But I think it's going to be maybe the Seahawks top 6th-round pick for the Steelers top 7th-round pick. And if that's the case, the way it works out is the Seahawks basically got the equivalent of pick 62, like a late second for the trade for DK Metcalf. So not a lot. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not a lot. And the ironic thing is, I'm pretty sure DK Metcalf was pick 62. Let's DK Metcalf draft pick. 64. He was the 64th pick, so I was off by 2. Basically got the draft pick back you used to draft the guy years ago. But the Patriots, like, they had ammunition, they have cap space, they have such a need. I wonder if maybe they didn't either make the offer, like get aggressive, or maybe DK Metcalf really was like, you're gonna have to pay me $35 million a year to play in New England because I really don't want to live there. Don't know, but people are asking about Twitter and whether it's working. It's mostly working for me. I think it might be regional where there's bigger problems, but for me, I'm getting some news through so far. So, got another one here. Jaguars are signing Jordan Lewis, cornerback, nickel cornerback, goes to the Jags. And no information yet on the terms of that deal. There was another deal earlier that I missed, but it was a re-signing of the Panthers cornerback. You know, I could put that up there, but I don't really feel like it. I don't think anyone really cares that much. There is... Okay, so the guy that tweeted about the Steelers being close with Aaron Rodgers, Gary Dulac, who, by the way, works on the Steelers radio network. He's deleted the tweet. So don't know what that means. I don't think the guy tweeted it because he didn't have reason to believe it. Maybe the team didn't want that information out yet. He got reprimanded for it. I don't know. I doubt he just put out something false, but we'll find out. I'm seeing reports that the Rams have re-signed Jimmy Garoppolo. Let me confirm that before I put it on my list. See it from a lot of you, so it looks to be true. Yep, Jimmy Garoppolo is back with the Rams. So let's get him on the list. Jimmy. I never get his name spelled right the first time. I'll tell you that. I'm so happy he's not a Seahawk for a lot of reasons. One of them is spelling his name is hard. And that comes from someone whose name is Nemhauser. So no shade. It's just... it's a hard name to spell for me for whatever reason. It's a 1-year deal for Jimmy Garoppolo. Don't know what the terms are for that. I'm really eager to see if Josina Anderson tweets test 3 and whether test 3 signs with anybody, but that's just the type of thing we're going to have to wait for together. So you guys can see here's kind of where we are so far. You know, the big news, you know, I'll highlight this. This is Drew Dalman is not going to be a Seahawk. So if you know, those of us who are hoping that that would be a move, it is not going to be a move. So he's gone. He is gone, and he's not coming back. Let me get these straightened out. I don't like the alignment on these guys. Let's get these where they need to be. All right, that's better. And then let's go back to full screen. All right. Well, yeah. Gary Dulac. Let's see if Gary Dulac has tweeted anything else. Gary Dulac. Oh, it's spelled like that. Weird. Okay. It looks like maybe it's a Jerry, not a Gary. Jerry Dulac. There we go. No. Nothing else. He has not tweeted anything else yet. Jerry's an old dude. He's been around the block, so I think maybe he was not supposed to tweet what he tweeted. That's my guess, but we'll find out. Ian Rappaport. He's updated. It looks like nope, nothing new on the Jimmy Garoppolo side. Let's see. Sorry. I'm not going to be able to share everything I'm laughing at, but I'm going to be checking all sorts of different, you know, conversations. So if you expected the Seahawks to be jumping out of the gates, they're not. They're not. Is there a chance that they wait till day 2? Then, yeah, I think there is. The report was that the guard market was going to be out of control. And I'm looking at it and thinking, well, Drew Dalman was probably the best center on the market, like pretty clearly. 3 years, $42 million is not a lot. Like $14 million a year is just not a lot. And so what's Mekhi Becton going to be? What's Will Fries going to be? Are they going to be more than that? I'm seeing some reports about Talanoa Hufanga. Let me check on that. Jeremy Fowler just said on ESPN that the Broncos are trying to stay close to a deal for free agent safety Talanoa Hufanga. I think he's one of the biggest impact free agents on the market. You know, he's battled injuries, but a young all-pro player. They don't hit the market very often. So, that's a report. It's not a signing, so I'm not going to, you know, add it to the list, but rumors there. Interesting. Some news here that Ian Rappaport saying that Chris Godwin took less money to stay with Baker Mayfield, Mike Evans, and the gang it sounds like maybe the Patriots were trying to get him. That's what you get, Patriots. But this is also kind of an interesting choice by the Seahawks to have made the deal with the Steelers beforehand. If they knew for sure the Patriots weren't going to offer the second, no matter what, then I get it. But hold on one second. This would be an interesting one. Let me double check if this is true. I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing what other people are seeing necessarily yet about Milton Williams. So, wait, somebody. Yeah, I'm not going to spread it until I can actually find some other confirmation of it. But I'm not seeing anything on Milton Williams yet. Anyway, it wouldn't surprise me if the Seahawks could have gotten more from the Patriots if they waited a day, because the Patriots maybe thought they were going to get Chris Godwin and then he doesn't go, and maybe now they're stuck and maybe they would have to up their offer. All right. Just got a report for that I think is credible. Darren Wolfson, who is a Vikings reporter, says the Vikings are very much in on guard Will Fries. So, Will Fries, Mekhi Becton is basically it. That's what's left out there. So let's see what is going to go on there. Let me add another search here. Gonna search for Milton Williams. I want to keep an eye on him, even if he's not going to come to the Seahawks. Okay. All right. Brady Henderson tweets, there was plenty of speculation about the Seahawks going after Dalman, but as I've said, Colts guard Will Fries has seemed to be the more likely target as an upgrade to their interior O-line. Brady only tweets stuff when he knows. So Will Fries is the target. You better frickin' overpay. I don't want to hear about that the price is too high. You better pay. Get the guy in there, because this fan base is hanging on by a thread. And I don't think Will Fries is going to save it, but not getting Will Fries could really lose it. We've got some details on the Robert Spillane signing. 3 years, $33 million for Robert Spillane, the linebacker. Leaves Vegas and goes to the Patriots. Okay, the Giants are signing cornerback Paulson Adebo. Fine. We'll put it up on the board. Cornerback goes to the Giants. Oh, the Giants making moves. Come on. Stupid. Anyway, does not say what the. Oh, there's the Jordan Lewis compensation. 3 years, $30 million, $20 million guaranteed. It's a lot of cheese for Jordan Lewis. Tom Pelissaro just reported that. So at some point within the next hour, I'm going to step away, get myself some breakfast, and then I'll come back. If anything breaks, I'll obviously run back, but I'm getting hungry, so I'll probably make my breakfast here in a little bit. I mean, all eyes here are on Will Fries, Ryan Kelly, Mekhi Becton. And as I've said before, like, I don't think Becton is a perfect fit necessarily for this scheme. I will also say though, that makes it too small. Let's make it a little bit bigger. And a little bit bigger. There we go. I will say that Mekhi Becton, people saying that he's like not at all a fit, that's not exactly right. So Mekhi Becton, let's look at him. His grades as a zone blocker. Well, it doesn't let me break him out there. Let me get him a different way. Sorry. Give me a second. I will get you. Oop, that's not what I wanted. I will get you the grades on zone blocking as a guard last year. And I think Mekhi Becton was one of the better zone blocking guards, at least from what the grades were. Doesn't mean that's right, but I'm not positive. I mean, this is a guy that was a tackle. Tackles are pretty athletic, even if 360 pounds. So if we go zone blocking, Mekhi Becton was the 14th best zone blocker in the NFL, according to PFF. He had a 74.8 grade. So he, for what it's worth, well, Fries didn't play enough snaps. Let me see. Will Fries was the third highest graded zone blocker at 91.2. So if you have everybody in there, no matter how many snaps they put, let's do, Fries played 67, well, 115. Let's see if 115. Let's make it 110 minimum snaps. Okay, so Fries was second, just after Chris Lindstrom. That's why he's their top target. And then Mekhi Becton was 15th. So I don't think it's like out of the question that Becton would be a target for them. But, you know, maybe not their first target. Like, Will Fries is the guy that they want. And just to familiarize, you guys with Will Fries, if you don't know him, he was a 7th round pick, 250th selection overall, played at Penn State. He's 6'6", 305. So he's just not that big of a guy. He's not that athletic. I'm curious. I'm going to load up Raz, and we'll see if I can pull up Will Fries, what he had for a Raz score. But he had been a pretty poor offensive lineman his first 3 years. His highest grade, well, those are run blocking. Let me get to overall. His highest grade was 61 prior to last year. And then he just kind of blossomed. But he also got hurt, and he only played 268 snaps. So there's some risk with Will Fries. Like, he's not a sure bet. But he's also 26, going to be 27, actually, like, in a month, in April. 27 years old. He's a guy that could be with you for a while. So he certainly fits the mold of someone who's a mover. But we'll see. All right. I think we just got some news here. Let me see if it's accurate. Not yet. So I don't have confirmation yet. I'm only going to confirm it once I've got a few different places that are saying the same thing. Might have some Milton Williams news. Might be not the 49ers, but we'll find out. The Titans, they sign Steelers left tackle Dan Moore. He signs, the Titans, they sign him for 4 years, $82 million. Damn. And 50 million guaranteed. Wow. That is now the biggest deal done so far today. Dan Moore. I'm gonna start like limiting these like little 1 year deals. I may start sorting this in different ways to kind of get I'm gonna make another column here, and I'm just gonna call this show, and I'm gonna pick which ones I want to actually have showing. Sure, Reddick, Godwin, Moore, sure. We'll do Jimmy G. Okay, so filter column. There we go. All right. So I'm just going to start showing the ones that matter a little bit more. So hopefully you guys can still see that all right. Let me know if for some reason you can't. All right. All right. So I'm hearing from multiple places now, Milton Williams has signed with the Panthers. I've heard that from multiple places. I don't have the final numbers, but I'm hearing from enough people that I'm going to put Milton Williams on the board. Defensive tackle, maybe the best free agent in the whole class. He is going to the Panthers for undisclosed amount. I don't have those numbers yet. But someone said he was going to the 49ers, so I was like, what? That would be kind of shocking. But they do like to spend a lot on defensive tackles and then cut them a few years later, so not out of the question. Question is, have the Seahawks done anything? No, the Seahawks have not done anything as far as we know so far. Yeah, not seeing the final numbers on Milton Williams, but seeing that is being reported from a lot of people. Well, that's good news. Go to the Panthers. Go to the Panthers. Don't go to the NFC West. Yeah, I would have thought the Patriots would have. I mean, what are the Patriots doing? They have all this cap space. Where are they going to spend it? I think if I'm a Patriots fan, I'm just like super confused. I don't know what their plan is. There's not like receiver. They need targets. There's not receivers to really go after. Maybe they're going to trade for Brandon Ayuk and take on that deal. I don't know though. It's kind of weird. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. Oh wait. Someone. I will ask chat if you can, guys. Don't just, if you're writing something as like a prediction, that's fine. But if you're reporting something, say confirmed. That would help me. Because I'm seeing people put stuff in chat and then I'm like, is that a report or are you just predicting it? All right. So I'm not seeing what I just saw in chat confirmed anywhere, so I'm not gonna promote it. But yeah, I think I see someone asking that Kinlaw seems way overpaid. I think he seems absolutely overpaid. It's a huge Like, that's a crazy deal for me. Absolutely, in this whole thing. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to step away, and I'm going to go make my breakfast. I'm going to eat my breakfast, and I'm going to come back. If something happens in the time that I'm away, I'll run right back and we'll talk about it. But for now, I'm going to leave this up. I will stop my camera, so I'm going to look like that. And I'll mute my mic, and then I will come back as soon as I'm done eating my breakfast. So hang around, stick with us. We will be back, and I will see you very soon. Hopefully the Seahawks make a big move. As soon as I go to do something else, I'd be excited about that. See you in a sec. I am back and got a couple things to catch up on. Let me see if I can edit something here. All right. All right, let's see if we want to do that. Let's do a scroller. Sorry, guys. I should have done this before I came on. Dalman. All right. All right. I'm back. Yes. So I had an excellent breakfast. I think I was just telling my family yesterday. I think one of the best life improvements I've had in the past few years has been finding a breakfast that I love, that tastes good, that's healthy, that like after I'm done, I feel good that I ate it, and that's satisfying and filling. Man, it is something I look forward to every day, and I hope you all find something like that. But for me, it's two scrambled eggs with some salt, but really it's Greek yogurt with fresh fruit, with dried apricot cut up on it, pecans, honey. Man, it is a good way to start every day. All right. I am seeing some news, and I just don't know if I believe this news to be true. This is some notification thing saying that the Seahawks are working on with Sam Darnold on a contract. Don't trust it. I don't trust it. Um, okay, so some things that came up. Some things that came up while I was gone. I got texts from my friends like, "Did you read this thing from Mike Florio?" Mike Florio says that the Seahawks actually are not actually had put in some uh, feelers on Trevor Lawrence, that they were going to trade for Trevor Lawrence. I'm like, whatever. Seahawks aren't going to trade for Trevor Lawrence, and Trevor Lawrence, I think he would cost the Jags like $80 million in cap hit if they'd made that move. You just signed an offensive minded head coach, and the first move he's going to make is trade your franchise quarterback. You just got Brian Thomas Jr., who had a career like a breakout year as a rookie. It just doesn't make any sense. Um, Makes no sense. So Mike Florio, I gotta say, I put him in a category of guys that I just don't pay a lot of attention to. I don't know how he's gotten credibility of being someone that should be on radio shows, and I don't know. For me, he comes across as super arrogant and often just taking other people's information and passing it off as theirs, and he's almost like an aggregator is kind of the way I see him. So I don't see him as a particularly um, credible source. Here's some news, breaking news. Not for the Seahawks, but this is fascinating. The Detroit Lions are signing former Jets cornerback DJ Reed, 3 years, $48 million. Good for DJ Reed, man. Good for DJ Reed. So I think that's a fantastic get for the Lions, who lost Carlton Davis. I'll put that up here in a second, but 3 years, $48 million, 32 guaranteed. Wow. Huge. Huge for a really good player and a guy that I think really upgrades that cornerback room. I thought Carlton Davis was overrated. He's a good press corner, but he is very handsy and drew a lot of penalties. I think DJ Reed is like a legit cover corner, and he can do anything you need to, and he doesn't need to cheat in order to cover a player. So I think that's a huge get by the Lions, and really really fascinating. So big deal for him. Let me retweet that. Where'd that go? There it is. This has been reported by multiple people. A couple other deals. I'm not gonna. I will probably not keep up with all of these, but let me get the Carlton Davis one here as well, because that's related. Carlton Davis. Where'd it go? He signed with the Patriots, by the way, in case you didn't know. I could just search for it. What did he do here? Carlton Davis. He signs a 3-year, $60 million deal with $34.5 million guaranteed. Wow. Okay, so let's compare these side by side. Carlton Davis, cornerback, Patriots is who signed him, and it was 3 years, $60 million, $34.5 million guaranteed. So come on. So he gets more money than DJ Reed, and I think DJ Reed's a better player. Like, I think he's pretty clearly a better player. So I think Detroit did well there. And that's a big get. Let's see. I was just listening. So let me just finish so I just don't believe the Trevor Lawrence thing. If it is real, I just don't think it's going to happen. So like, I don't think it's worth a lot of thought. I could try to fill airtime by talking about it. I will tell you, I've looked at Trevor Lawrence in the past before he signed his extension, which is a massive number. And Geno Smith was a better quarterback in pretty much every metric. Like, it wasn't really that close. Like, Geno Smith was the better player. The only thing that Trevor Lawrence had going for him was that he was younger. And so, like, figuring out, like, you probably have to give up a boatload just to trade for Trevor Lawrence. And then you'd have to, pay that contract. And I'm like, what? I just don't see it making sense for either side. I think Sam Darnold makes more sense. So Ian Rappaport is reporting, he just said that everyone thinks Sam Darnold is going to the Seahawks, but it's definitely not done. I would be surprised if it doesn't get done, though. Okay, so let me read that again. Ian Rappaport has just said, everyone thinks Sam Darnold is going to the Seahawks, but it's definitely not done. I would be surprised if it doesn't get done. So it's heading there. They're probably figuring out the number. I also heard additional reports that it's seeming more and more likely that Aaron Rodgers is heading to Pittsburgh. It's seeming more and more likely that Justin Fields is heading to the Jets. And if that's all how it plays out, good. I can handle that. Another name that we have not talked enough about, that if the Seahawks miss out on Will Fries, and let's say they don't get Mekhi Becton. We've mentioned him before, but maybe not as much recently because we've talked about it every other offseason. He doesn't come. Kevin Zeitler's out there. He's obviously, he's very good. He's much older. You're going to maybe only have him for a year, but he certainly would be a guy that would be a leader in the room as soon as you inserted him. And I just wonder a little bit if the Seahawks are looking at making 2 signings on the offensive line. Remember, there's a couple things going on here. Like George Fant was let go. They do not have a viable swing tackle right now. Their tackle depth behind, I'm kind of going in different directions here. Their tackle depth behind Abe Lucas and Charles Cross is Mike Jarrell. Like, that's their only tackle. So I think that the likelihood is the Seahawks are going to have to dip into the free agent market for a veteran tackle. And so that's one part of this. The other part is I think they have the room. They could try to get multiple guards. And so some names to keep in mind on the tackle market before I go back to the guard market. Tyron Smith. I don't think it's likely. He probably still wants to start, but he's out there. I believe he's still out there. Morgan Moses is looking like he's maybe headed to New England. I don't know if that's confirmed yet. I don't know. Did Jedrick Willis sign? Let me just double check this. My goodness. All right. Jedrick Willis. I don't know if Jedrick Willis signed. I don't think he did. So yeah, basically the fact that I'm seeing some evaluation that Jedrick Willis played for the Browns, and people are saying that cover the Browns that Jalen Moore's signing of a 2-year, $30 million with the Chiefs just makes it pretty likely that Willis will probably go somewhere else as well. All right. But other, like Trent Brown, I don't think is an option. DJ Humphries, maybe. I think a name to watch at the tackle position as a swing tackle is Kelvin Beachum. Kelvin Beachum played for the Cardinals last year. He ended up having to start a number of games when their starter was lost. Jonah Williams? Their big free agent signing was out. I think Beachum would be a really good ad. He's a vet. He's an older dude, but a very serviceable tackle. He's 35 years old, so he's definitely older, but he played at a pretty high level last year. So I wouldn't be shocked if he's a guy that you look at. And I think there's definitely some options in the draft. Like, I love the swing tackle options in the draft. But it would just be surprising to me if they don't bring in at least a veteran in the tackle spot to help there. So I think like DJ Humphries, maybe Joe Notaboom, maybe Kelvin Beachum. Those are some names. Jermaine Ifedi's out there. I hope that's not the name. But, there's a few options potentially at the tackle spot. Now, as we swing back to guard, if you don't get, let's say you get Will Fries. Let's be optimistic for a second. You get your number one target. You get Will Fries. Some other names out there. Tevin Jenkins is still out there. Tevin Jenkins is, by all accounts, a pretty good player. His issue is that he's injured a lot. So Tevin Jenkins becomes an option for sure. Kevin Zeitler's out there. He's older, but he's out there. James Daniels is a guy for Pittsburgh that was having a pretty good year before he got injured. We talked about Mekhi Becton. Brandon Scherf is another name to keep an eye on. Do you add Will Fries and Brandon Scherf? To your mix. These are older. Scherf's older. Fries is younger. Do you get Fries and Zeitler? Do you do something like that to really add? I will say, you have to keep open the possibility that Laken Tomlinson is, your backup vet that you add in addition to Will Fries. But I think it's not outlandish that they could add multiple guards in free agency. I mean, I just listed a number that I think are viable. You got Patrick McCarry, Aaron Banks, Will Hernandez. I don't think is a good fit for this. Dalton Risner could be on that list. Evan Brown re-signed with the Cardinals. I think that was a good re-signing. But that's a pretty decent list of where you could get a couple of guys, and I think that it would make some sense for the Seahawks to do that. The other thing I wanted to look at is, all right, everybody lauded the free agent work of the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, Zach Bond, Eagles 2024. So I want to try to find the time when Zach Bond signed his first deal. So custom range, we're going to go all the way back to last year in March, and we're going to go all the way to April. Okay, so March 15th. March 15th is when Zach Bond signed with the Eagles. That's not day one of when free agency started. NFL league year start 2024. No. Anyway, I'm assuming it has a pretty similar time frame when the league year started. So Zach Bond, he signed, I think, like 5 days after. So this is like this was not a first wave of free agency signing, and he turned into an All-Pro. When did Mekhi Becton sign with the Eagles? Mekhi Becton signed with the Eagles April 29th. April 29th. Guys, that's the point I'm making here is all the focus is going to be these first few days and these big names. But the guys that were the big additions for the Eagles last year in free agency were not first wave guys. And so some of the names I just mentioned in terms of guards that are available on this class that won't be signed today, probably won't be signed tomorrow, those might be the bigger signings. So they might happen at the end of this week. They might happen next week. And some of them might like linger. They might linger even longer. I mean, for the Seahawks, keep in mind, Connor Williams signed in August. Now, I think that was a pretty rare situation for him, but I do think that there are often some of your best signings. I think Rayshon Jenkins was a great signing for the Seahawks last year, late. But it's all got to start with one guy that you feel really good about. And the Seahawks have enough money that they should go and get the guy that they really want. And all signs point to Will Fries being the guy that they really want. So go get him. Go get him. Go get him. Prove to yourself, prove to your locker room, prove to your future quarterback, prove to your fan base that you're going to take this seriously. And then don't stop. Add to it. And as I kind of look at the free agent board in general, if I look at the free agent board in general, like, I'll tell you some other names to kind of keep an eye out for. We have not heard yet about, Talanoa Hufanga is a guy that looks like he's going to Denver, or at least that's the initial sign. Do they go after any of the cornerbacks? I don't think so. But they could. Maybe they go after Asante Samuel Jr., who's been a pretty good corner, and they add him to what they've already got. I don't think they need to, but they could. Do they go after a receiver? Is Darius Slayton on their list? I kind of hope not if he's going to be expensive, but I think receivers would be surprising. I think Cooper Kupp feels like a good fit for what they're doing and with the fan base and where they are. I think we could hear a receiver's name for sure. I wonder about edge rushers. Like, I don't think they'll go after Khalil Mack, but maybe. I don't think they'll go after Chase Young, but he had a better year last year than he'd had for a little while. Maybe. I don't think they'll go after safeties, but Justin Reed. Did Justin Reed resign? I don't think he did he? Justin Reed. Nope, doesn't look like he's resigned. Harrison Smith, I don't think they go that old. DeMarcus Lawrence, this is a name I threw out today. Adam Dirty recruited Jonathan Hankins up to Seattle last year. Does he do it a second year in a row with another Dallas defensive lineman in DeMarcus Lawrence, who's, again, older, less of an elite pass rusher at this age, but a elite edge setter in the run game? Is that somebody that they look to add to the group? And do they prefer DeMarcus Lawrence to Uchenna Nwosu or not? Don't know. So that's a name I'm kind of curious about. Other names. I don't think Matthew Judon makes a bunch of sense. I think Dennis Gardeck is an interesting name from an edge perspective. Not sure where he'll end up. Aaron Banks is a guard that I haven't mentioned. I don't think that highly of him, but some people might. Poona Ford, who excelled as a nose tackle last year for the Chargers. I think that's exactly the kind of guy they should be looking at. Young enough that if you're adding him to the mix, he can play for years with Byron Murphy and be a good fit and fill that role really well. Obviously familiar with Seattle. I think Poona Ford would make a lot of sense to bring back. I'm going to have to start muting some certain accounts. They're just worthless. Let me do that actually. And I'll get back to my thing. It's driving me crazy. All right. Exclude. I'm going to exclude some people. And I'm not going to say the name out loud because that's just rude. But my goodness. There are some Seahawks related accounts that are hard to. What? Why didn't that work? They're hard to listen to. Well, it doesn't want to do it for me. That's a shame. Maybe Twitter's still not working properly. Yeah, whatever. All right, so getting back to it, I think Poona Ford would be a great add. Jeremy Chin is kind of an interesting safety. I don't think that that's the perfect thing. Elijah Molden has some options. Looking through the rest of this list. Not going to be Tyrell Dodson. Joshua Uche, edge rusher, is kind of interesting. Who else? I don't think they're going to bring back Darrell Taylor. I don't think they're going to bring back Devin Bush. Yeah, I mean, Marcus Davenport actually already re-signed, so that's not one. I like Roy Lopez a lot. That's a possibility. But let me take this moment, since we have a little bit of a quiet period. Let me get through some super chats, because I know there's a few that have been piling up here. All right. So Matthew McManus says, hopefully you're still on, Matthew. It's been a while since you posted this. Brian, early on you talked a lot about a guard from Pittsburgh that was hurt last year. Are you still interested in him? That is James Daniels. So yeah, James Daniels, I'll catch you guys up on James Daniels. So I think he's I think he's a talented player. He's only 27 years old, and kind of like Will Fries, he had a bit of a breakout year last year, and then he got hurt. So he's coming off an injury. I think Fries played 280 snaps last year. James Daniels played 209 snaps last year. Now, Daniels is a bigger guy, 6'4", 327. Fries is like 305. But James Daniels is a pretty good run blocker. And so if I look at zone blocking run blockers from last year, and let me make sure he's going to be on this list. Let me get it down to like 50. All right. James Daniels, where does he show up as a zone blocker? Oh my gosh. I should have looked up top. James Daniels was the number 1 graded zone blocker last year, at least with 100 snaps. So he had a 93.2 grade in zone blocking. Will Fries had a 91.2 grade. Chris Lindstrom, I think he's an all-pro, had a 92.8. Now, Chris Lindstrom also had a 92.7 gap scheme run blocking grade. Will Fries was at 64.9. James Daniels at 70.6. So yeah, I mean, James Daniels in 4 games last year looked every bit as good as Will Fries. So I think he's still definitely an option. I saw a little bit more. His pass blocking was a little concerning to me, but frankly, so is Fries. So I think Daniels is definitely on the list of guys. I think Nick Herbig, his teammate, is on the list of guys that are worth monitoring for sure. So yeah, good reminder about James Daniels. Bryce Coots is given 20 more memberships, man. Love it, Bryce. Thank you so much. Dr. Cluck says, Will Fries and Mekhi Becton, please. I don't think you're going to get both. I don't think that's going to happen, but we will find out. British Hawk Fan 12 has been a member for 3 months, which is awesome. Says, thanks for your work. PSA, it takes 2 to tango. So I think the service announcement there again is on Drew Dalman. People are going to want to hammer John. And I think that's fine. Like, hammer whoever you want. But there is a very real possibility that Drew Dalman didn't want to come here. And you just gotta realize that that's not always going to be the case. That you get guys you want. Remy Marit, he has become a member. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the channel, Remy. Love it. Saucy Sus Squatch says, regardless of the QB, I'm now forced to say that yes, I would like Fries with that. Yes. Yes, I think that's true. Well said, Saucy. Droidian says, what do you think the Bills-Ravens, why do you think the Bills-Ravens wouldn't give up their second and third or equivalent for DK? Because DK's new contract, given how they have expensive QBs. So, I mean, the Bills are an interesting one because they made a big move for receiver years ago. It was like, is Stephon Diggs going to be the guy that gets them over the hump? And the answer was no, he's not. So does it make sense for them to go get another big-time receiver? I don't think it does. I think they've kind of made a decision to go a different direction. They've invested more in the run game, more in the offensive line, and I think that's worked well for them, although it hasn't gotten them any farther. As far as the Ravens, they have a lot of salary cap challenges. They've obviously paid Lamar Jackson. They've paid Derrick Henry. They've paid Marlon Humphrey. They've got like some big salaried guys on that team. Adding another would be tough. I think they could have done it, but it would have taken some maneuvering. And that's just not generally the way the Ravens work. I think it would have made some sense, honestly. I really do. And I bet they had conversations about it. But I think they're an organization that returns to the draft, returns to being secondary free agent kind of team. They're not going to be the team that goes out and makes a huge splash like that. Yeah, I guess people are saying that Twitter's out again. Yikes. All right. That's too bad. Let me keep going on this. All right. Next one here. Rob Hinson's been a member for 3 months. Watching Brian Spirit die over fries is so 2025. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge Will Fries guy. I do think that he's a logical option for them. I want to look up. I had started to look up his RAS, his relative athletic score. I wonder if he even has one listed. Let me see. He does. Ooh. Pardon me. Maybe I was not familiar with your athletic ability, Mr. Will Fries out of Penn State. Will Fries had a 91, 91, 91st percentile RAS score. 10.25-inch hands, almost 33-inch arms, which isn't great, but not terrible. 6'6", which is good. 309 at the combine, with 24 reps on the bench. Those are both like 55th percentile things. His explosion grades, 31-inch vert and 9-foot broad, were over 90th percentile. In fact, his broad was 98th percentile. His 40-yard dash, not good. 43rd percentile, but his 10-yard split, 73rd percentile. So not terrible. And then his agility, this is where he's really good. His shuttle score was 94th percentile. His 3-cone was 74th percentile. So that's pretty good. That's a pretty good RAS score. And I'm curious if Mock Draftable had any comparables to Will Fries. And then I'm going to look up our other friend, James Daniels, that we were just talking about. Will Fries, so his comparables, Dalton Risner, Talisi Fuaga, that's interesting. Have some similar comparisons. If we go to overall offensive line, yeah, no one else that's that appealing. Let me take a look at James Daniels, see if he's in this list. James Daniels, let's look at interior offensive line. He has some stuff that's similar to Isaac Siamulo, John Sullivan, decent player for a while, Ryan Kelly. It's interesting. And it looks like James Daniels, I'm going to check this out. James Daniels. Okay, guard. It looks like maybe he has some center in his background as well, which is kind of interesting. So James Daniels, 85th percentile athlete. Smaller hands, but longer arms, almost 34-inch arms. Size, at least at this point, wasn't good. Had really good explosion grades and elite agility. His agility grades blow even Fries out of the water. So, yeah, they're interesting. Interesting guys. All right, let's keep going on the super chats here. And what was the next one here? All right. Calvin Dickerson. I believe that Sam Howell could possibly be the starter. He's still on a rookie contract. Hopefully they draft some O-linemen. Well, yeah. Hopefully they draft some O-linemen. I think it's possible that he could be your starter. I think it's possible. I think it's very unlikely. He'd have to make a huge jump. And I don't think the Seahawks are betting on Sam Howell being their starter. So he's going to have to really step it up if he wants to be truly considered a starter for this job. And, assuming the team's going to spend a hefty amount on Sam Darnold, I don't think there's almost any chance that he's going to be able to overcome that, at least in year one. Scott Wallace, what are your thoughts on Josh Myers from Green Bay? Well, pretty lukewarm, to be honest. Let me do this. I'll look at centers last year and zone blocking. Best zone blocker at center in the NFL, Eric McCoy. Saints center, played for Clint Kubiak and under John Benton. Everybody said Milton Williams was going to the Panthers. Guess what? Not true. Milton Williams goes to the Patriots, as I expected him to go. Reported by Ian Rappaport, $26 million per year, but it does not say what the deal's for. $26 million per year. So keep in mind, Leonard Williams makes $21.5 million per year. Milton Williams, 26. That is massive. So the Patriots do get the biggest free agent. That's what I thought was going to happen. After a lot of people reported he was going to the Panthers. So not true. All right. So let me get back to Josh Myers. When we get the numbers, I will share the specifics on that deal. But all right, getting back to it. Run blocking centers. Creed Humphrey was number 2. Frank Regnow, Tyler Linderbaum, Joe Tippmann, and Drew Dalman. And if we look down, where is Myers? Guys. Josh Myers, out of 49 centers that qualified, he ranks dead last. 49 out of 49 in zone blocking, a 50.8 grade. I thought I had looked this up before. I think this is part of why I kind of came off of him. By the way, Ryan Kelly, he ranks 39th out of 49 with a 57.8 zone blocking grade. So I'm not sure either of those guys are a great fit for what you're doing here. Personally, like Olu, he ranked 25th. He had a 64.5 grade for zone blocking. I think I'd rather Olu than those guys, to be honest. Or Jalen Sundell, who I think is a really interesting athlete. So I'm not a just sign guys to sign guy person, but I'm more interested in the guards available than the centers that are left over. And Kelly's also just he's pretty old. I think he's 34 or something like that. So yeah, Josh Myers, not a guy I'm super high on. All right, next, Jonathan King says, Kenneth Walker is the best weapon for the offense. I think you're right. I think he is, and I think that this offense, this coaching staff, the scheme in general is going to accentuate him in a way that he just hasn't been yet. He's also got to stay healthy, which he has had trouble doing. But yeah, I agree. My gosh, I still can't get the numbers on the Milton Williams deal. All right. So yeah, agree with you, Jonathan, on that. Remy Moritz becomes a new member. Love it, Remy. Welcome to the crew. Major Hawks coverage. Brian, it's spelled Bredesen. Okay. All right. I will update Mr. Bredesen. Thank you for that update. And thank you for paying money to correct my typo. That is awesome. I appreciate that. All right. Next, Conmero says, hi, Brian. Do you expect any news involving the Seahawks to break today? Will Fries. Well, I do. I do expect some news to break today. I think that it might It might be a while. Like I think we're still waiting to see when that'll happen. But generally, I think the Seahawks would rather not make announcements on day one of free agency. Like I think that's my general feel for the Seahawks. We'll see it. Like if Will Fries is a guy that can come to a decision today, then I think that would be the name. Sam Darnold, I wouldn't be surprised if this plays out a little bit longer. This like kind of QB musical chairs thing going on with the Steelers and the Giants and the Jets and the Seahawks. All that still has to play out. So who's going to blink first? Don't know. But I think the Seahawks, they need that signing. They really do. And if they don't get it, I think it could get ugly. I'm not going to update this because I don't know. I don't care that much. But Trevin Mooring, the safety, goes from the Raiders to the Panthers. 3-year deal worth $51 million, $60 million in max value. And I'm just seeing these things. This is so typical what happens in these free agency things. Like I see Jonathan Jones, who does a good job. He says a huge day for the Patriots, where they signed Milton Williams, Carlton Davis, Morgan Moses, and Robert Spillane. Well, yeah, because they're awful and they have a lot of cap space. And you don't want to be the team that's adding the most players on day one of free agency. That is not a good sign. And that doesn't necessarily help. Some of those guys are interesting, though. Like Milton Williams, classic case of a guy who's really good when you have someone else, but I'm not sure he's that great on his own. But I mean, he had some outlier pass rushing numbers last year. So yeah, I mean, I like some of these signings for them, but I don't think this is like a great day for the Patriots necessarily. Jeremy Fowler. He's just responding by, nah, that doesn't matter. Anyway, all right. So Mike Vrabel certainly making his, kind of trying to remake his team as he walks in there. All right, so the next one here, A Browns 47 with a wonderfully generous super chat. So nice of you, man. It says, thanks for the coverage. Great to have on in the background while working. Well, you know, it would be more fun to have on the background if we had something to talk about, right? Like, let's get some Seahawks news in here and let's start knocking off some of these issues. Okay, so wait a second. Sorry, I'm going to keep coming back. All right, so Jerry Dulac, the guy that originally reported about this, that Aaron Rodgers was, whatever, that Aaron Rodgers was going to the Steelers, had published an article. And let me read to you guys what I'm seeing here. This is in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. The Steelers are in discussions with four-time NFL MVP and future Hall of Fame quarterback Aaron Rodgers, multiple sources have told the Post-Gazette. If he were to agree to a deal, it would be the second blockbuster move in as many days for the Steelers, who traded for two-time Pro Bowl receiver DK Metcalf on Sunday. I gotta say, even just reading two-time Pro Bowler, how underachieving is that for DK Metcalf? With as talented as that guy is to be a two-time Pro Bowler. Man, anyway, the Steelers decided to enter discussion with Rodgers and Sam Darnold when it became apparent Justin Fields wanted to test his value in the free agent market. The Steelers do not appear interested in re-signing Russell Wilson, but that could change pending the outcome of other potential deals. Rodgers is the league's 7th all-time leading passer. He'll be 42 in December. He's also a big diva and like an absolute trash teammate, but whatever. They don't say that. That's me. He leads all quarterback, blah, 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 blah. So that's the update. I'll read this to you again. Steelers are in discussion to sign Aaron Rodgers, multiple sources have told the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. The Steelers have been entering discussions with Rodgers and Sam Darnold when it became apparent Justin Fields wanted to test his value on the free agent market. The Steelers do not appear interested in re-signing Russell Wilson, but that could change pending the outcome of other deals. So, the way that that's worded and hierarchically written, they're trying to sign Rodgers. If they sign Rodgers, I think that's what they'll do. They are in contact with Sam Darnold, but it doesn't appear to be their first choice. And if they're able to sign Aaron Rodgers, one, thank God, we can avoid the hell on wheels it would have been to have him here in Seattle. And two, that will leave Sam Darnold without other suitors. So, yeah, I think, right now, root for the Aaron Rodgers news to really jump out and see if, big news. Not great. The Rams are signing nose tackle Poona Ford to a 3-year deal worth up to $29.6 million. Breaking from Tom Pelissero. Big ad for the Rams means Bobby Brown is moving on. Bobby Brown III is a guy I really like as a nose tackle. Apparently the Rams like Poona Ford better. So let's add this definitely to the list. We're going to add Poona Ford. Nose tackle goes to the Rams. So the first big NFC West news, I would say, 3-year deal worth up to $29.6 million. I'm going to show that, and then we're going to get rid of some of these other ones. Don't really care about the Jags signings. I don't really care about BJ Hill. I think we can get rid of Hassan Reddick. Let's thin this out a little bit more. We're going to get rid of Dan Moore. Okay, let's thin this out a bit. So a big deal for the Rams. And the Rams continue to do things that I want to do. I like Jared Verse. They like Jared Verse. I mean, I like Byron Murphy. They like Byron Murphy. The only thing I would say, I did not love Braden Fisk. They did. So there you go. 4-year deal for Milton Williams. So sorry, I'm just jumping all over the place here. 4-year deal for Milton Williams. If it averages $26 million per year, just doing the quick math here, $104 million. Whew. We'll double check that and see if that comes out, but that seems to be the number. $26 million per year. That's a lot of money. I think he's probably gonna get some of the biggest money in free agency. I think Darnold might actually get the biggest money in free agency, but we'll keep an eye on it. Let me update this scroller here. Poona Ford signs with Rams for 3 years. 29.6. That's a lot of money for a nose tackle, guys. So, yeah, I don't think it would have made sense for the Seahawks to sign him at that number. I think Bobby Brown becomes a really interesting option for the Seahawks. 17 million guaranteed, by the way. Whoop, whoop, whoop. The Seahawks have signed Sam Darnold. The Seahawks have signed Sam Darnold. 3 years. 3 years. $100 million. $110 million. We're getting different information from different places. Let's see what we can get here. All right. This is good news, folks. I'm seeing from Mike Garofalo, 3 years, $100 million. But Adam Schefter is saying it's 3 years, $110 million, including $55 million guaranteed. So we're getting different reports about how much. Tom Pelissaro says it's close to $100 million. So only Adam Schefter has it as 110. I'm going to retweet this for a sec. Both Tom Pelissaro and Mike Garofalo or Garofalo are reporting 100 million. So we have to find out the real number, but the Seahawks have a new QB. All right. How do you feel, folks? How do you feel? Let me update the scroller here because obviously we do have Seahawks news. Sam Darnold is a Seahawk. 3 years. Let's call it. Let's be optimistic for now. $100 million. There we go. Don't you feel better? I feel better. I feel better. I think this is a huge domino to drop for the Seahawks, and they do it on day one of free agency. This could have dragged on. We could have been sweating this out for days. Again, I'm seeing multiple places with different numbers, but we'll figure that out later. Let's get this on the big board for sure. Gonna get Sam Darnold, QB, QB, Seahawks, 3 years, we're going to call it 100 million. Definitely going to show this, and then we're going to do this. Let's get a nice big green fill color there. And let's center these guys. All right. So now back to Seahawks have a new starting quarterback, Sam Darnold. And we're going to talk a little bit about what this looks like for the Seahawks, but this is a big get. This is a big get because I think John Schneider's credibility was on the line. I really do. If you had moved on from Geno Smith and then you had not signed Sam Darnold, I think you were just, there's a massive gulf between him and the other guys that you could have been bringing in here. I think you signed Justin Fields. Talk about a flyer. It is a hope and a prayer that you can be a really good team with Justin Fields. He's younger. He's mobile. He can run. All that stuff's great. Cannot throw the ball very well. Aaron Rodgers would have torn this fan base apart. I think he's exactly the wrong kind of personality to add to a young locker room. That's not who you want shaping your culture. Go on and on and on. But now you get Sam Darnold, who had 2 really bad games to end last season. But outside of that, Sam Darnold was arguably the best quarterback in the NFC for a lot of last year. And his team won 14 games. You know how many times the Seahawks have won 14 games? 0. They've never done that. Now, granted, there's a lot extra game now, but still, like, 14 wins is a lot of wins. Not only that, but in the toughest division in the NFL last year, one of the toughest divisions in the history of the NFL. The NFC North in 2024 was a buzzsaw. So to go 14-3 in that division while playing the NFC West, which is not the easiest division. It's not like it wasn't fantastic last year, but the NFC West is not like the NFC South or something. Like, it's good. To go 14-3 says a lot. And I'll tell you what I said last night when I was talking with the fellas. Here is my pitch to you. Here is my pitch to you as a Seahawks fan. There is nobody who was saying at this time last year, or actually later in the year, when J.J. McCarthy went down in Minnesota, that team was going to be any good. Even before he went down, nobody expected the Vikings to be any good. This was a rebuilding year, right? Rebuilding year for the Minnesota Vikings. All right, hold on. I'm going to get back to my pitch in a second. Full terms are out. Ian Rappaport, 3 years, $100.5 million, $55 million guaranteed, $37.5 million in year one. Good. Those are good numbers. Let's break this down. So $100.5 million. That's so weird. Like, can you imagine, like, it's like that Eddie Murphy skit. Like, I want 100 and give me the 0.5 million. Like what is that? So 55 million guaranteed. That's the important number. So 55 million guaranteed. Guys, like, what did I tell you at the beginning of the show in terms of how I look at this? You look at the guaranteed money divided by the number of years minus 1. So 3-year deal, cut it down to 2, divide it by the guarantees, or divide the guarantees by the number of years. 55 million divided by 2 is $27.5 million. That is what $27.5 million a year is what I see as this deal. Like, that's how I read $27.5 million per year, essentially, for that deal. Now, if you want to do it like the way other people will say, 100 million divided by 3, 33.5 million per year. That's still not bad. And it's certainly a lot less than 40 to 45 million. There were reports that he could be getting 42.5 million per year. That's what Joel Corey, the agent, expected his number to be. So I think this is an excellent deal for the Seahawks. Excellent deal. You're talking about a guy. Let's go through his numbers. I want to go uninterrupted through my pitch again in a second, but let's bring up, I've got these numbers all over the place. I got to pull them open so we can go back to this. All right. I'm going to pull them over here. Because I want to make the case. I want to make the case for Mr. Sam Darnold, your new Seahawks starting quarterback. So I'm going to do some things that may or may not make sense to face value, but I'm just going to give you some numbers. And then you can decide how you feel about them, all right? So let's start with just the raw numbers, okay? Sam Darnold last year threw for 4,319 yards. Compare that to Geno Smith, who threw for 4,320 yards. So they were literally 1 yard apart in terms of passing yards last year. Okay. Now, Geno Smith played in, well, he did play in every game, I guess. So, yes. He averaged 7.9 yards per throw. Geno Smith, 7.5. So Sam Darnold, a little bit more explosive. But here's where the separation comes up. Sam Darnold had 35 touchdowns last year. Geno Smith had 21. And keep in mind, Geno Smith needed 4 touchdowns in the final game against the Rams, who were playing their backups for much of that game, to reach 21. So he entered the final game of the season with 17 touchdowns. Again, Sam Darnold had 35. Interceptions, Sam Darnold had 12. Geno Smith had 15. 12's not a great number, to be honest. Sam Darnold is going to throw some interceptions, but it's lower than 15. His passer rating, 102.5. Geno Smith, 93.2. His QBR, which is a ESPN stat, and it takes into account running and time when you make plays and a bunch of other kind of proprietary things. His QBR was 60.4. Geno Smith's was 53.8. I'll say in Geno Smith's best year, he had a QBR of 62.8. That was 2022. 62.8. Sam Darnold had 60.4 last year. So, I saw a number from Kevin Seifert that says Sam Darnold is only the second NFL QB in the modern era to change teams this season after throwing 30 or more touchdown passes. It's a very rare circumstance. So continuing the comparison here, just so you have some of these numbers. Where Geno, I think, has Sam Darnold completed 66% of his passes. Over the course of his career, he's a 61% completion passer. Geno Smith completed 70.4% of his passes last year. His career is a 65% passer. So Geno Smith is one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the NFL. Sam Darnold's not. One of the most important numbers that you'll hear a lot is Geno Smith is 34 and will be turning 35 in October. Sam Darnold's 27. He will be turning 28 in June. So that's a huge, huge difference. I think another thing to keep in mind, Sam Darnold is pretty mobile. Now, he had less rushing yards than Geno Smith last year. He had 212 rushing yards. Geno Smith had 272. But Sam Darnold can move around, and he has the ability to get out on the edge. He has the ability to absolutely do, bootlegs and things of that nature. And this is a guy that was formerly a 3rd overall pick in 2018. He was a top 3 pick. And one of the fascinating things here, what did the Seahawks just see? They saw a former Jets high draft pick. Geno Smith was a 2nd round pick, I think in 2013, who didn't work out the first few years. They got him out of with the Jets. He went to the Giants, knocked out of there, and then he was a backup and went to the Chargers and then was a backup for the Seahawks and then became a starter, and just his career blossomed, right? Like, we just saw that, and it was like, we'll never see that again. That is a very unusual career trajectory. Well, Sam Darnold started with the Jets, top pick, became a starter, struggled, was not great. And the Jets moved on after 3 years. He went to Carolina. He was a starter there. Didn't do great there. Threw 9 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. Then he goes to San Francisco as a backup. Kyle Shanahan wanted him, and they used him as a backup. That is where Clint Kubiak spent a year with him. We'll get into the coaching connections in a second. And so he had this year, this starter, high draft pick starter in New York, tried to start in another team. That didn't work. Backup. Came to Minnesota as a backup. Injury, starter, career year. So Sam Darnold's coming off the year that Geno Smith had in 2022. What did we learn about Geno Smith after that? Well, he didn't replicate that year the next 2 years. So I don't think you should assume that Sam Darnold's going to come in here and throw for 35 touchdowns. That's not the expectation. The expectation should be, can he be a guy that allows your offense to operate properly, to make some explosive passes in big moments, and maybe you get 20 to 25 touchdown passes. Like, that would be ideal. Like, I mean, ideal would be more than that. But I think if you're getting 20 to 25 touchdown passes out of Sam Darnold, I think that's a perfectly reasonable production. And this isn't it. They're not going to stop at Sam Darnold. They're going to draft a young quarterback as well. But the benefit of getting Sam Darnold is you really don't have to reach at 18. You can sit back, unless there's somebody that you just absolutely have conviction about, sit back, let him fall to you, get him in the second round, you know? So, news coming in. I'll keep going on the Sam Darnold stuff in a second, but Justin Fields, that domino's fallen. Justin Fields has reached an agreement on a 2-year, $40 million deal that includes $30 million guaranteed with the Jets. Schefter doesn't actually write the Jets, but the picture shows him in a Jets uniform. So the Jets going for Justin Fields. There you go. Really interesting how people reported different numbers for the Sam Darnold thing. Let's hope that it's the 100 million and not the 110. Okay. Yes, Adam Schefter has revised his number from 110 to 100.5. So we now have verification that it's 100.5. The Steelers have signed Darius Slay, the cornerback. Interesting. He's going to Pittsburgh after being with the Eagles. I'm scrolling through to make sure I didn't miss anything huge here. You guys are probably... sorry, I just saw a Daniel Jones picture that will never not make me laugh. I'm so glad he's not our quarterback. My God. You know, I'm not some huge Sam Darnold fan, but I don't have any problem with Sam Darnold. He's fine. Like, I think he's fine. Like, I can cheer for Sam Darnold. I can believe that you can have a winning team with Sam Darnold. And now the Steelers are left between Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson. I know who DK Metcalf hopes is the name. Such a weird tweet from Jeremy Fowler. I like you, Jeremy, so don't take this. Somehow this gets back to you, but he tweets, the Broncos remain motivated to land Talanoa Hufanga on a multi-year deal. Well, okay. That's not news. Yeah. All right. Okay. I'm all caught up here, I think. Whew. So let me keep going on some of the comparisons here with Sam Darnold and Geno Smith, okay? So Sam Darnold's your new quarterback for the Seahawks. 3 years, $100.5 million, $55 million guaranteed. I think it's a really good deal. And I will say this as well. John Schneider is 3 for 3 on good deals. His deal with Jaron Reed, excellent numbers there, excellent value. His deal with Ernest Jones, I think, is one of the best deals in free agency. Talent for cost. And I think Sam Darnold at this deal is a really good price. You do not, like, Baker Mayfield had not had this kind of performance before he signed his big deal. And Sam Darnold has. And the fact that John Schneider was able to kind of hold his water and, you know, sign it to this number is really impressive. I mean, Sam Darnold was 5th in the NFL in touchdown passes last year. The only guys that had more, Joe Burrow, Baker Mayfield, Lamar Jackson, Jared Goff. Those are the only guys that had more. He was 2nd in the NFC. That would be 3rd in the NFC in touchdown passes. So, and by the way, Jared Goff had as many interceptions as he did. Baker Mayfield had 16 interceptions, where Sam Darnold had 12. QBR-wise, Baker Mayfield 61.6, Sam Darnold 60.4. So, sorry, I'm distracted by reading and talking to you guys at the same time. I'm really happy. I'm really happy that this is the way things are going. I'm going to admit, I was spooked when Aaron Rodgers was in Seattle yesterday. John Schneider's connection with him. Man, it would have been awful. It would have been such a bad thing for this team and for the city. Like, it just would have been bad. And as I said last night, this has nothing to do with his political views. Like, whatever, separate that stuff aside. The guy is toxic. He's arrogant. He's me first. He's not team first. He has over his career not been good at mentoring young quarterbacks. Like, he's refused to do that. Like, my goodness. Like, that would have been a real problem. Sorry. Gotta get situated here. So yeah, I am really happy, that they were able to do that. Let's talk about some of I'll get back to the numbers here in a second. Let's talk about some of the connections between the Seahawks coaching staff and Sam Darnold. Okay, so let me pull up. This is an article by Bob Condata. I think Bob. I'm gonna see if Bob's got this. From one of his past articles. I'll pull this up because this was great work by Bob, just kind of going back and let's see. Okay. Is this Bob? Where was it, Bob? It's where he talked about Frisman Jackson and Rick Dennison. Let's see if it's in this one. Where was that? Gosh darn it. Here, let me see if I can find it this way. Sorry, guys. It's worth the wait just to make sure we get the accurate information. I'm going to look back a couple days. All right. So previous editions, I think this was... All right, let's look at, was it in this? You guys are very patient. Sorry for doing this to you. I think it's worth the wait or else I wouldn't do it. Must have been the next day. All right, sports. Okay. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Got it. Finally. All right, so this is from Bob Condata from the Times. I think this was yesterday. So Clint Kubiak coached Sam Darnold with the 49ers in 2023 when he was the offensive passing game specialist. We know that. New Seahawks run game coordinator and senior offensive assistant Rick Dennison was the offensive line coach in 2018 with the Jets when Darnold was drafted by the Jets third overall. Seahawks receivers coach Frisman Jackson was the offensive passing game coordinator with the Panthers in 2021 when Darnold was there. And Seahawks strength and conditioning coach Ivan Lewis was also at USC for all of Darnold's career there. So again, you've got Kubiak, Rick Dennison, Frisman Jackson. I think the Ivan Lewis connection is that interesting, but I thought the rest of those connections were of interest. So, sorry, I'm seeing a couple other things showing up here. Jaron Reed's signing has been made official by the team. He says, Jaron Reed, quote, "It's been amazing for me personally, mentally, just feeling comfortable and feeling at home, being able to play in my backyard." That's what it feels like. It feels like I'm walking out of my house to my backyard to play football, play a game I love in a place that I love to do it. Play the game I love in a place I love to do it. That's who we want in Seattle. I've got goals and aspirations. I want to bring a ring back here. I've been here basically my whole career, and it's turned into home for me. I'll tell you, I won't out what Jaron Reed drives, but I will out that it is Seahawks styled. Like, he has Seahawks green. Like, that's not typical. Like, in the parking lot, not, all the cars are kind of just cars, but Jaron Reed's is custom styled to be Seahawks related. So this guy really wants to be here. He's a leader. He's Byron Murphy's mentor. Really good player. So really happy to have him back. Okay, so let me get back. Now that I got that other thing off my chest, let me get back to the kind of comparisons here with Geno Smith and with your new quarterback, Sam Darnold. So I just went through some of the, typical stats, but here's some things to get particularly interested in. Let's talk about some of the advanced stats. And this would involve me actually finding the right tab. Where'd that go? There we go. All right. So play action passing. Play action passing. Have you heard that this is a big part of Clint Kubiak's offense? If you haven't, you have now. Play action passing is a critical part of Clint Kubiak's offense. And how critical? Well, Deryck Carr last year was the second best passer in the league in play action, according to PFF. Had a 92.6 grade in play action. Who is the fifth best? He's your new quarterback, Sam Darnold. Had an 88.9 grade in play action and had 179 dropbacks in play action. He did it a lot. His dropback percentage, that was play action, was 29%, 28.8% to be exact. Deryck Carr's percentage of play action in his dropbacks, 28.7%. So almost the exact same percentage of play action in Clint Kubiak's offense as the one that Sam Darnold ran last year. And these guys were very similar in terms of their effectiveness in play action passing. What was Geno Smith last year in play action passing? He was 25th in the NFL in that number, with a 70.5 grade. Again, Sam Darnold 5th with an 88.9. Geno Smith 25th with a 70.5. Not only that, but Ryan Grubb's offense did it a lot less. 18% of Geno Smith's dropbacks were play action. So I think that's a pretty huge difference. I think it's a pretty huge difference between the way the offense was run last year and also a pretty clear fit of why Sam Darnold makes a lot of sense in Clint Kubiak's offense. What about screens? I haven't actually even looked at this yet. I don't know how Sam Darnold is at throwing screens, but as a matter of fact, Sam Darnold and Geno Smith are pretty similar. Sam Darnold was the third best graded quarterback in the NFL on screen passes. Geno Smith was the fourth highest graded quarterback in screen passes. And for what it's worth, Sam Darnold did it 11% of his dropbacks. Geno Smith did it 12. So pretty similar in that regard as well. But he, like, as it stands, pretty good screen passer. That's good to know. Now, where things get a little bit iffy with Sam Darnold, and you got to know the good and the bad, right? No quarterback's perfect. Even Patrick Mahomes struggled in the Super Bowl this year. If you look at time to throw, this is where Sam Howell can struggle. Sorry, did I say Sam Howell? Sam Darnold. Now we got two Sams. No. All right. Well, I'll have to work that out in my head. When you do a show every day, it's hard. It does start to blend. I used to always get really critical when I was listening to sports radio and they'd misspeak and they'd say, like, God, you don't even care enough. And I'm like, now I get it. It's hard to keep it all straight in your head. All right. So Sam Darnold, who yesterday I was calling Aaron Darnold because of the Aaron Rodgers. Oh my God, too many things going on. So Sam Darnold, time to throw. He averaged, where is he? 3.08 seconds is his average time to throw. That ranked 41st out of 44 quarterbacks. Dead last, for what it's worth, won a Super Bowl last year. Jalen Hurts, 3.22. Lamar Jackson has won an MVP a couple times. He was 3.20. Justin Fields, who just signed with the Jets, 3.09. Now, the difference between Sam Darnold and those guys is Sam Darnold is not a threat to really run the way those guys run. But I mean, I'll give you some other, like CJ Stroud, who everyone loves, 3.02. Brock Purdy, maybe a little bit closer comparison to Sam Darnold in terms of agility, 3.01. Bo Nix, who a lot of people really like, 2.98. So you're not doomed if you have a high time to throw number, but it puts more pressure on your offensive line. It often means that you are trying to create in the pocket and hold on to the ball, and it can be a real problem. Like, I'll tell you, like the guys that were fastest to throw last year wasn't necessarily a good sign that they were good players. Tua Tagovailoa, 2.31. Yeah. Cooper Rush with Dallas, 2.36. Andy Dalton with the Panthers, 2.54. Kirk Cousins with the Falcons, 2.56. Joe Flacco, 2.62. Matt Stafford, 2.63. Trevor Lawrence, 2.64. Like, we haven't really, like, Stafford's the closest to a good quarterback that we've really talked about so far. So throwing it really quickly does not mean that you are good, and taking time to throw does not mean you're really bad. But it does have an impact on your offensive line. For what it's worth, Geno Smith was at 2.83 last year. That ranked 27th among quarterbacks. Again, Sam Darnold ranked 41st. But I think fine, but you're literally talking about the difference between 2.83 and 3.08. It matters. It's like a quarter of a second. So it matters. It's a meaningful number, but it's not like the difference between number one and number one, Tua Tagovailoa is 2.3. You're basically talking about a second difference between him and the guys at the bottom. So this is an issue, though. It is an issue. And if you look at the percentage of dropbacks where a quarterback threw in less than 2.5, then what we get is Sam Darnold, dead last. Dead last. 30% of his passes last year, actually 31% of his passes last year were under 2.5 seconds. That's rough. I mean, Geno Smith, as a comparison, 45%. So that's a big deal. That is a big deal. And that is something that the coaching staff's going to have to work closely with him on. They're going to have to, he was a disaster in the playoff game against the Rams. He held onto the ball forever. He's going to see the Rams. He's going to see the Rams a lot now. And they have a very good pass rush. He has to know that that's got to change. So he's going to be open to coaching. And one of the other things is he chose to come here. Like, there were other places he could go. There were other options for him. He wanted to come here. I think that matters. He comes in here and he wants to prove that last year was not an aberration. He wants to prove that the last game or the last 2 games he played were not who he is as a quarterback. So you've got a guy that's going to be very motivated, very aligned with the coaching staff. And he's going to come in here and just work his ass off. I think that's something you got to be excited about. So I think this is the biggest issue with Sam Darnold, is how long he holds on to the ball. But let me look at another number. I'm going to see if I can find a way to pull this up. Let's look at explosive passing. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up passing depth, okay? This doesn't give us everything I want to know, but as a deep passer, this is interesting. This is interesting. So adjusted percentage. Let me make sure I got, that's not what I want to do. Adjusted percentage. Okay, adjusted completion percentage is the percentage of aimed passes thrown on target. So Sam Darnold had the highest adjusted completion percentage on deep passes of any quarterback in the NFL last year. 54.4%. This guy, we saw it in action against the Seahawks. You know, like, that is his throw to Justin Jefferson to win that game was gorgeous. I mean, it was gorgeous. And Mike McDonald said at the end, like, he just made a better throw than we could defend. So you know Mike McDonald has seen it. But who was number 2? Russell Wilson, right? Like, Russell Wilson, we all know, the moon ball, like the best deep thrower we felt like we've ever seen. Sam Darnold had a better deep ball percentage than Russell Wilson last year. Geno Smith is known for being one of the best deep ball passers. He was number 8 in the NFL last year. So Sam Darnold is an elite deep ball thrower. Now, you got to get him some guys that can catch those deep balls. I like JSN can, but that's not his biggest part of his game. You got to get some speed. You have to get some speed. Rashid Shaheed, who is a receiver for the Saints, was huge in the Clint Kubiak offense. You got to get a burner in there. You really do. And there's some guys in the draft, Jalen Noel, like there's some other options, but I think Jack Besh is a guy, he's not a speedster, but he's a great contested catcher and a great high pointer of the football. So you got to add to the receiver core now that you know that Sam Darnold is your quarterback and he's a deep ball thrower. He's great at it. In fact, if we look at, where does he fit here? If I look at turnover-worthy throws, he does throw a little bit more. He's a little bit more turnover-worthy throw oriented on those deep balls than some other guys. Interestingly, though, Matt Stafford, Patrick Mahomes, Drake May, Brock Purdy, Kyler Murray, Trevor Lawrence, all are worse than him in that regard. In terms of the percentage of turnover, he's basically the same as C.J. Stroud. in terms of turnover-worthy play rate on deep passes. How many touchdowns did he throw last year? 10 touchdowns on deep balls. Tied for the league lead with Justin Herbert. So he's an explosive passer. Part of what you usually get with guys that hold onto the ball, if they're good, is you get explosive passes to make it kind of worth the risk, you know? I'm sorry, I'm just checking out a couple things here as we go through. All right. So intermediate. How does he do on intermediate throws? Well, intermediate throws, Sam Darnold, not great. 23rd in the NFL. He's basically the same as Geno Smith, who was 21st. So Geno's adjusted completion rate was 62.6. Sam Darnold's was 61.1. The best intermediate throwers in the NFL, Tyler Huntley, Jaden Daniels, excellent at this. Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson, Derek Carr. So that's something that's going to be interesting. Like, can they find the intermediate game? That is a pretty big part of Clint Kubiak's offense. So intermediate, not so good. And then what about short passes? Number 3 in the NFL. Jalen Hurts was number 1. Justin Fields number 2. Sam Darnold number 3 on short passes. Joe Burrow number 4. And so what does that mean? If I look down, Geno Smith was 14th. You know, I think there's times that Geno Smith didn't always take advantage of some of those short throws. And one of the things I noticed, there's another option I'm going to look at here, behind the line of scrimmage. And I felt like Geno Smith just did not take advantage of that a number of times. As much as I love the guy, I thought that was a weak point. When I watched Sam Darnold play, he was much more likely to take advantage of those kinds of passes when they were available. So that gives you a little bit of an idea. I want to look, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to pull open explosive passes last year. All right. Going to look for 2024. We're going to look for passing plays. And we're going to look for them being longer than, let's say longer than 20 yards, okay? We'll start with 20 yards. And let's see who had the most explosive passes. Why isn't, come on. Is it not thinking I'm signed in or something? I'm already, what? Anyway, I think I think Sam Darnold had the most is what I'm trying to get at. No, that's not right. Hold on. No, stop. Sorry guys, I'm having to go and log on somewhere. Hopefully this works. All right, let's go back to what I was trying to do before, and hopefully this thing won't be annoying. One of my favorite benefits of taking on this job full time is I can justify spending the money on these advanced stat sites to be able to answer these questions. All right. Yes, Sam Darnold had the most 20-plus yard completions in the NFL last year, 62. Next closest, Jared Goff, 61. Then Baker Mayfield, 58. Lamar Jackson, 56. Brock Purdy, 56. Josh Allen, 54. Justin Herbert, 54. The number 1 in the NFL. Now he had Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison, like 100%. But let's go back 1 year. Let's go back 1 year to 2023. Because guess what? The Vikings had Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison the year before as well. Where did they rank in that list? Well, they were second. So, those players do help. They do help. But, people were already they're lining up to have Mr. Cousins sign for big numbers, even after his injury. You basically had Sam Darnold replicate what Kirk Cousins had done. And he's getting a lot less money, and he's a lot younger. Okay, we have a confirmed deal. A few things I'll catch you up on. Talanoa Hufanga has signed a 3-year deal with the Broncos. That's a good ad for them. Also, Chargers former receiver Josh Palmer has signed with the Bills. 3-year deal worth $36 million, 18 guaranteed. All right. So, whoa, wait, hold on a second. Hold on. What am I missing here? Okay. I thought I saw something, but my eyes were deceiving me. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, my eyes were deceiving me. Never mind. All right. So to recap, let me get back to, I haven't even been looking at the chat window or anything. There's probably stuff going on that I haven't seen because I'm just giving you guys all this info. Let me get back to that. Where are you guys at? All right, here you are. Someone's saying sell the team. Okay. I'm pretty happy about this. I get it. But I'd love to see, I'm going to do a poll on Twitter. I'll send the link to it in chat. I wish there was a way, there's probably a way I can do a poll in chat, but I don't know, from the system I use, how to do it. How do you feel about the Sam Darnold signing? All right. Options I'm going to give: love it, optimistic, pessimistic, hate it. All right. All right. So that poll is out. I'm kind of curious how it will perform. All right, so I'm going to copy the link. I'll put it in chat for all of you. All right. My goodness, so much happening. This is fun. NFL news galore. Josh Sweat and the Arizona Cardinals have reached a 4-year deal, $76.4 million, $41 million guaranteed. Woo. All right. We got to put this in the tracker here. All right. So let's add a couple here. Let's get rid of Ben Bredesen. Don't care right now. We'll get rid of Javon Kinlaw. Don't care. We'll get rid of Mr. Spillane. All right, so let's winnow this down, and then let's add a few. All right, so let's put them right here. Talanoa Hufanga. Safety goes to the Broncos. He gets 3 years, $45 million. Don't know. Okay, $20 million guaranteed. Okay. And then let's add another one. And let's say Josh Sweat. Edge. Cardinals. He gets 4 years. Don't see the 4-year deal as much anymore. $76.4 million. $41 million guaranteed. It's a big number. All right. So those are the two. Like, Josh Sweat's, to me, they just added someone who's similar to the two guys the Seahawks have at edge. Like, I think the guys the Seahawks have at edge are Boye Mafe and Deryck Hall. I would rather have them on their rookie deals than have that. 49ers. Let's add this too. The 49ers make a move. Kind of an interesting one. I can't say I know a lot about this guy. Luke Farrell, a tight end, signs with the 49ers. It is a 3-year deal worth up to $20.25 million with $11 million guaranteed. That's not nothing. It's a sizable deal for Luke Farrell. I'll have to look him up a little bit. I honestly don't know him that well. He played for the Jaguars. I think I watched the Jaguars less than any team in the NFL. Ugh, what a boring team. Really curious to see I mean, for the Eagles, they've now lost Milton Williams and Josh Sweat and Darius Slay. That's not nothing to lose from that defense. What else did I miss? Oh, Dallas Goedert's future with the Eagles is uncertain, with the tight end being dangled on the trade market and the team seeking a contract restructure. I didn't know that. That's interesting. I still think like guys like Diami Brown, Mac Hollins, those are guys that could make sense in Seattle. Lower priced, big receivers. All right, so I've got the early results from my poll. How do you feel about the Sam Darnold signing? We've got 1,000 votes already. And the 4 options were love it, optimistic, pessimistic, hate it. I try to keep it somewhat even to not like bias anybody. 17.5% love it. 65.5% feel optimistic. So if you combine those two, the vast majority of Seahawks fans responding initially feel good about the signing. You've got, less than 20%, about 17% that don't feel excited about it, and only 4% hate it. I'm telling you, if that name had been Aaron Rodgers, it would have been 70% hate it. Like, it would have been so toxic. So this is a safe move that allows the organization to not have to deal with the fallout of what would have been. So let's see. Okay, Justina Anderson's reporting. I'm told that teams showing preliminary interest in Dre Greenlaw include the Broncos, Titans, Texans, and Cowboys. We knew about the Texans. Not surprised there. What else? The Cardinals, by the way, also re-signed Baron Browning, who was with the Broncos and is a very talented edge rusher. He didn't really show up much for them when they traded for him from the Broncos, but let's see. Anything else that I'm missing? My goodness. So much info. All right, let me get back to you guys. All right. My goodness, there's so many super chats I've missed. Let me put the tracker back up so you guys can be seeing what I'm seeing. If you're just joining, the big news, obviously the Seahawks have signed Sam Darnold to a 3-year deal, $100.5 million with a guarantee of $55 million. All right, I'm just there's anytime in my I've started using this tweet deck kind of version of Twitter, and whenever it starts jumping around, something's happening. So I just had to check out what it was. It was just more Josh Sweat stuff. Sorry, I was reading another note about the Justin Fields and Sam Darnold stuff. Okay, so let me get back to you guys. So the Jets have signed Justin Fields. That leaves Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson for Pittsburgh. Really, really curious. I would guess Aaron Rodgers. He's certainly I think a better player than Russell Wilson at this point. DK Metcalf would love to have Russell Wilson back throwing with him. You have to assume, but I'm not sure the rest of the organization feels the same way. Okay. Let me catch up on some super chats. Let's do that. And then I'm going to continue, breaking down a little bit more on Sam Darnold, because I just think the more we know, he's our quarterback now. The more we know, the better. I don't know him as a guy, so can't really speak to that. But okay, you're gonna keep seeing these things where I pause and I'm checking stuff just to make sure you guys have all this, the latest information. All right, so here we go. Let's see. Done some of these. Kenneth Walker, the best weapon. Bredesen, yep, done that. Here we go. Logan Hamlin, been a member for 5 months. Thoughts on Gardner Minshew, Washington Connection? Well, I love Gardner Minshew. I lost a bet on Gardner Minshew, an embarrassing bet. But I'll tell you what it is. I really didn't like Justin Herbert in college. I didn't see what everyone was bragging about, and honestly, all the other people were generally agreed. And so I was drunk and debating with a buddy who was a Ducks fan. And he also was not particularly big on Herbert, but he thought he was going to be good. And I was like, I will bet you this. Like, he wasn't even the instigator. I was pushing it. I was like, Gardner Minshew is going to be a better player in 3 years than Justin Herbert. The things you do when you've had too many drinks. And I can't remember what I bet him. It was something stupid, but I did pay up. So I like Gardner Minshew is the point. I don't think he's part of the equation. Matt Gilbert just became a YouTube member. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you, dude. Welcome to the family. Jake and I says, what's your percentage chance Darnold ends up here? Well, it's a good point that I'm not catching up with Super Chats fast enough. 100% chance that Sam Darnold ends up here. I guess I should say 99.9 because the deal is not official until Wednesday. Let me take a second if people don't understand that. So today is legal tampering period. They can come to an agreement. None of these deals that I've talked to you about, none of them are official until Wednesday when the new league year opens. So maybe something crazy happens. It's possible. I don't know. I'd have to go back and find out. Has there ever been a deal that broke down between the tampering period and the league year start? I wouldn't be shocked, but I don't think that's what's going to happen here. So, yes, Sam Darnold will be your starting quarterback. A super sticker. Well, thank you, Mike. Appreciate the sticker. And Matt Fry. I mostly feel relieved. Also optimistic. I think that captures my feeling as well, Matt. And Matt Fry, I got to say, like, are you any relation to Fries? Like, spelled differently, but seems like the same starchy family group. All right. Corey Hickok, been a member for 11 months. Corey, been around forever. Appreciate it, man. 3 years at the $110 million price tag is acceptable. Now get him an O-line. Even better, it's 3 years, $100 million. So good. NFL Network from David Lawton says $100 million for 3 years. Thank you, David. Hutch, thank goodness for Aaron Rodgers. Their Aaron Rodgers talk can die. Steelers can enjoy him in their locker room, please. Agreed. Like seeing him every week on Pat McAfee, like throwing teammates and coaches under the bus. No, thank you. Don't need that in our locker room. Tony Bag of Donuts says, very pleased, shows there was a plan. I think this is a really important point. Like, everyone's like, what is John doing? What is John Schneider doing? Like, trading Geno Smith, you have no other plan, and now he had to know. He had to know that this was the case. The fact that they came to this deal and announced it on day one is pretty big. Okay, there is some news. The Jaguars have reached an agreement with Ravens offensive lineman Patrick McCarry, who is another guard. So a guard's off the market. Don't know what the terms of the deal are, but Patrick McCarry is off the market. All right, let me keep going through. Bruce Irvin just tweeted, not sure how he feels emoji about Sam Darnold. Like, you could check Sam's, Bruce's Twitter account, but, Bruce not sure how he feels. I'm going to look Richard Sherman says, how are you feeling about the Sam Darnold signing to Seahawks fans? A+ signing, you're getting a 27-year-old version of Geno for cheap, blah, blah, blah. Basically a prove-it deal in today's QB landscape, huge W. Richard Sherman says that the for cheap isn't true, and behind this offensive line, it's a different talk. Yeah, Sherm not feeling it. I think Sherm doesn't believe this is going to work behind this offensive line. Maybe. I don't know that anything's going to work behind this offensive line. Geno didn't work behind this offensive line. You got to be better on the offensive line. I think that's an independent discussion. All right, let me get back to Super Chats. All right. All right. And by the way, to get back to Tony Bag of Donuts' point, Sherm just the other day was like, trading Geno, there must be some kind of, like, there better be a plan. Well, there was. There was, Sherm. There was. I doubt he's going to acknowledge that, though. Jeffrey O'Kelly, member for a month, says, let's go. I am so happy now. Yeah. I'm glad, Jeffrey. We need some happiness. BS in Seattle says, what are the odds he pulls another Flynn Wilson? I think pretty close to 100%. I think they're going to draft a quarterback. And it's not just Flynn Wilson. It's Flynn Wilson, Tavares Jackson. Sam Darnold is the big free agent signing, like Matt Flynn. We don't know who's going to be the quarterback that they draft. But I think they're going to draft one. And then they've got Sam Howell, who's already on the roster. So I think there's going to be a three-way competition. I don't know how much they'll open it up. I think Sam Darnold is going to be your starter. But I think they are going to draft. I hope it's like a Jackson Dart or Tyler Shuck. I'm worried it's going to be Quinn Ewers, but I'm less worried now that you got Sam Darnold because I think Sam Darnold's at least a competent starter and you're not as dependent on that rookie working out. And I just hope they don't use the 18th pick on it is my main thing. All right, next super chat. A Browns 47. Matt Flynn vibes. Hope I'm wrong. Maybe. We will see. There's some. Let's see. Some thoughts from. No, that's not what I was looking for. I think Bob just tweeted the wrong thing. All right, let's keep going. Jeff Jennings, bet John Schneider drafts a QB this and next, getting back to the Green Bay philosophy. Yeah, I think that that's absolutely in play. I really do. I think if they get a quarterback and they like what he looks like this year, I think it decreases the odds of getting another one next year. But they traded for Sam Howell last year, and they've made a lot of changes at quarterback this year. So I think, yes, they will start. I would include the Sam Howell move as another quarterback position move, even though it wasn't a draft pick. They did trade draft picks to get Sam Howell. All right. Patrick McCarry's off the board. Let me add him to this list because he is an offensive lineman. Patrick McCarry, he is a guard, and he signed with the Jaguars. He was with the Ravens. 3 years, all these deals, 3 years, $37.5 million. That's not cheap. 20 million guaranteed. So that's kind of like guard market around 12.5, 13 million APY. I think that's probably what you're talking about for Will Fries. Could be right around there. According to PFF, Sam Darnold was the 7th most valuable quarterback in the NFL last year based on their wins above replacement calculation. He is not an upgrade over Geno Smith, but it's a nice consolation prize for a Seahawks team that is seemingly entering a rebuild. I guess. I just see it differently. Oh, wow. Grady Jarrett has signed with the Chicago Bears. That did not take long. 3 years, $43.5 million, $28.5 million fully guaranteed. Wow. Okay, let's get that on the board. That is Grady Jarrett. My goodness. Defensive tackle. Signs with the Bears. 3 years. $43.5 million. 28.5. Fully guaranteed. I think we can get the Jimmy Garoppolo thing off here. Who else can we pull off of here? We can pull Jalen Moore off of here. Okay. All right. Interesting. That's a pretty quick decision for them to come to that agreement the same day he's released. I guess they had to know it was going to happen. All right, let's keep going with super chats. We got Sean Scotchman, who's a new member. Love it, dude. Welcome to the crew. Scott Wallace, red zone efficiency ranking, big improvement. Let's talk about that. That is one of the numbers I did not get to share with you all. Where'd that go? All right, here we go. So if we get to splits for Sam Darnold, let me look at, I'm going to go to a different site for this. Sam Darnold, and we're going to get splits, and we're going to look at his career splits in the red zone, and then we're going to talk about his 2024 splits in the red zone. And we're going to do the same thing with Geno Smith, because I think that there's the wrong narrative about Geno Smith in the red zone based on his last couple of years. But we'll find out. All right. So Sam Darnold, career splits in the red zone. Okay, red zone. His career numbers. He has an 85 rating. He has 66 touchdowns and 12 interceptions. Okay, 66 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Oh, wait, we got some breaking news. The Jaguars, sorry, not the Jaguars, the Packers are signing Aaron Banks. So the guards are starting to come off the market. Aaron Banks leaves the 49ers and goes to the Green Bay Packers. Do not have details on the deal yet. By the way, Jimmy Garoppolo's deal was for $4 million, for what it's worth. Aaron Banks deal, 4 years, $77 million. What? So what? That is $19.25 million per year for Aaron Banks. Wow. I don't think Aaron Banks is that good. I'm sorry. Talk about overdrafted and overpaid. Oh. Roy Robertson Harris is headed to the Giants. So if you were holding out hope he was coming back, which I kind of was, to be honest. Roy Robertson Harris on the move. Come on, let me retweet. I got to do my job here. There we go. Roy Robertson Harris, 2-year, $10 million deal. All right. Roy Robertson Harris. He is, well, we'll call him a defensive lineman. He's kind of a tackle edge. Goes to the Giants. 2 years, $10 million. Okay. How are we doing? You guys seeing all this? So let me, is that still showing? Okay, good. I think we're all good. So news is coming. We're going to keep up with it as best we can. But the guard stuff, this is the next thing to drop. I think we're going to, Will Fries, Mekhi Becton, Tevin Jenkins. Could see, Ryan Kelly. I'm going to pull these guys a little forward. All right. So let's get back to what we were doing, which was the red zone. All right. Red zone performance of your new quarterback. So splits. So what I was saying, Sam Darnold, 85 rated passer over his career, 66 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Okay. Geno Smith over his career, in the red zone, has a higher passer rating, 87.2. He has 67 touchdowns and only 8 interceptions. Okay? I just want to make that point. So Darnold had 66 and 12. Smith had 67 and 8. So Geno Smith had fewer interceptions in the red zone. He has generally been a better quarterback in the red zone. But if we look at just last year, okay? If we just look at last year, we do that for both guys, then things change pretty dramatically. So Sam Darnold last year in the red zone, 97.7 rating, 26 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. At least that's what it says here. I'd read somewhere else a different number, but I'm looking at Pro Football Reference now. All right. Geno Smith last year, 74.2 rating, 13 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. So no, actually maybe I got the same thing. So they had Darnold had one fewer interceptions in the red zone than Geno Smith, but 26 touchdowns compared to 13. He had double the red zone touchdowns. Now, I think the receivers you're throwing to have a lot to say with that, as well as the offense. But, Sam Darnold was more effective in the red zone last year. But he had 3 interceptions is nothing to joke about. Like, I'm not kidding when there's guys that go years without having red zone interceptions. I'm kind of curious. I'm going to put up Patrick Mahomes, right? Generally regarded as the best quarterback in the NFL. He did not have a great year last year. But if we look at his splits and we look at, let's just look at last year. Okay. We'll just look at last year. And we get to the red zone. He had 2 interceptions last year. 22 touchdowns, but 2 interceptions. So he had a 102 rating. If I go to Josh Allen, just got the $250 million guaranteed contract. Look at what he was last year. He was 95.2 rating, 20 touchdowns, 1 interception. I mean, that's what that's what you're looking for. That's what you're looking for. But in any event, Sam Darnold, to the point of the super chatter, Mr. Scott Wallace, it is a pretty big improvement, but I'd be a little cautious to hang my hat on it. All right, let's keep going. Space case rephrase. Remember when Pete wanted Darnold? Yeah, it's true. Super Sauce XL. I took a 20-minute nap. Did I miss anything? Probably. Although I made my breakfast. I don't think I missed much during that. I picked a good time. Dr. Cluck, just curious on how some fans think this is a bad deal. Some people are saying it's going to affect our cap savings next year. I personally feel this is a modest deal they can get out of. The Seahawks have like $180 million in cap space next year. Just tell people to shut up. Like, I mean, be nice about it, but like, no. Ignore, let me do this. Ignore people that are saying it's going to be a cap problem for next year. It's not. They have so much cap space next year. Not an issue. All right. Let's keep going here. Okay, next one. Spare rib. Love the show and all the work you put in. Can you please compare Sam Darnold and Deryck Carr a bit and how they fit in the Kubiak system? Yeah, that's a good one. Let me circle back on that. If I forget, I promise I'll come back because it's a good question. I think we'll definitely get to it, but it's going to cause me to spend a bunch of time at the moment, and I want to make sure I'm getting to some of these other super chats. So let me come back to that depending on how much time we have. We're almost 4 hours in, folks. Feels like it's just flown by, right? Chad writes, he says Darnold will cost John his job. We will not win the division with him. 1 great year out of like 8. Yeah, I mean, you could have said the same thing about Geno Smith when he had his 1 great year to start. I just don't know that I see as much of a difference between Geno Smith and Sam Darnold as some. I think Geno Smith is a better quarterback. I'd be more comfortable with Geno Smith as our quarterback. I think there's potentially a higher upside with Geno Smith, but the upside was pretty friggin' high with Sam Darnold last year. 14 wins, 35 touchdowns. Like, he almost won the toughest division in football. Almost got the number 1 seed as the quarterback. So it's possible. It's possible, but the Seahawks spent considerably less money on Sam Darnold, and I'm not sure that the gap between the 2 players is nearly as big as the gap between the money that they're going to be owed. So, not to mention the fact that he's a lot younger, but it's not a crazy take. It's not a crazy take. Premo says, Do you think we will draft a QB? Yes, I do. I absolutely do. Hawks fan Matt Man. Hello, Mr. Matt. Says, are you ready for the fan base to be as divided on Darnold as they were on Geno? They won't be. They won't be. Darnold's just not controversial enough. If he's bad, people will turn on him quickly. Like, that's the reality. If he's good, people will love him because they'll be like, see, we suffered with Geno all this time. Geno was the problem. I won't be one of those people, but fans were not attached to Geno Smith, like, for the most part. So if Sam Darnold comes in and plays well, I think he'll be embraced. If he doesn't, fans will like turn him off. Like, I just, if he starts throwing I think the thing that really drove people crazy with Geno was the interceptions. And and Sam Darnold, he throws his fair amount of interceptions. So, you do have to take that with what is a pretty explosive passer that can create a lot of points. So we'll see. We'll see. We got a lot of time to break this all down, but what a relief, man. Kind of pulled a rabbit out of the hat here, to be honest. All right. Chris Olson says, I'm excited for the roster reconstruction. What do you think the compensation for DK? What do you think of the compensation for DK Geno? Evan's live reaction to the DK trade was priceless. Yeah, Evan's reactions to everything that happens in life is pretty priceless. He's a fun guy to have around. So I don't think I don't think that the Seahawks got what I hoped they would get for DK Metcalf. But I think they got roughly what he's worth. And what I mean by that is I just think DK Metcalf, I was hoping he's the guy that an owner, a GM, a coach falls in love with and just says, give him what they're asking for. This guy, we want this. Like Mike McDaniel, when he heard that Tyreek Hill was available, was like, yeah, like, and they traded like an entire draft to get Tyreek Hill. DK Metcalf is not Tyreek Hill, but I thought there could be a chance that an owner, coach, whatever, would fall in love with his unbelievable athleticism and maybe give them a second and maybe, do a trade for a third where they send DK plus a 4th round pick and they swap it with the other team's third and get a second to boot. Didn't happen. So I say it barely crosses the line of acceptable. If it had been much lower, if it had been a third, it wouldn't have been. We still have to find out what the draft swap is for the 6th and 7th round picks. I'm assuming it's the best Seahawks 6th round pick for the best Steelers 7th round pick. But until we know, we won't really know. Based on what I'm aware of, I think it's probably the equivalent of like the 62nd overall pick in the draft is what the Seahawks value is that they got back. And look, DK Metcalf was drafted with the 64th pick. So it can be done. You can find very good receivers in the 2nd round. And in fact, John Schneider has drafted Golden Tate, Paul Richardson, a number of those guys in the 2nd round. He's drafted Tyler Lockett in the 3rd round. Like, you can find good receivers in the 2nd and 3rd round. So I like the receivers in that range for this class. I actually like them to some extent better than the ones you'd take in the 1st round. But I would have been happier with more, I guess, is for the DK. For the Geno thing, Geno is the opposite to me. I felt like he's better than what people would actually trade for him. And I don't think that, I think the Seahawks did pretty well there, to be honest. I did not expect them to get a 3rd round pick for Geno. I would have guessed that there was only one team bidding on him. And I think Pete Carroll made it happen. So if Pete Carroll was not the coach, I don't know that the Seahawks would have gotten a 3rd round pick. I would have bet they would not have. So I think that the return there is pretty good. All right, just checking things flying by. All right, we're good. So good question there. Italian Knight back with 50 more Hawk Blogger memberships. Love it, man. Thank you. That's 100 that he's already given away during the show. That's amazing. We've got Duck on Quack. Any word on Will Fries? Has he scooped up already? No, Will Fries has not been scooped up. I would have that. I would let you know about that for sure. Albert Breer, interesting wording here. At $77 million over 4 years, Aaron Banks is this year's version of Robert Hunt, a good player landing a great deal in an NFL desperate for solid big men. It's well said. That's an outstanding deal for a guy that I just don't think is all that good. All right. Sheed says, do you think we draft a QB in the first or second? I talked about this a little bit before. Yes, I do. I hope it's in the second. I hope it's not in the first. Anton Glusenkov says, John got Darnold now. Does he stay aggressive day one? Well, I'm like beside myself. They have to. They know what's going on here on the offensive line. They know what's going on. They know that they've got to get veteran leadership into that room. At the same time, John is so far, he is not overpaid for anybody. All the guys he's signed, re-signed, they've all been really pretty, I would say, team-friendly deals. Is he willing to plug his nose, take the stink of signing one of these guys for more money than he knows that they're worth? Can he do that? Because I think that's good. It's going to take. Whether it's Will Fries, Tevin Jenkins, Mekhi Becton, James Daniels, like there's a number of guys out there still. But he's going to have to fork some stuff over. More reports on Will Fries. This comes from the same guy who had talked about it earlier. This guy's name is Darren Wolfson, who covers the Vikings in Minneapolis, says the Vikings are having ongoing talks with free agent Will Fries. Fries has a strong market. Let me see. Is he on here? No, he's not on here. All right. The number for Will Fries is going to be big. If Aaron Banks was 19 million, I cannot believe it. 19 million for Aaron Banks. That is wild to me. Do you go over 20 for Will Fries? Like, Banks at least has been healthy. Fries is coming off an injury. I don't know, man. Like, if there's competition, it really could. It could get up over that number. And Mekhi Becton, probably almost definitely over that number. Ew. You got the money to spend. I mean, you do. I don't love it, but I think you're going to have to do it. Okay, next question. I'm going to get through all these super chats, and then I'm probably going to take a lunch break. Kevin Carlson says, Brian, can I buy your Geno jersey from you? Well, what do you want to do with it, Kevin? What do you want it for? I'm pretty fond of my Geno jersey. It's my only throwback, and I got to wear it for exactly one season. It'll be funny. People will just harass me forever when I wear that jersey. They'll be like, oh, man, you were a fan of that guy? I'm like, yeah, I still am. I wish Geno nothing but the best. I've been streaming long enough that Instagram has stopped supporting the stream, which I think is pretty funny. Let's see if I can get, I don't know if Twitter is been down. I wonder if I can get it to go up and work. Nope. Gonna see if I can reconnect this. And I'm gonna get to these last few bits. All right, maybe we'll see if Twitter starts working. Go live. No. Still not working on Twitter. Too bad. All right, next. Let me get back to super chats. Sorry, before I lost my train of thought. Daniel Kelly says, do you know how much cap space is left now that we have signed and still need to sign? They signed Darnold and still need to sign rookies. Feels like we don't have enough to sign Fries. Oh, we've got plenty. If that's your concern, do not worry. We have so much available. Now, they're not going to put the Sam Darnold thing in over the cap yet. But as of right now, the Seahawks had $67 million in cap space. I would expect the Darnold cap number to be could be I don't know, 15 to 20, maybe. Maybe I'm way off on that, but something like that. And I think, yeah, all these other moves, they're going to be fine. They're going to be just fine. Don't worry about it. All right. Next. Thoughts on missing out on Drew Dalman? Well, as I said when it happened, this was one of those things that was already just known. Everybody knew this, that he was going to the Bears, which to me seems like that's where he wanted to go. And so maybe the Seahawks knew that he was never an option. I mean, his deal is super reasonable. 3 years, $42 million. Compare that to Aaron Banks at 4 years, $77 million. I mean, Aaron Banks got twice the money. He's not that good. Patrick McCarry signs a 3-year, $37.5 million deal to go to the Jags and play guard. He's not that good either. But it's half of what Aaron Banks got. Aaron Banks' deal is just crazy to me. He's just not that good. So I guess my final thought, I'm missing out on Dalman. I would have liked him. I'm not sure the Seahawks really ever targeted him. Or if they did, they found out pretty early he was going to go to the Bears. And they decided to turn their attention elsewhere. Jeff Smock, no Matt Flynn vibes, I think. Darnold has already done way more than Flynn did in this league. It's very true. He's very true. Matt Flynn had never won 14 games. He had never started a full season. He had never thrown 35 touchdowns in a single season. 100%. So I think that's a good point. Niels Toy says, bottom line, fix the O-line. That said, go Hawks. 100%. I think everybody's with you. Everybody's with you. A Browns 47. Am I wrong, but has guard signed it all in the league? Yeah. So I think this is probably before these guard signings had happened. But yeah, McCarry's a guard. Banks is a guard. Ben Bredesen is a guard who was re-signed by the Bucks. I don't have him showing right now, but he was signed. It sounds like Sam Darnold was offered a 1-year, $25 million deal by the Vikings. So the Seahawks, remember my numbers were, if you take this and make it a 2-year deal essentially, divided by the guarantees, it's about a $27.5 million a year deal. Now, that's not exactly how this worked, but I think it's a good shorthand. Makes sense if the Vikings offered 25 for 1 year, the Seahawks offered 55 for 2 years. Basically, you're getting $27.5 million average and you're getting more money. Makes sense. That all tracks. That all tracks. All right. Well is asked, how is Darnold in indoor versus outdoor games? That's a good question, and that's one I can kind of find quickly. So let me look at that. Let's see. Dome or outdoors? Okay. Outdoors. He played 7 games outdoors last year. His passer rating was 94.1. He threw 12 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. Not great. Indoors, 23 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 108 rating. So he's definitely better indoors. Generally speaking, quarterbacks are better indoors. There's less elements to deal with. So it's not huge, but he wasn't awful outdoors. And if you remember, he beat the Seahawks outdoors and played pretty damn well in that game. Quick mock draft. Super Sauce says, yeah, I think we'll do a mock draft at some point, but I don't know if it's going to happen today, but I appreciate that. We'll see. Jeff Jennings, so much cap space next year. Yes, they have got a ton of cap space next year. All right, last super chat. Christian Haynes is from Kevin Kimball. Christian Haynes put out a fire emoji on post for Darnold. Christian Haynes has been pretty excited about a lot of the moves made this year. I'm not sleeping on him. I think this is a really big change for him in terms of the type of offense that they're running and the type of fit it will be for him and the type of coaching he's going to get. I think Christian Haynes could have a big step forward year. I really do. And Godspeed to him. I'm a huge Setao Lamea fan. He could have a big step forward year. Wouldn't it be amazing if what we're talking about, in camp and during preseason is the Seahawks have too many interior offensive linemen that are playing well, and they're going to have to make a tough decision. That would be pretty good. That would be pretty good. So I think that's not a crazy possibility. All right. So we just got through all the super chats. It is 1 o'clock. I've been live for 4 hours. None of my buddies have joined. I mean, they're listening. I see them talking, but they're not joining. Evan says he's listened to all 4 hours and has gotten 0 work done. That's so funny. Deryck's been listening for 3. That is pretty funny. I'm not going to out Evan anymore on what he's saying, but it's pretty funny. He makes me laugh. Whoa. Is this real? The Houston Texans are trading 5-time Pro Bowl offensive tackle Laramie Tunsil to the Washington Commanders for a package of picks. Whoa. That is a bombshell. Wow. The Commanders, man. Watch out. Watch out. Already in the NFC Championship last year, and now they add a legitimate franchise left tackle. Wow. What does that mean for the Texans? What are they going to do? I got to pull up this is the only thing that would have kept me from going and getting some food, but let's draft order. Draft order. Here we go. Okay, so the Commanders have the 29th pick. They have the 61st pick. I mean, for Tunsil, is Tunsil under a second rounder and a fourth rounder, plus a third rounder? Okay, Houston sends Laramie Tunsil and a fourth. They get back a second and a fourth and a third. So they get back Washington's number 61. Does Washington have multiple? Well, wow, Washington's third is pretty high if it's this year. It's 79. It's from the Dolphins. And fourth. Wow. That's okay. Let's see. Sorry, people are writing this. They're doing this all wrong. I can tell. It's so funny. You can just tell people are madly texting the tweet on their phones, and then they're just not really making sense. I just got to say right now, I'm pretty excited and enthusiastic about the fact that the Seahawks have Sam Darnold. They have Jaron Reed coming back. They have Ernest Jones coming back, all on reasonable deals. And they've got 5 picks in the top 92. You might have done some voodoo here where Jeremy Chin, by the way, just signed a 2-year, $16 million deal with the Raiders, for what it's worth. Pete Carroll getting some safeties. Let's say Sam Darnold is 75% of Geno Smith. I'm not sure that that's the case. You could either say that's optimistic or pessimistic, but let's just say 75% of Geno Smith. He's getting paid significantly less, or he's going to be paid significantly less. Plus, you add a third round pick. I think there's a real chance that we could be talking about the Seahawks being a much better team over the next 3 years than they would have been if they didn't make those moves. That's my honest instinct, because I think the hardest thing about what the position the Seahawks were in is they had guys in Geno Smith and DK Metcalf whose window was now, and their window is not now. The roster, like the actual like clock, the age of this roster is like it should be ready to really contend in the next couple of years. Yes, they could have made a big jump this year. It's all possible, sure. But it's a young offensive line. I think that's going to continue to grow. Young defensive line, young secondary, young linebackers. Just young. And now they get additional infusion of talent that they're going to be adding in the draft. And I think this group could be peaking in the next couple of years in a way that I think they would have had a hard time doing if they had paid those guys what they had been paid and not had the extra draft capital that they got in return. So as I'm kind of just absorbing and looking at this, like John Schneider may have really pulled a fast one here. Like I've told you all along, MacGyver, MacGruber, which is he going to blow us up or is he going to save the day? We'll see about the offensive line, but I think it's trending more towards saving the day. Like, I think it's ending more towards that. Now, it's not going to be enough just to be good. You look at teams like the Commanders, who have maybe the best quarterback in football over time. Like, he was so good last year as a rookie. That was as a rookie. What's he going to be like in a couple years? Now, CJ Stroud was amazing as a rookie. Wasn't so great his second year. But I still think CJ Stroud's a great quarterback. And now you've got them adding more to the mix. You got the Bears, who were not very good last year, but they've loaded up that offensive line. You know, they added Grady Jarrett. It's going to be tough in the NFC. Obviously, the Super Bowl winners are there in the Eagles. So you got to make a big jump. You need your players to make a big jump. You need your coaching staff to emphasize, like to accentuate all that. But I think the Seahawks' chances are better now than they were a week ago. That's my current thought. All right, folks, I got to take a break. My voice is going to give out if I don't. I will leave this up for all of you. And you're welcome to stay on. I will be back after I am done with lunch. Let me move this up so you guys can see this while I go on my break. Okay. And I'll see y'all soon. Please give the show a like, click subscribe. I'd appreciate it if you haven't already. And we will get back soon. Hello, everybody. I am back. Just finished my lunch so I can take one of these banners down. And I got some good news. It's not free agent news, but it is good news. Arif Hassan, good friend of the show, is going to be joining me sometime in a little bit to talk about Sam Darnold. If you don't know Arif, he is a fantastic reporter who covers the Vikings primarily, but the NFL in general. Is a good person to have this conversation with about Sam Darnold. We'll learn a little bit about him. So, looking forward to that. We will have him on in a bit. And I'm pretty sure I will be able to get one of my Real Hawk Talk crew to come on here and have some conversation. Um, to join. So we got plenty left to do. The news that broke when I left for lunch, and I talked about it before I left for lunch, was the Jeremy Tunsil deal that was the Texans trading their left tackle. It's kind of crazy to be a franchise left tackle that's been traded twice. You don't see that very often. Um, but he's gone to the Commanders. The Commanders are loading up. So um, there is some recent news. Justina Anderson is reporting that Nate Hobbs has signed a deal with the Packers, 4 years, $48 million, 51 guaranteed. That is a big number. A big number for Nate Hobbs. So looking forward to having Arif come back on. Let me grab a join link here because I think we might be able to get a little bit of time with good pal Jeff Simmons if he's able to hop on. We can talk to him about what's been going on. And you know, I listened to NFL Network while I was eating my lunch, and they talked about the Sam Darnold signing, and they said that the Geno Smith trade was made, and then this was the obvious connection. Did not get much more than that out of it about how it came to be or any inside details. So as of now, everything that we know is what anyone else knows. Finn, get away from the window. Finn, my dog is going to get barky in a second. I'm going to have to take him out of here. But I see, Nick Wright is out there saying, hey, the Seahawks got worse at quarterback. I don't really know what they're doing. You hear from other people that this was like I was listening to Bump and Stacy a little bit. I think they had Brian Walters on, and maybe Finn wants to come say hello. Ugh. All right. So that people talk, what I've been reporting essentially, that this notion that John Schneider and Mike McDonald wanted to get rid of Geno Smith, I don't think was the case. I think Geno Smith was ready to exit. So, people that are judging this based off of, well, does it make sense to go from Geno Smith to Sam Darnold? There's a flaw in that you're assuming that there was a choice to be made. Like, certainly you could have overpaid, but are you going to really pay Geno Smith 45 or 50 million to keep him here when he's like not wanting to be here and he's 34, going to turn 35? I don't think that's much of a choice. So if that's your situation, then I think it makes a lot of sense for the Seahawks to move to a younger player who's in the same ballpark of Geno Smith. Let's not pretend that Geno Smith is 7 tiers above Sam Darnold. I mean, I thought C Mike's spin move yesterday, Griff, was about right, which is he had Geno around the 8th best quarterback. Let's call him a top 10 quarterback. I think most people would say maybe not most people. A lot of people would say top 12. And Sam Darnold's like 15th. Like he's kind of in the middle. I think that's about right. All right. Let me pull up my buddy, my pal, real Jeff Simmons. Jeff, how you doing, man?
Good. I just finished a full workday, so I was busy driving around meeting some clients today, and I just got home. You're still on, so that's been pretty awesome.
It's only been 5 hours. I mean,
Hey,
what are you gonna
Finn.
do? Um, Dude, what do you think? What's your reaction?
I'm on the combination of uncomfortable, but not surprised. There hasn't been a single player other than Dalman really come off the board where I'm like, what the hell? It's been a weird day of moves. Um, Basically, all the targets they should be looking at are still out there. I'm glad
Mm-hmm.
they got the Darnold thing out of the way, but this is always the thing. The Darnold thing went exactly like I said to you guys before the Rodgers thing caused a bit of a meltdown yesterday, but loved the number that they got him at. I thought it was dead onto the contract I got. It's really a 2-year, $55 million deal. So it's
Mm-hmm.
$27 million a year. The third year is we'll see. I doubt he sees it. But the whole thing was always, what do they do next? They have all this cap space. I don't know what the cap hit. I'm guessing it's somewhere between 10 to 20 million, somewhere in there, which still leaves you with $50 million of cap space. This is it. This is it for Schneider. This is what they can't just. The only thing, Dalman's the only name I've been really like, what the hell? Like, I was pretty pissed off when that happened. It was way lower than I thought it would be. Brock Heward went on the radio. I was playing Brock and Salk at the time and said he got tipped off. He said a little birdie, I'm guessing someone with the Seahawks, that his pass protection was not good. And Brian, you were the only one I've heard say that. And so I guess that's good, but he's a very good run blocking center out of zone.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So now I've been shifted to the guard market, which there's been a couple guards come off. Aaron Banks was the one that terrified me, and he got the contract that terrified me.
Oh my
So,
God. Is that the worst contract of the day?
yes, yes.
Unbelievable.
Like when Pelissero had that the other day, like he was going to get like 18 million. I'm like, come on, dude. Like, what are you talking about? And when I drafted him in our NFC West draft, I was laughed at.
I laughed at you. I
No, and I
did.
hated that pick. I was like, oh God. Now he's like one of the highest paid guards in the NFL. So like Hufanga went a little more. I think the Hufanga thing and some of the other safety contracts really sheds light on how good the Julian Love extension was.
Yeah, good
I think
point.
that was like a $9 to $10 million a year extension. You got like Cam Bynum making like 14 million a year. Like it's why the Seahawks should always sign people early. But a lot of their deals lately have been pretty good. It's just now they have to do something. Will Fries is. I saw you keep tweeting it out. The Vikings are in there. It's a contested market. Tevin Jenkins. There's some other guys. Mekhi Becton. We haven't heard much on him today. They can't do their usual thing where all these guys are left. They make it to Wednesday, and then they pick up the scraps. They have the room to do anything they want at this point. I don't know who like the priority free agent would be for you. Like I saw you mention DeMarcus Lawrence. Like I was going through the list last night, and there wasn't many guys I could pull out and be like, "This is a fun." Khalil Mack's off the board.
Who did he sign with?
He re-signed the
Oh, he re-signed
Chargers.
with the Chargers.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was this morning. Grady Jarrett already signed. There
Jonathan
hasn't
Allen?
been. Jonathan Allen's still out there, so that would be a cool one. I saw that Brady Henderson said that if they didn't sign Jaron Reed, they were going to try to sign Poona Ford.
Hmm.
And Bobby Brown's still out there. That would be a cool one.
Yep.
Most of the receivers, as we thought was a shitty class, are still out there.
I like Roy Lopez.
Roy Lopez. Did he get signed?
No, not that I've seen.
No, so all the names are still there. It's just this is gut check time, man.
Yeah.
So I'm on the edge of. I'm still opportunistic, but if this feels like every other Seahawks free agency so far, you're not wrong.
Tell me your reaction when the Darnold news hit.
Relief, total
Yeah.
relief. The Aaron Rodgers thing was hard to stomach, and it would have sent me to a bad place. And seeing that Steelers report come out this morning and seeing Fields sign with the Jets was very relieving. And the Darnold thing, once the Steelers had come off, everything kind of went full circle of what my read of the initial situation was. The Baker Mayfield contract, the number, it's really the 2-year deal. So really, I think the Seahawks ended up doing good work there. They got a guy probably $10 million cheaper average per year. 7 years younger, and they got a third round pick. I think that's good business. Now spend that money, or else it's
Yeah.
pointless.
Yeah. We welcome in Deryck Gebby at DERYCKG_ on Twitter, man. And I'm curious, Deryck, we have not had the signing that I think everyone's waiting for, which is the offensive line. Like everybody's waiting for it. We saw Drew Dalman come off the board right away, and for a cheap deal. A cheap deal that I think every Seahawks fan would have been happy for them to overspend to get that. I'm curious, do you assume that Drew Dalman signed that deal and it was only going to sign that deal with Chicago? Or do you think that, like, did Seattle have a chance in your mind to go after him if they wanted to?
I don't think they had a chance. He signed that so quickly. I mean, that was one of the first deals of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
It was.
So, look, in the back of my head, I'm like, could John have done whatever to get it across and, overpay him and insure? But there's so much we don't know about these deals. I'm not going to get mad just because one guy that we all had our eyes on didn't come here. Now, if 2-3 more guards come off the board, I know Dalman's a center, but if 2-3 more guards come off the board, then it's going to start to get frustrating.
Yeah.
I was surprised it's almost 2:00 now, and I'm like, it's 2:00, and other than Sam Darnold, this is going how most Seahawks free agents
That's what I just said.
goes. And they're sitting back and taking their time. Let's hope some good news is on the way, but it feels very similar to other free agency periods so far.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it, you've got Will Fries, you got Mekhi Becton, Tevin Jenkins, you got James Daniels. There are some guards still out there, but there was a run on guards all of a sudden at some point. And I don't know, like, were there any of those that you were like, oh man, I wish that was the Seahawks that had signed Aaron Banks to a 4-year, $77 million deal?
No, I mean, I would have been okay with Banks.
At that price?
Not at that
Really?
price. Not the price. Let me ask this. Did we see what his guarantees are in that contract?
No.
I have not.
I mean,
Okay,
it's
I
not going to
haven't either. I
be
was wondering because I know it's 70. It's like what,
19 million a
19
year.
million a year? Yeah, that's too much. That's too much. However, if it's more like a 2-year, $30 million deal, and then those last 2 years really ramp.
But that's not what it is. I mean,
Right,
there's no
right.
way. I think his guarantees are gonna have to be in the 40s at least. I would think. Man, so guys, I'm gonna talk to Arif Hassan here in a little bit and get his perspective on the Sam Darnold thing. I'll come back to the guards in a second. But Deryck, Sam Darnold's your new quarterback. How do you feel?
I'm okay with it. I'm glad he was basically on the Baker Mayfield contract. Jeff, I know that's something you mentioned. It's that's a good pillar, I think, to gauge it off of, and it's right in line with that. 3 years, $100 million. They almost certainly have an out after year 2, maybe even next year if they could get out if it really goes downhill, and potentially still plenty of cap space in year 1. Baker's deal, I think he had around a $7 or $8 million cap hit this year in his first year. They used void years, which extends out the signing bonus a little bit. But even if you didn't use those void years, I imagine Sam Darnold's going to be, I would say, well below $20 million cap hit year 1. This leaves them with still tons of space. The Geno comparison, he probably would have been at least $20 million. So you're saving money just not in the overall contract alone, but also starting this year. So really no excuses to not fix up the O-line.
So, I think the general thing I'm seeing is, a lot of people a little skeptical about not outside of Seattle. A lot of people skeptical about Sam Darnold here, and that he's stepped down. And like Bruce Irvin had a great tweet, just kind of like, I don't know about this. I don't know, man. I feel like he's as close as you're going to get to Geno Smith as possible without spending that money and without having the age be an issue.
In this group of quarterbacks that are out there this year, yeah, 100%. Now, I will say, in comparison to Baker Mayfield, I think he has done a little less over his career than when Baker signed that contract. Obviously, I think his last year probably beats any of Baker's seasons, but I'd say over the career, I feel a little more comfortable taking on Baker Mayfield than I do Sam Darnold, coming off of really, a flash in a pan season.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's risk here. There's definitely risk, but that's why you sign it to a fair value deal for sure, and one that is you're not going to be stuck with for 3 years.
All right, so guys, back to the guards. Will Fries seems to be the one that is I've seen the most activity on, the most debating or competition for. The Vikings seem like the team that has the most heat around him. If you lose Will Fries, who do you want next? Who's next on your list?
I'll let Jeff answer, but I'm not in a good place if they lose Will Fries.
Becton and Tevin Jenkins, I think, would be similar at that level. Becton is not the ideal zone blocker, but I can get behind that story a lot easier than the Tevin Jenkins. He's going to stay healthy story.
I don't love the injured situation.
Correct.
All those guys, right? Fry's coming off an injury. James Daniels is coming off an injury, and Tevin Jenkins is always coming off an injury. So that's a bit concerning. Deryck, what were you going to say?
The Becton thing about the scheme fit, I do wonder if that's just not something Kubiak's interested in. Just more of a mauler type guy and not super athletic, I don't think. I think Ryan Kelly deserves a shout here. I know he's an older guy, also coming off an injury, I believe, or maybe last year, one of the two. I know he had some pretty significant injuries. So that's kind of what you get, though. These guys aren't sure things. That's why they're hitting free agency, and you're gonna have to overpay for him a little bit. But I think I'd be okay with Kelly, just given that Kubiak. Seems like a really important position, specifically for his offense. So I think getting that locked away now would be ideal.
I was surprised today. It's been a while since I've gone back and looked, but Will Fries and James Daniels are pretty similar. Like age-wise, they're both top 3 zone blocking guards when they're healthy. They both are coming off injury. They both played less than 300 snaps last year. James Daniels has I hear nothing about him. I wonder if it's a health thing. Maybe he's farther behind. I got to say, Will Fries, I understood why this was going to be a target, but he was like a 7th round pick. He has not been a great lineman.
No,
I don't feel about Will Fries the way I felt about Drew Dalman. I will not be crushed if they don't get Will Fries. I'm not convinced he's going to be a great signing. You could absolutely be. I'd say there's probably a greater chance you're going to regret the deal you give him than you're going to be happy that you signed it.
Yeah, the book on him was when he last year, the 5 games he played or whatever was some of the best O-line film in the league, according to a lot of the O-line experts. So they think you're buying at the right time, but he's coming off an injury. He's on a line that had a really talented, if you can sign him and Ryan Kelly, who played together, I think that's a good story. But again, Ryan Kelly's another guy beaten up, 32-year-old player, not the best in zone. I think he's probably better in a gap scheme. He's probably physical. So, yeah, like Deryck said, these guys are free agents for a reason. If they were studs, they get signed. They're all something is wrong with. Josh Myers is one of the top players on the market. No one even knows if he's good. Just looking at some of the O-line left, it's an older Zeitler. It's Becton, who's had 1 year. It's usually a lot of injury risks or taking calculated risks. It's not Joe Thuney hitting the market. I think James Daniels is a certain good risk to take. But
I do too. I feel like I'd be fine if we get Zeitler, short term. I'm okay with that. I'm okay if it's James Daniels. I'm okay if it's Mekhi Becton. I'm also I'm okay if they double dip.
They should double dip.
Maybe it's Daniels and Scherf. Like, I'm not saying that's the move, but even Dalton Risner. I'm not a big Dalton Risner guy, but if he's your second signing, I don't think that's like the worst thing in the world.
Are there any centers you like?
Not really, man.
Yeah.
I'm really like Ryan Kelly. Obviously, is the name that everyone knows. He's older. He's been hurt, and he is one of the worst zone blocking centers in football. Josh Myers is actually the worst zone blocking center in football. Coleman Shelton is the guy that the Bears just kicked to the curb to sign Drew Dalman. I don't know. Like, none of them are particularly exciting to me. I don't know. I'm curious about Will Fries, but I guess my major point is there's a lot of talk about him. To me, the biggest thing it's going to say is the Seahawks have kind of let this information loose that they are interested in him.
Yeah, Brady's been saying that name.
And
Brady gave the impression, even on radio, that Dalman wasn't a guy for them.
Right. If Fries is their target and they don't get him, then that to me just speaks about the team, about the situation, because so far it seems like they've hit every guy that they wanted to get. Like, they got Jaron Reed back, they got Ernest Jones back. The only guys they didn't get that they wanted to bring back are the ones they traded because they didn't want to be here, Yeah.
Brian, can we maybe spend a minute to talk about some of the other needs or wants in free agency?
Yeah.
I don't know if you talked about that at all in the last
go ahead, go for it.
5 hours. Well, so
probably
it's okay. I mean, they need a receiver. I would think that would be, some combination of a vet and taking one at some point in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Tight end, still a need, probably not as high since they're keeping Noah Fant around, it appears. On the defensive line, I would say a rotational edge rusher, absolutely a need, maybe even more than rotational. And defensive tackle. I'm blanking on the name, but the guy signed with the Giants.
Hankins?
So
Robertson Harris.
Yeah,
Robertson Harris. So they're needing a defensive tackle. Linebacker, I think, is still a potential need. You have Ernest Jones and Tyrese Knight, and not much depth behind them, I don't think. So many positions still out there for the Seahawks to address. Obviously, a lot of this will come in the draft as well, but I don't know if there's any names or particular positions you guys are looking out for.
Well, to that point, let me pull open. I think I've got the Seahawks depth chart. It's not the prettiest view of it, but kind of shows you where there's been additions and where there's been subtractions. So let me share this with you guys, and I can update it while we're looking at it together.
Bobby Brown just signed with the Panthers.
Oh, where'd he go?
The Panthers. So they missed on Milton Williams.
After they missed on Williams,
they paid weird money.
He's like 25.
They seem like such like a mid franchise. Like, they gave big money to that Raiders safety. They gave big money to Patrick Jones.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Hold on. Let me try to get this so I can actually format it. Where's show formulas? No, I don't know. Why is this not working for me?
Back on the Sam Darnold thing, 1 second. Justin Fields getting $30 million guaranteed and averaging $20 million a year is staggering compared to Sam Darnold, who got 33. I'll take Sam Darnold for that price over Fields for $20 million any day.
I mean, I just feel like Sam Darnold at $27.5 million is a pretty screaming deal.
Yeah.
Let's go full screen. Let's exit full screen. Why is it not showing? What am I missing, guys? I'm in Google Sheets all the time. Why can't I get
just do a Control Plus? What are you trying to do? Freeze the top row?
No, I'm trying to get access to the format bar up here.
Oh,
it's like gone. There it is. I just had to refresh. Was not my fault. It was not user error. All right. Anyway, so I was just trying to make sure Ernest Jones is actually signed. So we've added Ernest Jones. Jaron Reed is signed. Right? Anything else? No, nothing else. Okay, Noah Fant at this point seems pretty solid. Okay, so here we go. So this is the depth chart. All right. And you look at this, and yeah, defensive tackle, you've lost 2 that you have not replaced. I don't think you're depending on Cam Young. Like, that doesn't make sense. I'm not sure they even believe Mike Morris can be a guy. You've lost Draymond Jones, who also got some interior stuff. So there's definitely some interior defensive linemen that I think are interesting. If I go back to defensive line guys in this class, interior defenders, Calais Campbell.
Do we know how old he is? Like 38?
75. Kevin Givens, not the worst. Had his best year this year. Roy Lopez is a guy I really like. He would be my favorite signing. Greg Gaines. You got to bring back LJ Collier, obviously. Javon Hargrave. Anybody want Javon Hargrave? Malik Collins, who the 49ers got rid of both those guys. Anybody interested?
Wait, didn't the Commanders sign Hargrave?
No, Kinlaw.
Kinlaw. Okay.
Yeah, that was the other really bad deal, I thought, today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely an expensive contract. Yeah.
So now, I mean, I think you feel like linebacker, you got your starters. You could use some depth. Edge, sure. Like, are there any edge guys that you guys are interested in?
DeMarcus Lawrence, I like that idea.
Yeah, that's the one that stuck out to me.
And the Bengals are still taking offers, presumably, for Trey Hendrickson.
Trey Hendrickson. Do you really want to sign him to a big deal at 30 years old? Do you think that's the move?
Is he 1 year left on his contract?
Yeah, that's why this is happening. Chase Young's out
there.
Chase Young had a nice year, but
he did.
He's been a guy who's been unmotivated. Like, Kubiak was around him last year, so they would know. But
yeah, there's not a lot of. I'm
looking at the top 101 list. Who's left? It's a lot of meh.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean,
safeties maybe. There's some safeties out there.
Yeah, like Jordan Reed.
Yeah, Justin Reed.
Justin Reed. Thank you.
He's a good safety.
Can let's zoom out for a second. What about the rest of the NFC West? The Rams won the division last year. They signed Poona Ford. They signed Devontae Adams. They lose Bobby Brown. They're going to lose Cooper Kupp. Where are the Rams? How do you guys feel about the Rams?
I think they're by far the best positioned team in the division right now. They've, if not upgraded at both spots, at least stayed the same. Devontae I see as an upgrade over Kupp for sure, but receiver is not the big issue for them. Their defensive line is going to get better and younger, and they're all untacked. Adding Poona Ford for Bobby Brown's a pretty good value. I'd say they're the only ones who are really looking good right now. I think the Niners have not done anything today. I think they have a cash flow problem right now with the owner. I think that's a real story going on. The Cardinals paid a lot for Josh Sweat. Don't think he makes much of a difference. I think he's a good player. I don't think he's a great player. He makes them better, but he's not a transformational player. In my opinion, he's more of a rotational player. Seattle's kind of back to where they started, but works at receiver. Seattle's best comes down to the draft. Seattle's got way more draft capital now than everyone else. So,
well, the 49ers have quite a bit of draft capital.
They do. Yeah, the 49ers are in there too. So, Seattle and 49ers are going to come through the draft. Seattle's got a lot of money. Like, they could flex this money that other teams can. It's just John Schneider's not a free agency guy historically. But right now, I'd only say the Rams are pointing up.
I would think some of the money is also going to be used for extending their 2022 guys, right? Like some of those, am I right that some of those guys could see their their 2025 number go up.
Well,
they
let's see.
get
Cross
extended?
probably gets this 5th-year option, so that one
Right,
is
but
off
like
the table.
if they
Woolen?
do Reek Woolen or Kenneth Walker or Boye Mafe, like wouldn't their numbers potentially go up this year?
It would. I mean, if they're earlier in the draft, probably not. If they're later, like Woolen, I mean, Woolen's slated to make 5.4 on his cap hit this year.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that
I'll-
different.
It would be pretty marginal, I would think.
Yeah.
Boye Mafe probably. He's only
Yeah,
slated to
2.7.
be 2.7. I would think that would double or triple.
But they're also going to
Um,
bring down Chenna, so that pays for a couple of those deals.
Yeah, but there's also the cash, not the cap. Like any extension you're doing there is probably going to be signing bonus. That cash
Yeah.
will probably hit this year.
Yeah, I don't know. That would hit this year.
Jeff, do you think they're going to extend Chenna? Or
I think they're going to
Rework
no.
the
I think
deal?
they're just going to give him a new, like they're going to negotiate a new deal for him.
I'm talking to Ben Goessling to see if I, from Minneapolis Star-Tribune, see if I can bring him on.
Abe Lucas, I mean, is another guy that is in
Yeah.
the 2022 class that he's only making 3.6 million. Obviously, he had a 1.5 year long injury, so his market may be a little subdued.
Kobe Bryant,
But-
maybe.
Yeah.
But I don't think those would be significant hits. Like I don't think any of them would be more than 4 or 5 million increased.
Additional. None of those
Yeah.
guys are taking a 20 million contract. I
And
wouldn't
so
think.
not really. Like they have the room to do whatever they want. They could take on a big contract from another team in a trade. They could sign 3 pretty good free agents if they wanted to.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, just kind of like zooming out. Obviously, you want Will Fry. Sounds like, is that everyone's number one that you want to hear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. They're gonna have more that they can do after that. Who's your next priority after that? Any position. Could be the same position. Could be a different one.
Center.
Center.
I would do a double dip on Fries and Kelly.
Fries and Kelly.
Because if you don't get Jared Wilson in the draft, they have the 3rd rounders, whatever. You're really playing with fire at center.
I don't think so.
You don't think?
I don't
You're
think
comfortable with
so.
Sundell or Olu?
I am. I actually like. I think that Jalen Sundell has the potential to be a really good fit at center, and I think if they're going to have an open competition there with Olu, I think that's a good thing. And if Olu wins it, I think Olu was not bad. He was not bad. He was not great, but he was not bad. And he's a super smart guy. Like, I don't think that's the thing that's going to make this line bad next year. Is their
So
play.
you need a left guard and a right guard.
I think you potentially just need one. And then you add competition in the draft. I'm a believer that Christian Haynes and or Satawa Lamea are going to take a step forward enough that they're going to be guys that you want to put in the starting lineup. So I mean, I'm all fine like adding more competition to center, adding more competition to guard. Like that all sounds great. But I'm not as down on some of the guys they've got on the roster as other folks. The reason I was so high on Dalman is because he's 26. He can be part of your future. He's an elite zone blocking center. And you just be able to have some leadership in the middle that has done this particular type of run blocking like before. Kelly just feels like the guy's done. Like he's hurt. He's old. Sure, like you get some experience in there. That's not the worst thing. But I'm not sure what the upside is with Kelly. Like it's almost a bad thing if he ends up winning the job over those younger guys. So yeah.
The thing
quick
with Kelly is
note.
Kelly is an elite like leader. Like
He
Kelly
is.
is like a dude. And like Alabama, I remember when he came in the draft, like the year they got a Fetty, like I was super pilled for him, and he went a lot earlier than I thought. They need a guy like that in the room. Like ideally, they get some of that in the draft, but like they
You
just
need a
don't
vet.
have. They don't have the like the tough ass kicker. They're way too kind of passive. Sam Darnold is a very quiet guy. He's soft spoken. He's all ball. There's not a lot to him other than that. The Vikings people will tell you there's not a lot of he's not going to give you exciting quotes. If you want this team not to be like milk toast, they need to add some fire to it, man.
So the Vikings have $58 million in cap space, and they made some deals today.
Yeah, they have made some deals. I think they signed a cornerback to a lot of money.
I'm just trying to feel like, can the Seahawks just go in there and out cap them on this and just outspend them if they need to?
Yeah.
On fries, you're saying?
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, there's really, if you overpay, you overpay. It's like you have the money. You especially have the money going into the future, I believe. Jeff, I think you tweeted it out. They have 100 and something million next year.
Yeah.
Obviously, that'll come down, but they're fine on cap. And so if you overpay a little bit, it's like, I think that is absolutely worth it, given how bad it has been.
I have a feeling that they're gonna land him. I think there's enough pressure on John Schneider on the offensive line side, and that they've let this name out there. I think it's going to take an outlandish number for them not to bring him back. That's my read.
They better.
They also wouldn't let that name out there if they already found out he wasn't going to come. He.
True.
And I don't mean that in terms of they're guaranteeing he's going to be here, but if it was a Drew Dalman situation where he took less money to sign with Chicago and that's just where he wants to be, I don't think they would have let his name kind of make the circuits. So I think he gets signed.
Are there any receivers? Today, sorry, go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, are there any receivers you guys are interested in? I'll just throw out a few names. Amari Cooper, Robert Woods, Darius Slayton. Any of those guys? Any interest?
Mm-hmm.
Elijah Moore.
More the cheaper, I would be a Cooper Kupp kind of guy.
Aren't him and JSN the same though?
Yeah, I'm not saying that's well, they're not. I don't think they
I think Cooper can play a little more outside, but
yeah, but he's so slow at this point.
He's a good blocker and a good contested catcher, which I know Deryck likes. So I don't know. I just, to me, he's kind of like Tyler Lockett, except that he can block a little bit better than Tyler Lockett. And he's not going to be that expensive, I don't think. The only other guy, Elijah Moore, seems like an interesting opportunity. I think Diami Brown. I think is that his name?
He signed with the Jags.
Did he?
He did.
You know what he got?
$10 million.
Oof. Yeah.
So I'm guessing that Tutu Atwell was the.
I was a little surprised at how much Josh Palmer got.
That was one of the weirder signings of the day, considering they just signed Shakir.
Yeah.
They're kind
2
of
years, $24 million. Yeah.
Kind of the same player.
Yep.
There's been a lot of weird signings today. It's been a very odd free agent day.
Are you guys at all interested in corner, even though they signed Josh Jobe? Charvarius
I was gonna
Ward?
say yes. I was looking at the names. If someone's market dips a bit, I would get in there. If Charvarius Ward's market kind of dipped, I would take a look at him. DJ Reed signed with the Lions.
Would he want to come here though?
No,
Wasn't he just talking trash about JSN the other day?
Well, no, he was talking a lot of trash about DK. So
that was Diamador Lenore that was doing that.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
what happens to Tariq Woolen in that case, though? Do you just keep him as third corner, or he's competition, or do you trade him?
No. I think you got Josh Jobe, who's in competition with whoever you sign.
So here's one. The Denver Broncos thought so highly of Cody Barton, they did not re-sign him. He is signed with the Titans. The most irrelevant team in the NFL. So Cody Barton is jumping around for the 5th year in a row.
The Chargers have re-signed center Bradley Bozeman to a multi-year deal. So there's some people that thought they're going to be on Drew Dalman, which obviously they didn't end up being, but they didn't go after Kelly or anyone else. I thought the Lions made a really sneaky good signing. DJ Reed, he's such a good player, and they got him for less than what Carlton Davis signed for in New England. I think he's a better player than Carlton Davis.
Yeah, That's one of the best signings of the day so far. There hasn't been a lot of very good signings. Like I just saw a list of the Jaguars signings today. Like how many of these guys have you heard of? De'Ami Brown, Chuma Edoga, Robert Hainsey, Jordan Lewis, Hunter Long, Patrick McCurry, Nick Mullins, Johnny Munt, and Eric Murray.
I don't know.
That is a mismatch of.
The Nick Mullins is a weird. It was what, 2 year, $12 million, I think.
Ooh, Barton actually looks like he got some money.
Really?
Well, again, you never know. It's the when the agents' names are in there, it's probably funky. But they said 3 years,
that seems
21.
new this year. That like,
yeah, these guys are even sucking up to the agents even more. They're not even hiding it anymore.
Yeah, where they mentioned the agent who negotiated it.
New.
Yeah,
3 years, $21 million. That is crazy for good.
Well, hold on, you guys are Jeff. You're breaking your.
I said the numbers are funky. I just said that.
So a quick programming note. Arif Hassan is here. Sorry, I didn't even.
Okay, I gotta jump.
He's
off
like
for a
sitting
second.
there, and I'm like looking at other things. So you guys are welcome to stick around, but I'm gonna. All right, thanks, Deryck.
Thanks, man.
I've got Arif Hassan to talk to us all about this new signing of Sam Darnold, and also going to be able to talk to Ben Goessling a little bit later today as well. Going to talk to everyone that lives in and around Minneapolis that has paid any attention to the Vikings to get as many insights as possible. Arif, how are you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for hanging out in the lobby while I was distracted with Cody Barton signing with the Titans. There's important news to get to.
No, I get it. Priorities. It makes sense to me.
So what do you think so far, before we get into the Seahawks and Vikings specific stuff, what do you make so far of the day of free agency? What stuck out to you?
Kind of a boring day, but I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that like a bunch of these really high value potential free agents were resolved like immediately before or well before the combine, right? Or not even just the combine, just like today even, right? So like a bunch of re-signings and stuff like that in the hours leading up to, you know, the opening of the legal tampering period, which is always a fun phrase. Yeah, I don't know. There's just like not a bunch of marquee players. And so not a bunch of marquee talkers. I mean, some strange moves, obviously. I know you were talking about a couple of those, but like for the most part, it was just like, yeah, man, I guess Dan Moore goes for 20 million or whatever. Like, yeah, sure. I don't care. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's probably one of the more muted free agency periods that I can remember. The only real position where things just started kind of flying off the board was cornerback. Mm-hmm. After that, like maybe offensive tackle, I guess I wasn't paying as much attention to that. But like after that, it was just like kind of a slow drip feed of news. I think that kind of the failure of Matthew Stafford to, well, I don't even failure is maybe the wrong word, but like the fact that Matthew Stafford didn't force his way out, didn't set off like the quarterback dominoes kind of like we expected. Obviously, we ended up with like a Geno Smith move and subsequently a Sam Darnold move, but like, I don't know. I just kind of felt like there was going to be a lot of quarterback changes, and we got like a couple of them. So, which is always kind of like the leading headline. We haven't seen a bunch of defensive tackle movement yet. So I don't know. Like it felt like there could have been more, but who knows? I mean, it's maybe we can see some more trade. The Laramie Tunsil trade, I think, was maybe the most exciting.
That was the biggest bombshell to me.
Yeah, that was crazy. Very good. Did you see Lance Zierlein tweeted out that it's a culture issue? Yeah, I don't know what that's about. That seems kind of crazy to me.
Well, Laramie Tunsil's had a little bit of a
history. Yeah, but like what's a bigger culture issue? Like whatever Laramie Tunsil does in the locker room, or getting CJ Stroud killed? I feel like that's going to be toxic to your locker room culture.
It feels like there has to be something pretty significant, because how often has there been a legitimate franchise left tackle that's been traded multiple times before? Like, is he even 30 years old yet? Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, you say that, but like also, who's that receiver? Brandon Cooks, who got traded like 3-4 times. He wasn't a culture problem. It was just like, I guess it doesn't fit anymore. Like sometimes that happens. Obviously, there's like a little bit more following Laramie Tunsil. There's a reason he fell down the draft in the first place.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
But like, you know, when Miami traded him away, it's not like the Texans suddenly found themselves beset with all these problems, you know, regarding him. They were happy to offer him an extension after a little bit too. So I don't know. It kind of a strange move. Obviously, Washington was very happy to snap that up. It kind of a situation where I think both teams made the wrong move here because like Washington gave up a lot to get him, and I know that receiving a lot usually is pretty good, but like you have your quarterback, you've got a pretty good receiving group. Now you need to protect the guy, and I don't know. Is Titus Howard going to play left tackle? It sounds rough.
Well, they had, who was the guy that they played at left tackle last year that they drafted? The good, it's a good athlete, but was not a left tackle by nature. I'm trying to remember his name, like Coleman something.
Oh yeah, it was not Brandon Coleman, was it?
Maybe it was. That actually, you might have hit it right on the head. But so maybe it's a matter, moving him to a more appropriate position and go on from there. But I'm curious with the Bears and your division. They've been active today. They added Drew Dalman.
Perpetual winners of the offseason, Chicago Bears.
Did they win the offseason? How do you feel about what they've done so far with the guards they've traded for? They've been very aggressive on the offensive line, that's for sure. And then they add Grady Jarrett on the defensive line. Any thoughts?
Abstractly, I like it. It's just I've seen them do it so many times. It's just I've become kind of like immune to the Bears offseason. It hasn't worked out for them for like years at a time. But like each individual move I like. So I maybe the Grady Jarrett one is a little bit aggressive. I don't know that he's got much left in the tank anymore. But obviously a couple weeks ago? Time is crazy. But like trading for Joe Thuney a little bit ago, securing Drew Dalman, like getting all of that together for that interior offensive line, and making sure that there's like a stability in place for Caleb Williams. That's good, obviously. But yeah, I don't know. Like there's something about the Bears always makes me think, I don't know. So I like all the moves, but I can't get excited.
I'm in a similar boat. I appreciate, as a Seahawks fan, I appreciate that there is an organization that can be aggressive in trying to change their offensive line. That certainly must feel interesting, at least. But for you, following the Vikings, what's the name or names that you've been keeping an eye on that you were really hoping to hear would be called for the Vikings, or are still hoping to hear will be called related to the Vikings?
Yeah, I paid a lot of attention to that cornerback group because I wanted, the Vikings to do something in that position. They did technically sign a guy, Isaiah Rodgers, pretty cheap deal, but it's not somebody that I would hope is guaranteed a starting job or anything like that. We've only got a small sample of play, as good as it was. But yeah, I was hoping the Vikings would target Carlton Davis. That's not happening. I was kind of hoping that, they might go after DJ Reed. I know that there's like a bunch of Vikings fans are like, well, no, he's too short. He'll get taken advantage of. And it's like, well, that hasn't been a problem for him like throughout his career. He's fine. I'm sure he'll figure it out in Minnesota too. So they didn't get him. The Lions now have DJ Reed and DJ Reader, which is fun. Maybe secure a DJ Reed-est at some point in the future. But, I was paying attention to that cornerback group and it just kind of whittled away. So like, what do they have left? Like Rasul Douglas is kind of like the highest.
Maybe Asante Samuel.
Yeah, I don't know. Like Asante Samuel is not as interesting to me.
Charvarius Ward's
good. I would be intrigued by that kind of signing. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm paying attention to. The Vikings are hosting Jonathan Allen right now in the building. Mm-hmm. Apparently the meeting is happening right now. That'd be kind of exciting. I know that a bunch of Vikings fans had an outside chance that maybe they would sign Milton Williams. And then when Diana Rossini reported that, like, hey, he's actually not going to be a Panther, a bunch of Vikings fans got really excited. I think one person on the Philly beat had tweeted out that, like, actually the Vikings are in it. So that built up hype. I don't think it was ever happening. The Vikings under Kwesi never go after, like, the top free agent. They'll make splash signings. They never go after, like, the top free agent. So Milton Williams to the Patriots was not, like, a huge shock to me. But like paying attention to the interior defensive line is also important for the Vikings. Seeing what happens with Harrison Smith if he retires at safety. I don't know, but my guess is the Vikings anticipate him returning if they let Cam Bynum walk for $15 million a year to the Colts. They also signed Theo Jackson, one of their backup safeties, to a $6 million a year deal, which suggests that they like see a starting path for that guy. Which I don't know. He's played well, but again, it's like with Isaiah Rodgers in a very, very small sample. So I don't know. I was paying attention to like Talanoa Hufanga, and maybe, Javon Holland, even though I don't think that's really a great scheme fit for what Brian Flores does, to see if they would kind of bolster the safety room, and that didn't happen, which is not hugely shocking just because of the Harrison Smith thing, but you always want to pay attention.
So we got to talk about the big move between these two teams. Geno Smith's gone for the Seahawks. Sam Darnold is in. And the first thing I got to ask you is, why did the Vikings want Sam Darnold back?
Because he's good. I don't know how else to like it feels like a lot of Seahawks writers and fans were like, what? Why would we get Sam Darnold? He's so bad. And I am shocked at that. I'm not shocked, but I'm like really surprised because he had an outstanding season. Obviously, the season ended really poorly. You can't ignore that.
Yeah.
But like, and I know that a lot of Seahawks fans wanted Sam Darnold to play better against the Rams. Like, I know that they were paying attention to that game.
Yes, count me for one of them.
So like, I get it, but like, he had a really good season, and it's really shocking to me. And like, I got texts from Vikings fans who were like, "Well, if that's what he signed for, why didn't the Vikings re-sign him?" And I'm like, "What? They have JJ McCarthy. Like, come on." But like a lot of Vikings fans were like, "No, he was good. Like, that's the Seahawks got a steal." So it's like a really interesting divergence of expectations here, where a lot of people, especially in the Seahawks sphere, seem to think that he's pretty mediocre. A lot of people at the national sphere think that he's like really good, and we're surprised he didn't get a bigger market coming out of the combine. And a lot of people in the Vikings sphere were like, man, well, good for him, but we got to move on. Just like an interesting kind of divergence of approaches here. But he's like good. I don't know what else to say about it. Like, he takes a lot of risks. The risks pay off a lot. But here's the thing is that I think that the offense that he was in, a lot of people talk about how important it was for him to be with Kevin O'Connell. I 100% agree with that. I think from a coaching perspective, having Grant Udinsky, Wes Phillips, Kevin O'Connell, having all of that together was really important for his development as a quarterback. But one of the kind of downsides to being in a Kevin O'Connell offense is that O'Connell puts a ton of pressure on quarterbacks. And I don't mean, puts all the offense on him, cognitively speaking, which is what we usually mean by that, but more, they have to hold the ball for 7 seconds in the offense. It just always happens. You take a look at all the quarterbacks that have played for the Vikings, which is a surprising number of them in the Kevin O'Connell era. It's like Kirk Cousins, Josh Dobbs, all of that. And that includes Sam Darnold. And their longest times to throw have been in the Kevin O'Connell offense. And there's a reason for that. Because Kevin O'Connell requires that you hold on to the ball for just longer. You wait a tick. And it's not because there's a heavy play action emphasis. If you take a look at the play action rates, it's not particularly higher than usual compared to other West Coast teams or even just other teams in the NFL. He just holds on to the ball a lot because they're waiting for explosives. And so they're forcing kind of big play potential. But there's a reason that Sam Darnold led the league in deep pass completions and deep pass attempts without, he had a high deep pass completion percentage too. It wasn't just like he threw the ball so much, eventually you're going to accumulate a bunch of completions. He had a really high adjusted completion percentage on throws over 20 yards.
Yep.
I believe he led the league in explosive play percentage, right?
He did.
Obviously, part of that, he had one of the league leaders in turnover-worthy play percentage too. It is a risky offense, but it induces pressure. So the Vikings, for half the year, had 2 really good offensive tackles. Second half of the year, 1 really good offensive tackle, and not a great set of interior offensive linemen that were exacerbated by this offense. I think that you can construct an offense that takes advantage of Sam Darnold's strengths without accentuating this pressure problem. And a lot of people will talk about pressure as a huge weakness for Darnold. And historically, obviously, that was the case. Like, there's a reason the seeing ghost meme kind of took off after he said it into a mic. But for most of the year, he was genuinely very good under pressure. So, obviously seeing what happened with the Lions, what happened with the Rams, getting sacked 9 times, that's not wonderful. And if that's the memory you have, and you're hearing this guy being like, no, he was good under pressure, I promise, it must be kind of difficult to cohere these. But if you watch more than just his games against the Rams and the Lions, you'll see a guy that thrived under pressure, that did a really good job navigating a pocket, that understood kind of when he needed to scramble and find space, understood when he needed to just make a small move and slide up into the pocket, and made a lot of really good highlight plays under pressure that generally did better than he did worse under pressure. That is, sack to pressure ratio until that Rams game was actually quite good.
Yeah.
I don't want to say that the Rams game doesn't count. It does, and it happened twice against a team that he'll face twice. Like I don't want to like discount that, but I also don't want to say that that's the takeaway that you should have from his game. They played a bunch of very good teams, and he played well against a bunch of very good teams this year. And so I think that, there is a relatively high ceiling with him. I think that, if your concern is that he's a 1-year wonder, that's totally fair. But if your concern is that he played poorly last year, that's not fair. He played very well.
Yeah, and we're talking to Arif Hassan, does amazing work. Make sure you check him out at wideleft.football. And when I asked you the question about why did the Vikings want him back, it wasn't because for me that I thought he was bad. It was because he was going to be, the report was he was offered a 1-year deal, $25 million. That's not a small number. And they have a player that they've invested a top 10 pick in JJ McCarthy, who is supposed to be back this year. So do you think that they were planning on having Sam Darnold compete for the starting spot or to have the starting spot? Or were they going to bring him back at $25 million to be a backup? Like, what was the plan?
I think they knew that he wasn't going to sign for 25. I think they gave him an offer because if he happened to sign somewhere for like less, it would feel really stupid not to at least do that, right? At 25, you're not obligated to start a guy, at least in 2025, right? You can have your $25 million quarterback lose a competition. You can't have your $40 million quarterback lose a competition, right? And so like, I think that's kind of the difference is like having Sam Darnold at 25 million in that circumstance means that, if McCarthy doesn't actually come back from his injury or whatever, or if he's not playing the outstanding football that you expected him to play, that you've got somebody that you won 14 games with last year. And if McCarthy does play well, now you've got tremendous trade bait, outstanding trade bait. Like you could Sam Bradford someone else for once, right? And I think that that's like a pretty appealing option, but I don't think that the idea was to sign him to start, right? Otherwise they would have offered at least 35, right? And if he's choosing between 35 for 2 years with the Vikings and 36.8 or whatever for 3 years with the Seahawks, like that's a genuine, like interesting question. Like, do you take kind of what looks to be a better supporting cast environment, or do you take like the clear path to starting even if they draft a rookie, right? So like that's like I think kind of where it becomes an interesting decision for him. But no, I think that the Vikings only wanted him at a price where it was feasible to have him as a backup or as a trade option in that circumstance. I had a really good year with him, so like that's why you would want him back. But they see a vision for the future. They want to take advantage of the cap space that you get with a rookie quarterback. And so they want to like maximize that opportunity. So there's only certain circumstances they would bring him back, but I mean, he was good, so they would want him back.
And the Seahawks, the way I'm reading this deal so far is, yes, it's 3 years, $100 million, but it's $55 million guaranteed. And usually that means like you kind of divide that by two. If it's a 3-year deal, figure 2 years, it's probably about $27.5 million. By the way, breaking news: the Indianapolis Colts have signed Charvarius Ward to a 3-year deal worth up to $60 million, $35 million guaranteed, $20 million signing bonus. So Charvarius Ward is off the board. Also related to some of this stuff, Joshua Dobbs signed a 2-year deal with the Patriots, which now has people wondering what's going to happen with Joe Milton. And is Joe Milton going to make a move?
Is that like an intriguing thing for people?
It is an intriguing. When you're a team that is starving for quarterback play, a guy that made a few highlight plays in one game against third stringers, that's exciting stuff.
I've been there. I get it. Yeah, that's fair.
So when we talk about Sam Darnold, he's like what I was getting at is Vikings, if the report's true, 1 year 25. Seahawks essentially offer him 2 years 55, 27 and a half. Like is kind of how it works out. But probably around, probably work around 30, depending on what kind of escalators and other stuff they have.
Right.
You said the Vikings fans feel like maybe like the Seahawks have got a good deal. And that's kind of what I'm wondering is, do you not like not trying to dress it up, but someone who's watched a lot of football, watched a lot of players come and go, watched good quarterback play and bad quarterback play. Did the Seahawks get somebody who is on the rise? Did Sam Darnold kind of unlock something last year, or was he really a product of the best receiving core in the NFL and one of the best play callers in the NFL? Like, how much do you feel like maybe he's a rising star?
I mean, that's really tough to figure out. There are some traits that he showed that to me are like indelibly like inherent traits, right? Like that are good indicators that this is like an inbuilt part of the quarterback, right? And so I think his play under pressure was really excellent. And with that, you think, okay, I understand kind of that, this is a player that has kind of built up the kind of resilience that they need, and like that's durable. That'll last regardless of kind of where you are. Maybe, sure. His ability to kind of find the open receiver seemed improved, which great, good. His processing speed seemed a little bit faster than it was in New York, which I think is pretty significant. Also, like all of my monitors just died for some reason, so
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see me.
I can hear
but
you, but you're
great.
frozen.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Something wrong with my video card. That's great to hear. But it's not like it's a new computer or anything that I spent a bunch of money on.
Never.
Yeah. But no, like I think that when you see these traits that we understand to be kind of like durable or inherent that translate across like systems or whatever, like it can feel like, yeah, he's actually genuinely improved. But at the same time, you might consider it a boutique offense, right? One that required, like, hinged on Justin Jefferson getting open, 2.8 seconds after the snap, as opposed to kind of the 2.3 that you typically expect for receivers, right? Which I know these sound like very small numbers, but are actually quite large in terms of the NFL. And so I don't know how much of that is that, but it very much seems like when you take a look at kind of the things that were reasons that he failed in New York and reasons that he succeeded in Minnesota, it seems like a lot of those things are the kinds of traits that when we scout quarterbacks, we say, like, that is not an issue of coachability. That's an issue of kind of like a player's inbuilt character. Now, we know that's not the case because they just got coached into him, but they seem like things that would translate from system to system, from team to team. So I think that he genuinely improved. And from that perspective, you could maybe make the argument that, he's a rising star. And that would be a really excellent place for Seattle to be at the end of like that second year of that deal, work out a restructure and extension.
What's he like in the locker room or like as a member of the team? Is he going to be a guy like the Seahawks offense? One of the things that's happened here is they've traded away Geno Smith. They've traded away DK Metcalf, the oldest player and on the Seahawks, and the longest tenured player on the Seahawks offense is Noah Fant at 27 years old and 2 years in the offense. Well, I guess 3, depending on how you want to see it. Is he someone that can come in there and help fill the leadership void that's been created in Seattle? Did I lose you completely, Arif? It sounds like maybe I lost you completely. All right. Too bad. Well, we'll try to get him back on, if possible, if he's still there. But I'm guessing he is. Yep, he just left. So hopefully he is restarting. Let me just send him a quick note. Yeah, you can come in and grab Finn if you want. I'm sure he'd be happy to.
You're not on the air, are you?
I am on the air. Yeah.
I don't want to be a part of this.
No, I was just saying you could open the door. Yeah. Hello. As we enter what will be hour 7, we've been 6 hours live. People want a mock draft. Not quite yet. Arif Hassan is coming back, so let's get Arif. We got Ben Goessling coming in about a half an hour, 3:20 from the Minneapolis Star-Tribune. He wrote the great article on Grant Udinski. Talked to him before, wanted to get his opinion on Sam Darnold. There is some news that the same guy who's been reporting all day about the Vikings and Will Fries says they don't expect Will Fries to be on the board much longer. Don't know what that means, but we will find out. Let's see if we've got better. Oh, look at that. You're moving. You're animated. I love it.
Crazy.
So, question I asked, I don't know if you heard any of it, but was the Seahawks just traded away Geno Smith and DK Metcalf. They have the oldest player on their offensive side of the ball is 27 years old, Noah Fant, been there for a couple of years. So is Sam Darnold somebody that can step into the leadership void?
No idea. That's a really good question. Geno Smith to me struck me as natural is maybe the wrong word because he clearly didn't demonstrate very many leadership qualities with the New York Jets, for better or for worse. That's not like a criticism. It's just very obvious that wasn't the case. And obviously in Seattle, he demonstrated a lot of leadership capabilities, right? And so he grew into that role really well, and it fit him really well. Darnold wasn't really tasked with being the locker room leader for the Vikings, right? The Vikings had that year, I believe, the oldest team in the league. And so to go from that to one of the youngest offenses, not the youngest offense, based off what you just said, it's going to be kind of a difficult transition, and you may have to lean on some other leaders. I don't know. This is less an argument that Sam Darnold doesn't have it, and more he wasn't required to demonstrate it. So I don't know, if that's something that he has. I mean, players certainly liked him, but I think charisma and leadership are two different things. So I wish I could answer that, better for you. Most likely what's going to happen is that there probably is going to be a leadership void because Geno Smith, I think, was a really excellent leader. Like that's what he grew into. But
did you get the feeling that like his teammates like rallied around Sam Darnold? Did they like him? Did they was there any like indication?
They liked him a lot. They liked him a lot. At the end of training camp, like there's a little thing going around with the players where it's like, this year's about getting Sam Darnold the bag. Like it was very adorable, if I'm being honest. But they really celebrated his successes a lot. I don't know if you saw some of the locker room videos surrounding him and his performances and stuff like that, but like teammates were like over the moon about him. And that's not just for the camera. Like when you check in with like, various elements in the facility and inside the building, like he was really, really well liked and people were really over the moon about his successes. And so they like extremely well liked. I just want to make it clear that there's like a difference between being well liked and being a leader. Right. And that one's a difficult one to answer, but they loved him a lot. There's a lot of celebration for successes, a lot of sticking by him through some of the more difficult games, the Jacksonville game, the first Rams game, the first Detroit Lions game was actually not that bad. They just happened to lose, but this is the second Lions game. Through some of those difficult games, you saw some really, in a lot of cases, unprompted, gestures of appreciation and stick-to-itiveness from the players surrounding Darnold. They liked him a lot.
So I think we'll probably maybe come back to Darnold, but with that aside, offensive line problem for basically every team in the NFL, and a lot of people have said like, oh, the Vikings had a way better offensive line than the Seahawks last year. Like Darnold, how's he going to survive behind that crappy Seahawks offensive line? I want to tell you what I've said, and I want to see your reaction to see if you agree with any of it. I said Christian Darrisaw, amazing, but only played 7 games. Then you had Cam Robinson. You have, I think, a good right tackle. I don't think Cam Robinson's very good. And I think your interior of that offensive line was pretty suspect and at times pretty bad. And I look at the Seahawks and I see largely the same thing. They had a little bit more of a rotation at right tackle, but Charles Cross is a pretty decent. He's not Christian Darrisaw, but he's a fine left tackle. When Abe Lucas was back for the back half of the season, he was a fine right tackle. And then you had some problems in the interior. So was the Vikings offensive line good from your perspective?
I think that it was an above average offensive line for those first 7 games. Mm-hmm. And then after that, I think it fell off pretty dramatically. What's actually really difficult to evaluate about the offensive line is that when they replaced David Questenberry, who stepped in for Christian Darrisaw, when they replaced him with Cam Robinson, they also switched up the interior. So they replaced Ed Ingram with Dalton Reisner. And so it's actually really difficult to get a good sense of why the offensive line struggled so much, because you had a lot of changes all at once. But it did struggle quite a bit. And I would argue that second half iteration of the Vikings offensive line, I wouldn't say it was worse than the Seattle Seahawks offensive line, but I wouldn't say that they were far apart either. I thought that there was like a lot of struggle on that offensive line. And so, yeah, I thought that they, invited pressure. The run game efficiency dropped pretty dramatically when they made that switch in the offensive line. The win rate, dropped somewhat dramatically when they made that change in the offensive line. It was like a pretty bad situation from a protection standpoint, especially, like I said, that offense, as you just hold on to the ball forever. Right. And by design, not like, Anthony Richardson's just like waiting for Josh Downs to get open, but like actually like by design, you have to hold on to the ball. And so it was a really difficult, but yeah, I would say the net effect of holding onto the ball a lot and having a suspect offensive line might actually be pretty similar to a faster offense with a bit of a worse offensive line. So I would say, and I saw a lot of people have this take, like, I don't know if you could put, Sam Darnold behind the Seahawks offensive line. It's like, I get what you're getting at, but like it's not that far apart. Like, you're not the only one that brought this question forward. Like, a lot of people have. Yeah. And I don't think it's that far apart.
Well, like, let me read you some of Sam Darnold's games. These won't be news to you. In the back half, this is after the Christian Darrisaw injury and all the changes you're talking about. So he has this stretch from week 10 on where, actually it's week 11 on. At Tennessee, 246 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. At Chicago, 330 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Home against Arizona, 235 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Home against Atlanta, 347 yards, 5 touchdowns, no picks. Back against Chicago.
That Atlanta game was incredible.
That was crazy, right?
Yeah.
He goes to Seattle, which Seahawks fans know well. 246 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Green Bay at home. This was for like potentially the division. This was a huge game. 377 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. So all those games happened during this period where you're saying the offensive line really took a step back. And I look at that, I'm like, that's a pretty good stretch. That might have been his best stretch, as a matter of fact, during the season.
Yeah, I mean, and it's interesting because it's like, it's that, and then also if you take a look at some of like, I know not everyone's like a huge fan of PFF grades, so this is not me saying that this is the truth, but I think it's a good proxy for, they'll probably get close, right? I think his stretch I think his PFF grades from like week 11 to week 18 are actually better than the first half grades. Some of that's a product of PFF kind of giving you a little bit more credit when you perform under pressure, and there was more pressure. And so that's not like a cheat code. More pressure does suck, but it is kind of interesting that that's what happened. And I think the Vikings kind of took it at, well, first of all, you did get like TJ Hawkinson back. So I think that probably played a role too. A lot of weird push and pull at exactly like the halfway mark of the season. But I think a lot of it is just like the Vikings kind of understanding like, oh, well, if we're going to be in this situation, we're just going to have to make big plays, and kind of like stressing that even more. It's like, well, if we're going to be under pressure either way, we might as well like send some guys downfield, which is probably not my approach to that problem, but it is an approach, and it largely worked. What's interesting is if you take a look at his pressure rate, I believe his pressure rate increased, but his pressure to sack ratio actually decreased. So he's actually taking fewer sacks per pressure in that stretch that you're mentioning. Even though he was under, well, I shouldn't say even though, because it's a rate, but he was under more pressure, right? And he found a way to thrive despite that. So I think that that's like a really good, way to take a look at like, what would he do in a similar situation? Now, mind you, losing Tyler Lockett, trading away DK Metcalf, and kind of hoping that Jackson Smith-Njigba kind of like really takes, a big leap forward. It's a little bit different than having, Justin Jefferson, TJ Hawkinson, and then hoping successfully that Jordan Addison takes like a leap forward, which he did. It's just a different situation, and that's going to play a role in kind of the raw statistics that you mentioned. But I think that just in terms of evaluating like what he's doing when he was like, looking at the field and trying to figure out what's kind of going on, evaluating what's happening when there is pressure in the pocket and stuff like that, that stuff I think is translatable. So.
All right, last thing I want to ask you. We're talking to Arif Hassan, wideleft.football. Make sure you check out all this stuff. So these are related questions. There is someone named Darren Wolfson, who is 5 Eyewitness News in Minneapolis. Is this a reputable person? Should his news be taken seriously?
I personally like Darren Wolfson a lot. I would argue, and this is not a knock on him, so please, Wolfson, if you end up finding a way to listen to this, I'm sorry.
Everybody does.
But of course. But I would say that he's lost his fastball when it comes to scoops.
Okay.
He's been a good scoopster. He's been a good insider. But as kind of regimes have changed, both in the NBA and the NFL, so for both the Wolves and the Vikings, it has been a little bit more difficult for him to kind of nail everything in the way that he used to. I would say he's a very ethical reporter. I just don't know that he's kind of batting at the same batting percentage that he used to.
So he has been reporting throughout the day that the Vikings are after Will Fries, and the latest came a few minutes ago where he said the Vikings are interested in or expected to make a decision soon. Will Fries, whom the Vikings are interested in, is expected to make a decision soon. The quote, "Don't expect him to remain on the board much longer." So how do you feel? How do you feel about Will Fries? Are you gonna be super excited if the Vikings steal him away from the Seahawks? That's like the number one target for the Seahawks. You should know.
Oh, okay. Well, before I knew that, I would have said, yeah, I would be, guardedly optimistic. I think that'd be a good signing. But knowing that it's taking it away from the Seahawks, I'm over the moon. That sounds fantastic.
Yeah. This guy who's played 260 snaps last year, coming off a serious injury, has never been good before last year. Somehow is going to get a bag.
He's been at the top of not the top, right? But he's been floating in the upper echelon of these free agency rankings. I think the PFF rankings are maybe a big reason why. And again, guardedly optimistic. I think it would be a good move, but the way that people are treating it is this will solve the problem. And it's will it? I don't know. Hopefully.
I don't think it will, but we'll find out. We will find out. Arif, thank you so much, man, for coming on. What should people look out for from you? What are you paying attention to as well the rest of the way?
Yeah, so after we get a couple of days of this news, maybe by the time free agency technically actually starts, I'll be kind of evaluating all of the contracts to see if we're wrong about whether or not these numbers are actually higher than we expect because we're not doing cap inflation correctly in our heads, or if actually we're right and this was a very weird free agency class. So I've got that piece coming up in a couple of days. I've got potentially, I'm still trying to drive down another little piece of investigative journalism on sports media franchise. We'll see. I don't know yet. And some more pieces on the state of analytics. I was able to talk to Sumer Sports about kind of what they're doing. And so that'll be kind of fun. And then, of course, come April, the consensus big board, people seem to love it. And so I'm going to keep doing it. Bring together the rankings and opinions of over 100 different draft analysts, across the draft media landscape to produce kind of one consistent, this is what the media believes is the ranking of these players. And it is proven to be generally quite good at not just predicting the draft, but predicting NFL outcomes. That'll be in April.
Yeah, I want to give an extra plug for that, folks. If you haven't looked at that, if you care about the draft at all, it's kind of a must get. It's a reason to subscribe to Arif's Substack and get in there because he gives a lot of it away for what it's worth, but there's a lot of great stuff beyond. There's been a lot of studies based off of it that teams that actually go off consensus in their boards the most are least successful, and the teams that are most aligned with consensus are most successful. So some really, really cool stuff in there, and absolutely something I pay a lot of attention to. So I recommend it for everybody who's tuning in. Man, thank you so much. It was great seeing you. I'm glad you got a bite to eat before I saw you. I did the same. We need our sustenance, and we'll talk again soon.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on.
All right. That is Arif Hassan, wideleft.football. In about 20 minutes, I'll be welcoming in Ben Goessling of the Minneapolis Star-Tribune. And we will get some more insight from a different perspective on the signing of Sam Darnold. Maybe we'll have information about Will Fries. I hope he's with the Seahawks. But as of now, the only information we're getting right now is from the Vikings. Take that for what it's worth. I'm not seeing any information, nothing new on Mekhi Becton, nothing new on Tevin Jenkins. So pretty quiet about the guys that I think the Seahawks are paying attention to. Let me add a search bar here for nothing new on Ryan Kelly. I know some people were interested in him. I'm going to add one for James Daniels because I've renewed my interest in him. So James Daniels, keep an eye on him. And we're going to make this within the last 20 minutes. And then I'm going to go through some super chats. So we'll go through some questions that I haven't had a chance to get to yet. And let's get at least 30 likes in order to have someone show up on this tweet. Great. So James Daniels, I've got my search column for him now right next to these other guys. Okay, we got my offensive line search strings all ready. So let's do super chats. All right. I'm looking to see if there's anything. Sorry, as news comes up, I'm always going to glance over there. All right. We looked at Sam Darnold indoor versus outdoor mock draft. Not yet. Lots of cap space next year. Yep. Christian Haynes. We talked about that. All right. I think we start here. Alex1244 says, in my opinion, forget defensive line and wide receiver. We need to target O-line hard and heavy. If Sam is looking into the turf all season and not downfield, we are screwed. I'm for that, Alex. Like I would be personally okay if the wide receivers that they add are like third wave free agents. Like, don't spend money on that position. Try to get your next quality receiver in the draft. Ask Jake Bobo to step forward. Maybe give Cody White a chance. I think Cody White's better than people realize. I'm not saying he's DK Metcalf, but like I think there's some talent there that you could utilize. And also you might be able to make a trade later. Like maybe there's a receiver that you can have that is worth going after, or there's a cap casualty in June. There's all sorts of things that can happen at the receiver spot. So don't chase the receiver position. I really agree with that general perspective. Jake and I says, my semi-serious theory is Aaron Rodgers was a fake leak designed to manufacture enthusiasm for Darnold. Well, he wasn't a fake leak in terms of where he was. There are multiple reports confirming he was here in Seattle. So unless he had just someone to visit, I think he was here to meet with the Seahawks. My understanding and other people that are like related that cover the Seahawks is that it was due diligence. It wasn't that they were planning to do it, but the Sam Darnold thing might have gone wrong. You never know. And I think the Seahawks should feel very, very, very fortunate that Darnold became the permanent solution, at least for the next couple of years. All right. Dogzilla Monster, surprised other teams not interested at 3 years, $100 million. Yeah, I mean, I kind of am. The New York teams both need a quarterback. The Jets probably would have a hard sell bringing Sam Darnold back there. Although I think you could say, well, look what happened with Geno Smith and look what happened with Sam Darnold. And like all these quarterbacks we keep moving on from continue to work out. So let's be the beneficiary of our draft pick instead of watching them help teams across the league. The Giants need somebody, but again, Joe Shane, is he going to bet his job on Sam Darnold, who already failed in that city and doesn't have the best reputation in that city? I don't know. Maybe not. The Steelers, frankly, should have. They should have. I think that was an offense that made sense for him. I think it's a good setup for him. I think the Steelers should have gone after him, but they didn't. I think you could make the case that the Raiders should have, instead of trading a third-round pick for Geno and spending more money on Geno, for an older player. So I do think that it is a example, or it's a symptom of the fact that the league does not think that highly of him still. And we should understand that, because Geno Smith, after his comeback player of the year, season in 2022, and the Seahawks were able to sign him for $25 million a year. And I don't think there was really that many other suitors. So it's a prove it league. I think a lot of people assume that Sam Darnold was a product of the system he was in and the receivers he was with and all that. You heard Arif Hassan kind of challenge that a little bit. I mean, definitely understood what was going on there, but he told you how bad the offensive line was, which really matched what I had researched and what I had seen. It was a pretty bad offensive line the second half of the year. So I'm not saying it's great. I'm not. Sam Darnold could crash and burn. He's been a really bad quarterback before. But I think they got him at the exact right price. And if it doesn't work out, you have enough cap room, it will not have killed you, But now you got to go and try to draft somebody who can challenge him. All right, Jeff Jennings says, Bradford gone. Sony see the fit in wide zone. Bradford. So Anthony Bradford, I think is what you're talking about, Jeff. I wouldn't be surprised if Anthony Bradford is gone. He's had his chances, and he's not taken advantage of them. He's going to have had a really big offseason, transform his body, come in here in the best shape of his life. If we don't hear that kind of offseason from him, I don't think he's long for this roster. Cameron Kronkite, thanks for all your coverage today, Brian. Here's hoping that Kubiak can hone Darnold's interdimensional vision to tune out the ghosts. I've seen a lot of these jokes about him seeing ghosts in the conversation there. Like, you heard Arif, same thing I saw when I've watched him. Like, Sam Darnold was really good in the pocket last year. His pocket presence, his movement was, I thought, really good. And he hunted big plays, and he made the most big plays of any quarterback in the NFL last year. The most 20-plus yard throws, completions of any quarterback in the NFL. So, you know what? Like, maybe he slayed some ghosts last year. Who knows? Zachary says, Brian, is the Steve Kornacki of free agency? I do not look nearly as good in slacks as Mr. Kornacki. His what are those called? Not chinos. I mean, they are, but oh my gosh, it's been a long day. Give me a break. So yeah, in about 10 minutes, we're going to welcome in Ben Goessling, who wrote that amazing article on Grant Udinski, amazing journalist. Really looking forward to getting his perspective on the Sam Darnold signing. I know Spare Rib wants me to compare Carr and Darnold. Sure. Let's do a brief one. I will do a brief comparison, because the reason, to give you some idea, Spare Rib, about this, the reason when I say I want to do something like that, I want to get deep. I like spending like a lot of time kind of digging in. I'd already done that with Geno and Sam Darnold. I have not yet done that with Derek Carr. And so you're probably just saying, can you just do a quick one? And I'm thinking like, well, I want to do a really good one. But let's see how far we can get in brief order here. So, okay, Derek Carr. And I will start doing some of the similar comparisons I did with Geno Smith. All right. So it's hard also because Derek Carr was injured a lot of last year. But let's look at kind of touchdown to interception ratio. Derek Carr was 15-5. Sam Darnold was 35-12. Like in terms of average yards per throw, Derek Carr was 7.7 last year. Sam Darnold, I believe, was 7.9. Sam Darnold threw for 4,319 yards. Crazy that it was 1 yard different than Geno Smith, by the way, who threw for 4,320 yards. Derek Carr threw for 2,145. Derek Carr completed 67% of his passes, and he has a lifetime completion percentage of 65. This is one of the things that is a legitimate knock on Sam Darnold. His career completion percentage is 61. Last year was a career high at 66. That is not that high, but it is his career high. And I think that Derek Carr is a more accurate passer than Sam Darnold. So I think that's real. I'm showing, by the way, I'll keep the current depth chart kind of in view. I've made the change. You can, Sam Darnold's on that depth chart now, as well as DK Metcalf is off of it. So I made those changes. As I look more into Derek Carr versus, I mean, Derek Carr in some ways is almost the opposite of Sam Darnold. Not in all ways, but in some ways, because Derek Carr has historically been one of the fastest to get the ball out. Like, he has been a guy that's really tried to avoid pressure, like sacks and things of that nature. Sorry, folks. Didn't mean to do that. Let's get that fixed. My goodness, that was a mistake. Do that and do this. There we go. Oops, sorry. Hopefully that works a little bit better. All right. So let me look up a little bit on his time to throw. At least that was my recollection. So passing pressure, passing depth. Let me get to time to throw. All right. So time in pocket. And Derek Carr last year, I think he's going to probably be towards the high, like the quicker. By the way, don't let yourself get freaked out when you see Byron Murphy as a free agent. That is the cornerback, not the defensive tackle. Our Byron Murphy is not a free agent. So yes, Derek Carr tied for the 7th fastest to throw, 2.64 seconds average time to throw. That's been just who he is his whole career. He's quick to get rid of the ball. I think, like, I don't want to say he's not courageous, but he's not a guy that's going to hang in the pocket and wait for a big play to develop. That's just not who he is. Sam Darnold takes a lot longer and does hunt for big plays. As far as turnover-worthy plays, Derek Carr, let's see. Now this is in time to throw. Let me just get overall view here. Passing pressure, passing grade. Okay, let's get rid of this week and just look at the regular season. All right. So turnover-worthy play rate. Sam Darnold was tied for the 12th highest. He was tied with Matthew Stafford as one of the highest turnover-worthy play rates. This is 12th, again, highest. Derek Carr was 30th. So specifically, Sam Darnold was at 3.6%. Derek Carr was at 2.5% of his plays were turnover-worthy plays. Big-time throw rate. Big-time throw rate. These are like really tough throws in tight spaces. Sam Darnold was 7th in the NFL last year, 5.6%. Derek Carr was right behind him at 8th with 5.4%. So they were similar on the big-time throws. Carr was better at keeping the ball out of harm's way. We talked about time to throw. Let's talk about pressure. How did they perform under pressure? I talked to you about this before that Sam Darnold was actually pretty darn good. 7th highest passing grade when under pressure last year, right above Geno Smith. Derek Carr was the 3rd best, behind only Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson. So Derek Carr, I'm kind of curious. I'm going to look back a year If we go back a year, is this like who Derek Carr always is, or was this kind of a product of Clint Kubiak? If we go back a year, Derek Carr was 19th in his passing grade when under pressure. So if I go back another year, let's see if Derek Carr, what he does there. Because I don't think about him as a great guy under pressure. He was 9th, top 10 in 2022. Let's go back one more year. Derek Carr, 24th, 47.4. So he has not been consistently good under pressure. His performance under pressure under Clint Kubiak, I think, might have been the best of his career. That's interesting. And maybe good news for Mr. Darnold, who was not that bad anyway. He was 7th. Carr was 3rd. Let's talk about when they're blitzed. When they're blitzed versus not blitzed. When blitzed, Sam Darnold had the 8th best passing grade when blitzed in the NFL. Derek Carr was 15th. If you're curious, Geno Smith was 10th. Let's look at passing depth. I'm curious about that. Because I think that Clint Kubiak's offense has a lot of intermediate throws, and that was not something that Darnold was great at. If we look at, again, deep throws, Sam Darnold had the best adjusted passing percentage of any quarterback in the NFL last year on deep throws. Derek Carr, 15th. If we go to intermediate, now I know Darnold does not show up here as well. Derek Carr was 5th. Okay? Derek Carr was 5th. Sam Darnold was 23rd. So these intermediate throws, that's the question about Darnold in this offense to me, more than the pressure, more than the holding onto the ball. How's his accuracy on these intermediate throws? He's going to have to get really good at those, and that's not necessarily his biggest strength. So that is a couple of things that I would say about that comparison. We should be getting Ben Goessling on here any minute, so we'll talk to him. But this is a look at your latest version of your Seahawks depth chart, getting an eye on who's here and who's not. Let me promo real quick that we are going to get Mr. Goessling on so people can find us. Man, I really got to redo that thumbnail. I hate the thumbnail that I did today. My worst work. Really bad. No one's going to click on that. All right. We are joined by Ben Goessling. To talk about Sam Darnold. Come on over. All right. A couple other things that happen while we wait for Ben. I think you guys already heard about this. Darrell Taylor, former Seahawks, signs with the Texans for like $5.25 million. I think there were some other things that came out here. Texans agree to term with wide receiver Justin Watson. I told you Colts added Charvarius Ward. I think that the Joshua Dobbs to the Patriots thing's interesting. I am curious what's going to happen with Joe Milton. I mean, personally, I'm still interested in him. No new news on Will Fries. No new news on Tevin Jenkins or James Daniels or Mekhi Becton. So there's guards still out there. The Will Fries thing is going to send... This is like the Zach Allen to Draymond Jones situation. The Seahawks targeted Zach Allen. That's who they wanted to sign. He opted for the Broncos, and then they pivoted to Draymond Jones. They're targeting Will Fries. That's pretty clear. And now we're going to find out if they have to pivot or whether they get the guy that they wanted. And I'm sure there's an active back and forth going on right now, and his price tag is going up and up. All the remaining guards are injured last year, except for Mekhi Becton was not. But Will Fries was, James Daniels was, Tevin Jenkins wasn't like permanently injured, but was injured in and out of the lineup all year. Another move that happened while I was talking to Arif, Kenny Pickett got traded by the Eagles to the Browns in exchange for Dorian Thompson-Robinson and a draft pick. So that's done. Charvarius Ward's deal, 3 years, $60 million, 35 guaranteed. Seahawks weren't going to be doing that. We're not going to be doing that. The Vikings did sign somebody. They signed defensive back Bubba Bolden. So there's that. I think those are the things worth touching on that happened between when I was talking to Arif and when Mr. Goessling is joining. Why didn't I get a little ding? Usually I get a little ding when someone joins, but I didn't this time. And you know what? It doesn't matter. He's here, folks. The man, the myth, the legend. Ben Goessling joins us. Is it Goessling or Goessling? I always get that wrong.
The myth and the legend require a difficult last name. It's Goessling. So just
Goessling. I'm so sorry.
No, it happens all the time.
Well, I want to make
like
sure I get it
German
right.
thing. It's probably more like Goessling or something. So I don't know. Sometimes I just think I should just start to tell people, Gosling's fine. It would save me probably like 18 minutes a year collectively. I could probably have a nice sandwich or something. So I don't know.
Well,
one of these years I'll just give up on it.
We just had, there's thousands of people now that at least in Seattle, that have an idea of how to pronounce your name, and it's great.
Well,
Ben, we've had you on before. You wrote an amazing article on Grant Udinsky, and Grant ended up going somewhere, not to Seattle. So his career, we're going to kind of keep watching in Jacksonville as that expands. I want to talk to you about a couple things, but before I do, how's your off season going?
Well, it's people ask me how's the off season. My standard response these days is when it's here in June, it'll be great. I mean, summers in Minnesota are great, but it is not here yet. The Vikings have, of course, like 25 free agents and lots of money to spend for the first time in a long time. So it will be a very busy week around here, and it's kind of just getting started. They're going to probably have a lot more news and moves to make other than a fairly quiet day to this point. So yeah, it's been good, but we're expecting to get it cranking here.
Yeah, and just reporting news that I'm not sure is really news. Adam Schefter has just reported that the Rams are planning to release Cooper Kupp at the start of the league year unless a trade materializes.
Yep.
So don't know who's going to trade for him, but that would be an interesting move to make. So headline, Sam Darnold is a Seahawk.
Yep.
And I can't help, Ben, but think there's a lot of similarities to the situation that he enters in Seattle, the team-wise, as to one he entered last year in Minnesota. You've got a defense that is a young, talented defense. You got some question marks on the interior offensive line. You did have talented wide receivers. Now you've only got one in Seattle. Right. But expectations, I don't think, are super high for Sam Darnold here. Should they be?
Well, I think he showed a lot of things last year, probably as much in that game against the Seahawks as any, where the headset goes out, he figures out how to keep the drive alive, and then hits Justin Jefferson on that, touchdown on the run while he was kind of, I think, walking off an ankle injury. And Justin Jefferson, of course, does what he does to help win that game, send the Vikings to a 14-win season and make it so that the Seahawks don't make the playoffs. So, we saw a lot of that talent, but those last two games of the year, there's going to be a lot of questions about those until he shows that that's not the narrative. I'm sure he's going to be a little bit miffed that all of the questions keep coming about those two games, but they're going to be there because they had everything to play for. And, protection was not great, certainly in probably either of those games, certainly not in the Rams game. But whether it was footwork or missing throws or just not seeing things the way he had all year, there was enough there that you kind of say, okay, how much of this was kind of a mental thing? How much of it was a nerves thing? So there are going to be a lot of those questions. And I think probably the tepid response, I'm assuming, is because of those 2 games. But certainly he showed last year the arm talent. He's got a lot more mobility than I think, certainly that I realized, and probably a lot of people realized. He did a lot of things really well in that offense and has more to learn, I think, in terms of commanding an offense and setting protections and figuring out how to do all of the kind of intangible parts of the quarterback job. But he showed a lot of ability last year, and I think in the right setting, he could probably be pretty effective. And I know Clint Kubiak had worked with him in San Francisco, and from what I heard, the 49ers were not terribly happy to lose him because they saw a lot of progress. So if he continues that, it's certainly possible that he will be a top shelf quarterback for the Seahawks going forward.
Ben, we're talking to Ben Goessling of the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, ESPN, in past, I think, right, as well?
Yep.
So the Seahawks have lost Geno Smith. They've lost DK Metcalf. The oldest player on their offensive side, oldest starter, is 27 years old and has been there for a couple of years. So there is what you would call a leadership void, maybe a leadership opportunity if you wanted to frame it that way. What's Sam Darnold like in the locker room? How is he? How respected was he? Is he someone that is a leader? Is he someone that people rally around? Talk to us about the person, not just a player.
Yeah, I mean, we saw more of that throughout the year. It took a little while before we got to see a lot of that on the outside, but players said there's kind of a dry sense of humor. I think players felt like he was pretty easy to relate to. He was a guy that just got along pretty well with a lot of his teammates. I think Wes Phillips, the offensive coordinator, described Sam Darnold as a guy's guy type of guy, whatever that means. So it was a great quote, and I think I get what he's going for there. He's a guy's guy. He's just somebody that can relate to a lot of guys in the locker room. I think being the voice of a team again will probably be a little bit different. He's been that in the past. He certainly was that in college, and probably expected to grow into a little bit of that role early in his career. But yeah, I think over the course of the season, he was, I think, a little more empowered, a little more emboldened to play some of that role. I'll be curious to see now that he comes in as a quarterback making big money. There's not much debate about his immediate future there, and he will probably be expected to set a lot of tone for that locker room. And a guy that I think the work ethic, we certainly saw a lot. He was one of the last guys on the field just about every day at practice, working with Grant Udinsky. I think we probably talked about this the last time you and I talked about all of that extra work that happens and all the extra time that he puts in. So, certainly teammates see that, and they see the extra initiative that he takes to be at his best. And I think that gained a lot of credibility among teammates in Minnesota as well.
I can't imagine many Vikings fans expected the season they got out of Sam Darnold last year. I don't know that many there's a few NFL folks that were Sam Darnold supporters, but even them, I don't think we're expecting the season that Sam Darnold put together. What are a couple of things that you saw from him or learned about him as a player that you didn't know he had in his game, or that you learned to appreciate once you had a full season of him?
Yeah, I mean, the mobility, I mentioned it a little bit, but I think that was the biggest piece of it, where he could get out of some things. I think he had a couple of those in that Seahawks game where he was able to get out of a couple of sacks that you don't associate with him as much. He's a much better athlete than people probably think. But then you go back to it, and it's like he was the 3rd pick in the draft. He does have to do some things that scouts are going to take note of to be drafted that high. I mean, you knew the arm was there. The arm was awfully impressive to see in person. I think the mobility is the first thing that sticks out. And then, on a lot of the intermediate throws, that was kind of one of the things that he'd been kind of dinged for in the past in making mistakes on those. They've really got a lot of mileage out of that dagger concept where, the route is going downfield and they've got the dig on the backside. I mean, that you saw him hit that throw a lot, and they used it a lot throughout the year. So his ability to put the ball on a line and just drive it into traffic was awfully impressive as well. So, the sheer ability to play the position is certainly there. And I think there's still, at times, there's footwork, there's probably how you're seeing things. There's, I think, learning to be a little more authoritative with setting protections, especially with a line that has struggled in recent history and probably through a lot of the last decade or so. I mean, I can remember a lot of times where Russell Wilson was dealing with bad lines as well. So I think there's
We
some.
don't talk about that, Ben.
Yeah. I mean, I
That's
remember a
all
lot
we
of those
got here in
games.
Seattle is bad lines. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So that will, I think, be something to watch with him. But the ability to get out of things, the ability to help himself with his feet was something I didn't really know he had in his toolkit as much as we saw it in Minnesota.
If I put you on the spot, and I'm gonna, so just be ready for this. And I asked you, and we're just the two of us. No one's paying attention. No one's ever
Sure.
going to see it.
Yep.
And I said, Ben, all right. Darnold had a good year last year. It was great. He had a lot of stuff around him that was also great.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen in Seattle? What would your answer be?
Well, the thing I wonder about is when that supporting cast is not the same as it was in Minnesota. I do wonder how that's going to go. I think the talent is there, but there's no two ways about it. He had everything you could have possibly wanted working for him in Minnesota, where it's Justin Jefferson taking coverage away or Justin Jefferson just being Justin Jefferson. He had Aaron Jones healthy for the first time in the last several years. He had a line that had issues, but Christian Darrisaw and Brian O'Neill, the tackles, are as good as they get. And then, of course, Kevin O'Connell kind of calling the whole thing. So I think a lot of the question about Darnold that you heard around the league is, how good is he going to be when you take those things away? Is he going to be able to replicate what he did in Minnesota with a different cast of characters? I am curious to see if that's going to happen, because I do see a difference there. I mean, there's a lot of talent in Seattle, and I think they have a good foundation, but it's not going to be what he had in Minnesota, and the rapport with the coach is not going to be what he had in Minnesota, at least not right away. I think he'll work on that with Clint Kubiak and Andrew Janocko, who I know both of those guys, covered both those guys in Minnesota. Quarterbacks talk very highly of Andrew Janocko, the new quarterbacks coach. In fact, he was Justin Jefferson's position coach at first as well. So people like him a lot as a teacher of the game. I think that'll be a good relationship. But I do have some questions about that in terms of how Darnold will fare without all of that help that he had in Minnesota. I mean, even TJ Hawkinson, we didn't talk about him, but adding him back in the middle of the season was another beneficial piece to the whole thing. So yeah, there's some things for him to prove there, certainly. And that probably was as good of a year as he had, a factor in why the market was not, top of the line for the quarterback position. There's probably still some of those questions with him.
Last thing I wanted to touch on with you related to that offensive line. So there's been some reports that the Vikings are interested in guard Will Fries of the Indianapolis Colts. There's been some reports coming out today. The Vikings have been, having conversations, and expectations that should close maybe even as soon as today. That is also a Seahawks target from all accounts.
Yep.
So have you heard anything on that front in terms of what the Vikings are looking for, and any updates on what's going on with Mr. Fries?
Well, I think they're certainly interested. I mean, that is what I've heard on that front. I think that's a big target for them. The guard position in general is a big target for them. They know that has to get upgraded. That has been an issue in Minnesota for a very long time. It predates Kevin O'Connell in a lot of ways, but he's seen that play out the last couple of years. And a lot of that pressure they deal with up the middle was a factor in why they lose that playoff game to the Rams. So I think it's a place where they're understanding that they have to spend some money. I think part of the reason to not bring Sam Darnold back is so that they can attack some of those spots, whether it's guard, they have spots on defense that they need, corner, they need a defensive tackle probably as well. Jonathan Allen was in here for a visit today. So they could look at some of those spots to get some things done. After signing Isaiah Rodgers, I could see them signing another corner, but guard is certainly a need, and I think they are prepared to spend on it. So I would expect that they're going to be aggressive, and people have said, why haven't they done anything yet? Well, I don't think they are done looking for guards. So yes, I would expect they're going to be competitive for Will Fries in the mix here.
Do you know if it's not Will Fries, do you have ideas of some other names that might be of interest to the Vikings?
Well, not off the top of my head. I mean, I think there are, they're looking certainly for help at the guard spot, and probably guys who have a little more size, because what they have dealt with a little bit, certainly with Garrett Bradbury, their center, is getting overwhelmed in the middle. So having guys that have a little more of an ability to anchor against those pass rushers that they see quite often, I think would be helpful. Dalton Reisner had been here in the past, and they'd given up some things there. Blake Brandel on the left side, I think he's a bigger guy, but they, I think, would like another guard that is a good pass protector like Will Fries is. So I think players in that vein are what they're going to be looking at. And, they may have opportunities to try to address at least one of those spots in the draft. I wouldn't be surprised by that either, but I think they are going to be pretty aggressive here in terms of trying to get an answer to that spot, because especially if it's JJ McCarthy, you don't want a rookie quarterback, or effectively a rookie quarterback, dealing with pass protection issues, especially the ones that are kind of in his lap as he tries to throw.
I have 2 parting gifts for you, Ben.
Okay.
First, Tony Bag of Donuts, great name, says, does Ben Goessling know how unbelievably great he is? Do you know that?
That
now you
thought
do.
has not been something that crosses my mind a whole lot. No.
The next thing I have for you, and then you're going to want to run after I tell you, Ryan Kelly has been signed by the Minnesota Vikings, a 2-year deal for $18 million, including $9 million guaranteed. So I'm guessing you've got some work to do now.
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much for joining. Always great to just talk to you. Make sure you check him out at Ben Goessling and at Minneapolis Star-Tribune.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Ben. Ben Goessling of the Minneapolis Star-Tribune always does great work. And of course, he's on with us and news breaks related to the Vikings. Wanted to make sure he got a chance to go do his job. And so Ryan Kelly's gone. As you've heard, if you've been listening to this today, I'm not like the biggest Ryan Kelly guy. I don't think he's the perfect fit for the Seahawks. That is more money that they have spent. Maybe that comes after maybe they've lost out on Will Fries and they spent the money elsewhere. Don't know. But that's news. That is worth knowing. Let me quote tweet. On their pursuit of Will Fries. So great having both Arif Hassan and Ben Goessling. I don't know about you guys. I thought those are two pretty great guests to have on to hear about Sam Darnold. I'd be love to hear from all of you guys about what you think about what you heard. I thought it was pretty encouraging. I think Arif is definitely the most encouraging, and I think spent probably a lot of time, sounded like to me, debating with Vikings fans and maybe with other NFL people about the quality of player that Sam Darnold was. And he had a lot to say about how much better he is than maybe people realize. And then Ben Goessling, I think he put a little bit more cautious note about it. And, you heard when I asked him about what do you think he's going to do without the same supporting cast, he's like, you got to see. But also some really good notes about Andrew Janocko, the quarterback's coach that was there with the Vikings, that now is the quarterback's coach for the Seahawks, has been with Clint Kubiak, obviously, who's with the Vikings. If you want, you can rewind all the way back to when I had Ben on during the offensive coordinator search, and we talked about Grant Udinsky, but we also talked about Clint Kubiak and Andrew Janocko, and I think maybe not as much Andrew Janocko, but we definitely talked about Clint Kubiak. So worth listening to that. And, he talked about how Andrew Janocko is pretty well respected for the work that he put in. Talked about how Sam Darnold was the last guy off the field every day, just a really hard worker. I thought it was also interesting that he talked about the intermediate. We had just finished going through the notes about the fact that Sam Darnold was not as good in the intermediate as some of these other quarterbacks, but you heard Ben Goessling talk about specific route combinations that he got really good at. And that's encouraging because I think that's going to be really important in Clint Kubiak's offense as well. So some good stuff there. Somebody's saying something about Fries. Let's hope it's not. If it's a trolling thing, then you're just going to get banned. So I'm taking a look here. There is some question about with the Vikings signing Ryan Kelly. He has familiarity with Will Fries. They could both come over. So yeah. All right. So we got a troll. Thank you guys for calling it out. There is the chance now that the Vikings could move on from their center, Garrett Bradbury. Wait a second. Now people are saying more about Will Fries being real. Let's see. I'm gonna do a couple quick looks. Wait, where is he? I mean, I'm not seeing this anywhere. So we already talked about Ryan Kelly. All right, so Vio, you're a member, which I usually give you a little bit more of a chance here, but honestly, I just don't want people. I'm going to put you in a timeout instead of banning you, so it's a little bit better. At least it says it's a timeout. Maybe it banned you. I don't know, but I'm just trying to see back. Marquise Ward. All right. Well, we'll see how this goes. I'm not seeing anything. More news. Cornerback Mike Jackson, formerly of the Seahawks, signs a 2-year, $14.5 million deal with the Panthers. So the Panthers liked enough what they got that they are sticking with him. Bengals have signed inside linebacker Oren Burks from the Eagles, 2-year, $5 million deal. I thought Oren Burks played pretty well in the playoffs after Nakobe Dean got hurt. So I'm not seeing any news so far on Will Fries. So I think that was all just fake. Lame. Not a big fan of that, but people do what they got to do to get some attention. I am probably going to take another break here because I could use one. I'll keep the show going for a bit while I'm off. There's a chance that I'm going to end up wrapping the show and maybe we'll start again later. But for now, I'm just going to take a little bit of a break. And if I see news breaking, I will come back. But I need to give my voice a little bit break and I need to just stand up and walk around a little bit. We're into 7 hours straight. Need to get a little bit of time. So I'll be back in a bit. I will leave up note of where I am. Let me put that up there, and I will move that again so you guys can see it. And I will, let me see if I can share this. Yeah, we'll share this. We'll share this instead. All right. I'll be back, folks. I will check as soon as anything worthwhile is coming back. I will be back here, but I appreciate all of you for tuning in. I'll be back in a little bit. All right, folks. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap up here for now. I will update you. Let me just kind of get you up to speed on some of the notes that happened since I left. So Darius Slayton has signed back with the Giants, 3 years, $36 million. So that is done. Javonte Williams, running back, goes from the Broncos to the Cowboys. Mac Hollins, a wide receiver for the Bills, who I thought might be kind of a late free agent target for the Seahawks. He signs a 2-year deal with the Patriots, which is fine. None of these are big issues. I think one of the bigger ones, Michael Hoyt, who has been a chess piece for the Los Angeles Rams, used as a defensive tackle, a defensive end, a linebacker. He signs with the Buffalo Bills, so they lose him as well. And so if you look at the division, you've got the 49ers have lost Aaron Banks, their starting left guard. They have lost Charvarius Ward. They have lost, they let go of Javon Hargrave and Malik Collins. They have lost Talanoa Hufanga. Quite a few. I think Elijah Mitchell, if you want to count him. Deebo Samuel. It's a pretty big turnover for the 49ers so far. So a lot of pieces there. The Rams have added Poona Ford. They have lost Michael Hoyt. They have lost... Who else am I missing? There's a few other people I thought that they lost, but I'm not sure. They added Devontae Adams. So Poona Ford and Devontae Adams are the ones that they added. Obviously, Michael Hoyt was the one that I just mentioned that they lost. And there is no news on Will Fries as it stands. There are people speculating about the fact that Ryan Kelly, the center from Indianapolis, signed with the Vikings, that maybe that would mean that his teammate would come with him to Minnesota. But, I think that's just guessing. I don't think free agents tend to coordinate where they sign. It's possible, but, I would not assume that that's the case. I think we're going to find out about Will Fries. My guess is sometime tonight. When we do, I will come on and do a special emergency pod just for that. We'll talk about it. If there's anything else offensive line related, we'll come on, we'll talk about it. But I think this marathon... edition here that's going on 7.5 hours, I think we're going to end this now. And then we will get you back on as soon as possible. Let me check out, see if I missed any super chats before I wrap up for the evening. Kyle Flanders says tight end is still a huge need in my opinion. Are we really keeping Fant at his price point? Would really like Warren in the draft to pair with Barner. So I would love them to add a tight end. I wish they saw Noah Fant differently because I don't think he's worth the money that they're spending. I'd rather them go after it hard in the draft and get a couple young guys, but he's there, and I don't think there's any sign that they're going to move on from him at this point. And I don't think they feel any reason to renegotiate his deal. Last year was deal. They're going to keep him. So I'd like Warren as well, but it seems like that's probably unlikely. But I thought Byron Murphy was pretty unlikely last year, and that ended up working out. Matt Cook says, saw speculation that delay on Fries may be due to injury and teams wanting to do a physical that can't happen until Wednesday. Thoughts on that? I don't think that would cause people to delay reaching an agreement. I think you reach an agreement and then you do a physical, and if a player fails a physical, then the agreement doesn't hold. So you've got a couple days till the league year to do it. I don't think that would hold teams back from doing it, but that's just speculation. I don't know for sure. VOFAs, I was just trying to have some fun. Don't mean to make a stir. Truly sorry, Brian. In the name of Brian Adams, please forgive me. VO, I think, passed along some incorrect information about Will Fries being signed and it being confirmed. As I said before, I've got guys on my staff here on Real Hawk Talk that do these, that find it hilarious to put out fake tweets or tweets from 7 years ago that seem like they're from a player right now. I don't find it funny. I know the Seahawks don't find it funny. I think a lot of people in chat don't. When you got people that are really, really tuned in to try to see if something good happens for the Seahawks, and you tease them into thinking it did happen, but it didn't really happen, plus you then make me do work to kind of look around to see if that's actually true, I just don't find any of that funny. And so I'm not going to be particularly tolerant of it. Vio was put in a timeout. He has been let out of the timeout. Just in general, I'm not going to be very tolerant of, kind of that kind of stuff. So just heads up. But the fact that Vio was a member saved him from being banned altogether from the channel. So there are benefits of membership. And speaking of which, Rick R has given away another 5 Hawk Blogger memberships. Appreciate you, Rick, for doing it. And then Hayden the Bald Beauty said, you started Dungeon Crawler a month after I did. I finished the 7th book last week, and the books just keep getting better. Glad you're shouting it out. Get out there and kill, kill, kill. I love those books. I'm just starting the 6th book. I could have, blown through this series so fast. It's weird. I don't read that many books, but, I read the whole Game of Thrones series, at least the ones that... Oh, we have got news. The Broncos are signing linebacker Dre Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw, according to Diana Rossini, goes to the Denver Broncos. So that is big news. Again, another loss for the 49ers. And I'm just remembering them saying, we're not in the business of losing good players when they were talking about Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga and Charvarius Ward. Well, either those aren't good players or you are in the business of losing good players. And I think it's the latter. So 49ers, another big loss there for them. So sad. Anyway, I read all the Game of Thrones books, 1,500 pages, just blew through those. Dungeon Crawler Carl, written by a Gig Harbor author, Matt Dinneman. It kind of reminded me of old Twitter. I was able to find him on Twitter and call him out yesterday and just say, man, this is a great book series. Highly recommend it. He retweeted it. Apparently, I think he's going through Comic-Con in Seattle right now and had an article in the Times about Dungeon Crawler Carl. And so it's cool. I love that. I read a book, I can reach out to the author and have some connection there. That's what made Twitter special a long time ago. And nice to know that there's still some moments where it can be. By the way, the deal for Dre Greenlaw, 3 years, $35 million. 3 years, $35 million. I'm going to put this on the list because I'm kind of curious about that. Dre Greenlaw, linebacker, signs with the Broncos. 3 years, $35 million. Keep in mind, Ernest Jones signed a 3-year, $33 million. So pretty close, actually. Knowing that Dre Greenlaw is coming off that injury, but he's an impact player. When he's healthy, he's a huge part of setting this tone for that 49ers team. So interesting to see how he goes, and interesting to see how the 49ers attempt to replace it. All right, folks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for tuning in. I will be back. I'll be back. If there is news tonight, I will create a special show. We'll do an emergency pod for that. I will do another session tomorrow morning that will likely be, it won't be 8 hours like this, but I will probably be on for a little bit in the morning as we kind of wait for additional news to roll out. And we'll kind of keep this going throughout. And I love that we had so many people in here today. Hopefully it's been a nice distraction for you. And we've got a lot more to cover. So appreciate y'all. Take care. Someone asking about the timestamp when the Sam Darnold's mouse. I don't know. I don't know. I'll try to, when I end this, I will try to figure that out. All right, everybody, take care. Appreciate you.